Chapter 1277. Just as the tip of the silver root system was about to drill into Qin Yu's eye, the remaining pupil suddenly turned lax, as if it had lost all consciousness. The sealing strength instantly vanished and Qin Yu regained control of his body. Without hesitation, he grabbed the silver root system and threw it far away. Then, he rapidly drew backwards. After leaving the crack in the earth, he turned and rushed into another one. During this entire process, he didn't pause at all as he erupted with his fastest speed. Although he didn't know why the silver root system had suddenly become absent-minded, there was one point that Qin Yu didn't doubt. What he needed to do now was run as far away as possible. Terrifying, this was far too terrifying. Just what was that silver root system? Not only did it control the rules of space, but it also possessed such a horrifying imprisoning strength. After being entangled by it, he wasn't able to resist at all. Behind him, there was only silence without the least bit of sound. But, within Qin Yu's chest, his heart was still beating rapidly. It was so fast that one couldn't help but feel a strong sense of oppression. This feeling, the greatest possibility, was that Qin Yu still hadn't been able to completely escape from danger. In other words, it was likely that the silver root system was chasing him from behind. Thinking of this, the oppressive feeling in his heart became even stronger. Qin Yu paled and clenched his teeth, increasing his speed a little more. This would cause some damage to him and increase the burden on his body of rules. It might even cause a hidden danger of collapse. But in the current situation, Qin Yu couldn't care too much about this. Otherwise, if the silver root system caught up to him, he would die without a doubt. He madly ran forwards. The only thing he was glad about was that the journey went smoothly and he didn't encounter any accidents. Otherwise, he really would have cried. After an unknown period of time and passing through countless cracks in the earth, the invisible oppression behind him finally vanished. Within Qin Yu's chest, his rapidly beating heart gradually calmed down. But he didn't dare to be careless. He continued running for some more time before he finally stopped and gasped for breath. Puff! Qin Yu spat out a mouthful of blood. He covered it with his sleeves and ordered the purple-back blue-wing ants to absorb it all. Then, he carefully wiped the blood from the corners of his mouth and stood up. The cracks in the earth in front of him had undergone a tremendous change. It was like they had been infected by the darkness of the underground world, revealing a nearly pure black color. He didn't have time to think too much about it. He carefully looked around and determined there weren't any dangers. Then, he sat down on a protruding stone and rested. It was true. He rested for a moment and didn't dare to stay here any longer. He rose up and continued on his way. However, he didn't know where he would go next or where he would arrive. Qin Yu took a deep breath and furrowed his eyebrows together. It was only now that he had escaped danger that he had time to think. He was completely lost. Furthermore, he had been running around aimlessly, so he had no idea where he was. Going back, Qin Yu looked up at the crack that led upwards. Not to mention whether or not the silver root system was still there, even if he managed to get rid of it, Qin Yu didn't have full confidence he could find the correct way out of this labyrinth-like crack tunnel. There was a high chance that this path would not work. Since he couldn't turn back, he could only brace himself and continue deeper into the crack in the earth. Moreover, there was a vague idea hidden in his heart. The old turtle and the stone pagoda had both said that there was a great secret hidden within this mountain. According to what Qin Yu saw, it was highly likely that it was underground. If he continued downwards, he might be able to obtain some harvest. It wasn't that he had become greedy after escaping danger. Rather, the truth was that the problem of Qin Yu's body of laws collapsing had only been temporarily suppressed. It hadn't been completely resolved yet. Perhaps the secret of this mountain might be able to help his body of laws complete the process of being broken before being reconstructed. Of course, this was only a possibility. He could take it as a bit of hope in a helpless situation. At the very least, It would make his heart feel a little better. Then he would go down. The Lost Garden was a small world that was forcefully split apart by an ancient life form. But this so-called small was only relative to the massive vast young world. In fact, the space within was extremely large, so large that even though the Lost Garden had opened many times over the countless years, the cultivators that came from outside had only been able to explore the outer regions. Before his death, Zhang Zhongshi had played a trick on Qin Yu. He had used a divine sense message to attract all the cultivators here. His plan had been extremely successful. Nearly all the cultivators that heard the message stepped onto the road towards the Lost Garden. But problems soon appeared. This was because the deeper one went, the more dangerous the Lost Garden became. Soon, it reached an unbearable degree. The powerhouses were fine. After paying a price, they could continue forwards. But the weaker ones were lightly wounded and fled. The more unlucky ones would end up as food for some ferocious ancient era's lifeforms. Like a great wave washing away sand, the road to the depths of the Lost Garden buried a group of people and scared away an even greater group. In the end, less than 20% of the total number of people were able to pass. But without exception, as long as a cultivator could arrive in front of this mountain that supported the heavens, they either had formidable cards in their hands or possessed absolute strength. The eldest senior apprentice brother looked up at the towering mountain that pierced into the highest heavens. He frowned, his eyes filled with awe. These emotions weren't contradictory. He frowned because this mountain gave him a very bad feeling, and his eldest senior apprentice brother's senses had always been very accurate. As for the admiration in his eyes, it was even simpler. This was because the mountain in front of him was far too big. It was so big that even the eldest senior apprentice brother, who had followed the yard master to countless places, would find it difficult to find a mountain that could compare to it. Perhaps the residents of that clan and the grandeur of that mountain could barely compare to this place. But in terms of aura, it was still slightly weaker. Lei Xiaoyu stood behind the eldest senior apprentice brother obediently. Her eyes swept around from time to time, revealing a look of excitement and nervousness. Her current performance was completely different from when she was alone with the eldest senior apprentice brother. If Qin Yu saw all of this, he would definitely shout out loud, "I knew there was something wrong with Lei Xiaoyu. The yard master must be plotting against someone. For instance, the West Mountain Nine Heads, or the Netherworld Nightwalker, who was currently staring at the two people in the peach garden with cold and bitter eyes. The Heavenly Palace's crown prince occupied a place to himself. He was surrounded by some cultivators who were close to the Heavenly Palace Holy Land. At this moment, he frowned but didn't step forward to greet them. Eldest senior apprentice brother, what did you do to Nightwalker? How could he look at you like that? Even His Highness the Crown Prince is so scared that he doesn't dare to come over. I'm really scared. Lei Xiaoyu whispered. The eldest senior apprentice brother frowned, his eyes filled with helplessness. He also whispered back, Junior sister, when you're scared, can you wipe away the saliva that's about to flow out? Lei Xiaoyu didn't believe him. Is it that obvious? The eldest senior apprentice brother smiled bitterly. Don't mess around. Nightwalker is highly valued by the Netherworld Saint. If you touch him, there will be a lot of trouble. Is Master afraid? Of course not. The eldest senior apprentice brother took a deep breath. In short, don't even think about touching him. At most, you can beat him up, but you absolutely can't kill him. Lei Xiaoyu lowered her head, hiding the boredom on her face. She couldn't even touch someone who came to her on his own accord. It was really boring. While the two of them were talking in private, the others didn't stop either. They were busy reaching agreements with each other or looking for ways to enter the mountain. That's right, the reason why everyone was so free and took such a great risk to rush here was because they stopped outside the mountain to chat. The reason was simple. The mountain was right in front of them, but they couldn't enter. This was difficult to bear, but they couldn't bear to leave. Moreover, everyone was waiting, so they couldn't leave. But as for what exactly they were waiting for, no one knew. But there were also some people who were relatively calm. In their opinion, since there was a mysterious powerhouse that had lured them here with their divine sense, there would surely be follow-up arrangements. No matter what this person's goal was, it was necessary for them to enter the mountain in front of them. So all they had to do was wait. Only the Western Mountain Nine Heads slightly lowered his head. Between his furrowed eyebrows, there was a hint of helplessness and worry. He was the only one who knew a part of the truth. The consciousness that his master had split off to enter the lost garden had now been shattered, so it was impossible for there to be any other arrangements. So if they waited like this, it was likely that they would just be waiting blindly and there would be no harvest at all. But what else could they do? The mountain was right in front of them. If it didn't allow anyone to enter, then forcing their way in was the simplest and most effective method. But the problem was that the Western Mountain Nine Heads didn't dare to do so. That's right, the Western Mountain Nine Heads, who was known to have 9 lives and could live as long as one of them didn't die, was now filled with awe and fear. He didn't know what was hidden in the mountain in front of him. He couldn't even detect the slightest trace of an abnormal aura. But he was afraid and in awe. No matter what, he couldn't take that step forward. And this fear wasn't just limited to the Western Mountain Nine Heads. Almost everyone in front of the mountain, including the eldest senior brother, was shrouded in it. So they couldn't imagine that this mountain that they were so terrified of just by looking at it was actually someone who had come in with them. Now, this person was following the crack in the ground, going all the way down and almost reaching the bottom of the mountain. It was just that this person who was much faster than them had now encountered trouble and had no choice but to stop for the time being. Because fog was rising from the crack in the ground. This wasn't a wetland in the early morning or a field in the suburbs where you were buried underground for a long time and didn't know anything. No matter how deep the crack in the ground was, there was still fog. Even if one thought with their knees, they would know that it was not as simple as it seemed. But whether it was simple or not, the fog was there, blocking your path. If you wanted to go deeper, you had to drill in. Qin had already tried other options. He left and drilled in, but the result was that the dozens of cracks in the ground were all filled with fog. So, there was probably no other way. Standing outside the fog, Qin hesitated for a long time. He even thought about whether or not he should try to return all the way to the surface. But in the end, he gave up. Because at the very least, this fog didn't seem too dangerous. Then, he might as well give it a try. After all, he was already very close to the bottom of the mountain. Clenching his teeth, Qin stepped out and flew into the fog. Songzhu curled up her body, allowing the fog to submerge her. At this time, her eyes were wide open, filled with unwillingness and pain. If she had known earlier that this would be the result, perhaps she wouldn't have taken this step. At the very least, she wouldn't have caused Tanhai to be buried here with her. If she died, the old ancestor would surely sense it and take out his anger on her. And there was also Tanhai's family. Who knew how many people would be implicated? Songzhu was well aware of her old ancestor's character. When it came to killing, he would never show the least bit of mercy. So, these people that were about to be killed had all been implicated by her. I'm sorry, I'm really sorry. I didn't want things to be like this. I hope that you can forgive me. Amidst the torment of despair, her eyes were filled with pain. But now, there was a strange flush on her face. Her breathing was rapid, as if she were silently enduring something. Suddenly, a faint sound echoed out. Songzhu's eyes widened, panic on her face. She struggled, wanting to stand up from the ground. But, her entire body was sore and weak. Every time she tried, she failed. Instead, these movements and the sounds they made were clearly discovered by the other party. The faint sound rapidly approached. It was the sound of footsteps. Songzhu closed her eyes in pain. Then, she violently opened them. She had already decided that she would take the initiative to end her life. She had already made enough mistakes. No matter what, she could not allow this to happen. The fog was rapidly moved and the air currents were blown away. The blurry figure in the fog suddenly became clear. Sangju's face was filled with sorrow and determination. She suddenly froze where she was, her eyes wide open as she stared at the figure in front of her. If it wasn't Tan Hai, then who was hidden beneath the blood-red robes? There was actually someone else here. There was a light cough from beneath the blood-red robes. A hand pulled down the hood and a face that had appeared in the depths of her mind countless times appeared in front of Sangju. It was him, it was actually him. How was this possible? Didn't he die in the black storm? Was it just an illusion? Could it be that she had never been able to forget him in her heart? Even on the verge of death, she was still hallucinating. As Sangju bitterly smiled and laughed at herself, Qin Yu couldn't help but frown. Could it be that this jinx had been invaded by the infernal energy and turned into an idiot? He originally thought that he would be able to obtain some useful information from her. After all, Sangju had a mysterious origin to begin with. Now that she had suddenly appeared deep beneath this mountain, he didn't believe a single word she said was the same as Qin Yu's and that she had been forced here step by step. There was definitely a problem here. What does this woman want to do? She reached out a hand, and it looks like she wants to touch my face? Hey! Although you are beautiful, your face is flushed red and your clothes are a bit messy. You are indeed very tempting, but I am not a casual person. Please show me some respect. Qin Yu took a step back, avoiding the hand that was reaching out. He said in a low voice, Miss Sangju, are you awake or not? It could speak, it wasn't an illusion. Sangju's hand froze and her eyes widened. Then, her face flushed red. As she thought back to her previous actions, she wanted to find a crack in the ground to crawl into, but she had forgotten that right now, she and Qin Yu were both in a crack in the ground. Luckily, she didn't come from a small family, so she still had a calm and rational mind. Moreover, Qin Yu's words gave her a way out. Sangju took a deep breath and steadied her mind. She withdrew her hand and let out a light breath. I'm sorry. My mind was affected by the infernal energy just now. I ask Brother Qin to forgive me for my lack of manners. She paused for a moment and continued to say, Moreover, I owe Brother Qin an apology. When I was in the black storm, it was you who helped me. After that, I went back to look for you, but in the end I couldn't find you. I thought, luckily, Brother Qin is a lucky man, so I can feel a bit more at ease. Qin Yu's expression didn't change. He didn't comment on this woman's words. He took another step back and looked at her, saying, There is no need to speak of matters of the past. If you really want to thank me, then I would like to know why Miss Sangju would appear here. Chapter 1278. The facts proved that Sangju was a very smart woman. She met Qin Yu's gaze and hesitated for less than a second before giving him the answer he wanted. The reason I appeared here is to find something. If Brother Qin needs it, I can tell you. Ignoring her hesitation, Qin Yu said, If that's the case, then I must thank Miss Sangju. Please speak. This clearly didn't follow common sense. Sangju's breath caught in her throat. Facing his calm eyes, she couldn't help but let go of her last shred of restraint. She took a deep breath and said, I owe Brother Qin a life-saving graciousness, so I shouldn't have made any other requests. But, in order to save me, Tanhai has lost his mind due to the invasion of infernal energy. I must save him. Qin Yu frowned. Infernal energy erodes one's mind. He looked at Sangju and shook his head. His voice was slow but firm. I'm sorry, but I cannot save him. Sangju panicked. Brother Qin is strong. You can definitely save him. Tanhai, he. Before she finished speaking, she was interrupted by Qin Yu. He said in a low voice, Miss Sangju, you and I are both within the range of infernal energy, so we are well aware of how terrifying it is. After one's mind is eroded, they will attack anyone they encounter. There is almost no chance of saving them. Seeing that Song Zhu hadn't given up, Qin Yu thought for a moment and continued to say, I can roughly feel Brother Tanhai's strength. If even he can't resist the invasion of infernal energy, then it must be a place where infernal energy gathers. If I go in, I have no confidence I can escape unscathed. This was the truth. After entering the fog, one would gradually discover that this fog was a product of infernal energy exceeding a certain limit. It could affect one's mind, interfere with one's judgment, and even erode one's mind, turning them into puppets controlled by infernal energy. Qin Yu had encountered some life forms that had their minds eroded by infernal energy before. He had also experienced the terror of a place where infernal energy gathered, so he certainly didn't want to wade into these muddy waters. Of course, the other reason he decisively refused wasn't so glorious. Because looking at the current situation, Song Zhu didn't have any other choice as long as she wanted to continue living. Song Zhu was silent. As if realizing this, she lowered her head, concealing her expression. Just as Qin Yu thought she had given up, Song Zhu suddenly looked up and earnestly stared into his eyes. She slowly said, I am the bloodline descendant of a clam girl and a human. I have inherited my mother's abilities, and I am also one of the purest clam girls in the East Sea. Qin Yu secretly frowned. Why are you telling me this? Don't tell me you still want to use your status and bloodline to suppress me? No matter how he looked at it, this woman shouldn't be this stupid. East Sea clam girl. It was Sure Ta who spoke. The old turtle's mouth twitched, but he didn't have much of a reaction. He was already numb to it. If he wanted to show off, so be it. He didn't know how long he would live, so what was the point of caring about such things? Qin Yu said, How do you know? Sure Ta coughed lightly and said indifferently, After living for a long time, you will know more things than others. If this woman really has the bloodline of an Eastern Sea clam girl, perhaps Master should help her. It didn't finish its sentence. It wasn't that the stone tower didn't want to explain, but it knew very well that the hidden pearl was about to say it. If it spoke ahead of time, the shock and temptation wouldn't be enough. In truth, it was more inclined to have Qin Yu agree. With Qin Yu's firm will, a bit of infernal energy wasn't too much of a problem. The main problem was that he didn't want to take risks, and it would be troublesome later on. Hidden Pearl spoke up. Her face flushed red, but she remained brave. She stared at Qin Yu's eyes and slowly said, I am still a virgin. The clam girl is my first man. If I can obtain the strength of the clam girl's pearl, it will be greatly beneficial to my cultivation. But, the clam girl must be completely willing, otherwise the clam girl will break apart on her own and vanish from sight. In truth, although Qin Yu was still expressionless, his heart was indeed stunned. He never imagined that what would follow would be such an absurd and cliched plot. He looked at the hidden pearl in front of him. She was clearly of noble birth, and she was suppressing her embarrassment and shyness as she bravely looked at him. She had probably been seduced by someone, and the quality was so high. Even if Qin Yu didn't have any thoughts in his heart that he shouldn't have, he still couldn't help but feel his heart sway. This was not shameful, because if it was you, you would also have to be slutty, and you might even be so slutty that you couldn't suppress it anymore. Being seduced, especially by a woman like Song Zhu, no matter how one looked at it, it would take a lot of effort to resist. Qin Yu coughed. He was about to say something to show that he absolutely wouldn't succumb to temptation because of something like this. As for the clam pearls, he had already swallowed the 12 sources of life, including 2 purple high-quality ones. Therefore, he didn't need them at all. Master, you need, Sure Ta spoke softly, his tone as calm as possible. The clam pearls in the clam girls' bodies are nurtured in their bodies when they are born. Most of the energy they contain is pure and powerful life force. Master's body of laws needs this kind of pure and powerful life force to complete the process of destruction and reconstruction. Regarding this matter, the stone tower definitely did not dare to speak carelessly. In other words, it was actually true. I need the clam pearls. If I need the clam pearls, then I have to agree. The process was clear and smooth. The overall difficulty of this matter did not seem to be too high. What am I thinking? Why would he think that way? Hurry up and stop. But Qin Yu didn't realize that the silence after he coughed had already revealed enough meaning in Song Zhu's eyes. For instance, he was already moved, but he felt it was too dangerous, so he was still hesitating. Song Zhu bit her lips and said, I also know a secret about this mountain. If this secret is true, it represents endless lucky chances and good fortune. Brother Qin, if you agree, I will tell you this secret as well. Qin Yu's heart skipped a beat. He didn't know why, but when he heard Song Zhu mention this secret, he inexplicably thought back to the silver root system he encountered before. It seemed that this secret was related to it, and it also had a tremendous influence on Qin Yu. What secret? Song Zhu shook her head. I cannot say it now. But as long as Brother Qin can save Tanhai, I will definitely keep my promise. Qin Yu narrowed his eyes. He lightly said, I can't risk my life just because of Miss Song Zhu's words without any evidence. At the very least, you need to give me some evidence to confirm that you aren't lying to me. You bastard, you've already agreed to my deal, and yet you still say something like, just because of my words? Just what am I in your eyes? Song Zhu was angry and ashamed, but she didn't dare to reveal it. She could only glare at Qin Yu. This bastard. His appearance isn't bad. What am I thinking? I should be angry right now. Yes, I should be angry. But what he said seemed to make sense. If he wanted to save someone, then she couldn't follow him first. She had to give him a bit of confidence. Looks were justice. After silently finding a reason for Qin Yu, Song Zhu took a deep breath and took out a fragment. I can give this to Brother Qin first. This thing has an extremely close relationship with this mountain. You will understand after touching it. Qin Yu silently took it in his hand and immediately felt a burning pain. He looked at Song Zhu in front of him. This woman had tilted her head slightly. She really did this on purpose. She wanted to see his expression when his hand was scalded. But unfortunately, Qin Yu had already guessed this at first glance, so he was mentally prepared. That's right, the fragment that Song Zhu gave Qin Yu was exactly the same as the one she had obtained from the plucking cultivator Su Wei. In fact, it was even a bit larger. Qin Yu wasn't sure what relationship this thing had with this mountain, but he had seen its might with his own eyes. A dignified true saint puppet had been casually smashed apart with a single strike. This was simply a heaven-shattering power. As this thought appeared in Qin Yu's mind, a voice sounded out in his mind. Do you need protection? This voice was far too familiar. He decisively rejected it. In this small situation, Qin Yu was more than capable of dealing with it. Of course, he couldn't use this precious fragment. Although he didn't know what it was or where this voice came from, without a doubt this fragment was Qin Yu's strongest trump card. It was a powerful guarantee that he could survive in this mountain. Killing the true saint puppet in a single strike was no different than swatting a mosquito. It was simply too easy. No one knew just what sort of terrifying strength this fragment represented. Qin Yu suppressed the excitement in his heart. The only thing he didn't understand was that if Song Zhu had this fragment, how did she end up in such a situation? Could it be that she couldn't hear this voice? No matter, he had to put this thing away first. Qin Yu flipped his hand and looked at Song Zhu. Okay, I'll help you save him. Since he had received the item, he naturally had to abide by the agreement. Disregarding everything else, just this fragment was worth the risk. Moreover, what the stone pagoda said wasn't wrong. Although things like infernal energy were difficult to avoid and couldn't be avoided, an imperfect body of rules was still a body of rules. In addition, his will was firm enough, so it wasn't a problem to be a bit more cautious. Song Zhu cursed inwardly at how shameless he was. Just now he was speaking as if he were about to die, but now that there was a benefit, he immediately agreed. But soon, her face stiffened. Since Qin Yu had already agreed, then according to the previous agreement, she needed to follow him. What if he wanted it now? How could she refuse? If she was rejected, what if he became angry and went back on his word? Should she agree just like that? Luckily, Qin Yu didn't make Song Zhu feel awkward. Song Zhu was in a difficult position. She looked at Song Zhu's gloomy expression and thought that she was distressed over the loss of the treasure, so she simply pretended not to see anything. She said, "You stay here and don't move. Just point me in a direction. I'll go find him." Song Zhu subconsciously lifted her hand. Then, with a whoosh, Qin Yu had already moved. Her first thought was that this fellow was going to turn hostile and run away as soon as he got the item. But there was clearly something he hadn't eaten yet, so how could he just leave like that? She wanted to call for help, but Qin Yu's figure was already nowhere to be seen. Song Zhu covered her face. She thought, "You're usually considered smart. Even if your cultivation was sealed, was your brain also sealed? Why are you always so stupid when facing this fellow? But then again, this surname Qin fellow is really good looking, and I'm still thinking about this. I'm definitely hopeless. Before this, I clearly didn't think he was anything special. But this fellow left like this without leaving anything behind. He didn't seem worried about me at all. Did he really run away?" Just as Song Zhu could not help but let his imagination run wild, the sound of something flying through the air rapidly approached. Then, with a bang, a person was thrown in front of him. It was Tan Hai, who was imprisoned and struggling with all his might. As he fell beside Song Zhu, as if he could smell her scent, Tan Hai struggled even more fiercely. His eyes stared straight at her and he constantly roared. Qin Yu waved his hand. There was a tooth mark that hadn't faded yet. This fellow must have been born in the year of the dog. He actually bit me. If I knew earlier, I would have just ignored him and left him to fend for himself. This person must have said this on purpose. After all, Tan Hai's current actions and his body's reaction were truly embarrassing. Song Zhu relaxed a little. She looked away and said, "Thank you, Brother Qin." After thanking him, she suddenly remembered that he hadn't wasted much time at all. Moreover, the process of searching for Tan Hai was also included. In other words, rescuing Tan Hai wasn't anything at all for Qin Yu. He could do it casually. How hateful! It had clearly been as easy as lifting a finger, but he had forced her into a corner and forced her to hand over everything. This person was simply rotten to the core. Qin Yu glanced at Song Zhu. "What are you staring at me for? I've already rescued him and our transaction is over. If there's nothing else, then I'll be leaving." Although nothing had happened to Song Zhu this time, it was best to stay as far away from something like a jinx as possible. The scene of a hero saving a beauty was something that every man had imagined before. But right now, Qin Yu didn't have any such thoughts at all. Although it seemed that he was temporarily safe, he had already personally experienced the horrors of this mountain. How could he dare to be careless? It wasn't easy to ensure his own safety. Bringing along a jinx along with a nearly insane burden like Tan Hai was no different from seeking death. Qin Yu decisively turned and left. Song Zhu was stunned. Seeing that he was about to disappear, she loudly said, "No, our transaction isn't over yet." The fog tumbled about, but Qin Yu's figure was nowhere to be seen. Song Zhu bit her lips. She looked at Tan Hai, who was struggling on the ground, her eyes filled with hesitation. After thinking for a long time, Song Zhu suddenly shed tears. She looked at the red-eyed Tan Hai and said, "I'm sorry, big brother. I have no way to save you. Rather than letting you live like this, I might as well help you free yourself. Don't worry, what Song Zhu owes you, I will repay you double in my next life. Big brother, this is all my fault, I've dragged you down with me." Her eyes fell down and she reached out to grab Tan Hai's neck. There was the sound of footsteps. Qin Yu frowned, an impatient look on his face. "What are you looking at? If you didn't even have this bit of determination, then I wouldn't have come out. I would have left you to fend for yourself. After agreeing to Tsang-Zhu's request and returning from rescuing Tan-Hai, Qin Yu thought of the troubles that would follow. He made a bet with himself. If Tsang-Zhu could bear to do it, then he would help her once more. After all, he was well aware of just how precious the fragment he took from someone else was. It was fine to feel a bit guilty, but if it was too much, he would feel uncomfortable. He walked over and slammed his palm down, knocking Tan-Hai unconscious. Qin Yu picked him up and threw him into a crack in the ground. He turned and looked at Tsang-Zhu. My abilities are limited, so I can only bring one person away. If you don't want to, then stay here and accompany him. Tsang-Zhu bit her lips. She looked at the unconscious Tan-Hai and then turned towards Qin Yu. I will come back and bring him away. It has nothing to do with me. You were the one who knocked him unconscious. If you don't want to leave, then go back. Tsang-Zhu immediately shut his mouth and looked back at the place that was covered by the fog. He muttered in his heart, "Brother, don't worry. I promise that he will come back to save you. Because the deal between the two of us is still lacking the most crucial step." Chapter 1279. Qin Yu had already discovered that the fog formed from the infernal energy in this crack was a clever one. It knew how to judge a person. If you couldn't resist the invasion of the infernal energy, then there was nothing else to say. It would violently push you all the way to the ground, corroding your consciousness and turning you into a puppet to be controlled. But if you could resist it, the murderous aura would change its pattern. It would show its gentle side in front of you. It would not give you too much pressure. At most, it would add a little spice to your life. For example, it would arouse the little desire in your heart. It would make you unconsciously impulsive and more easily seduced. So, Qin Yu soon discovered that bringing Tsang-Zhu along with him wasn't a wise choice. This was because this woman's rapid breathing and the smell that came from her body had become particularly challenging to one's senses. It took a great deal of effort to suppress it, causing ripples in his heart. And what left Qin Yu the most helpless was that as he went deeper, the crack didn't show any signs of bottoming out. Instead, the fog in the air became even thicker. For the time being, he was able to maintain his consciousness. But Tsang-Zhu's condition wasn't quite right. Her breathing became faster and faster. Her hand that held onto Qin Yu's hand was wet and wet. She unconsciously clenched and loosened and tightened again. Fragrant sweat dripped down her face like a peach blossom. This was probably Tsang-Zhu's current state. It was as if all the bones in her body had been pulled out. She weakly leaned against Qin Yu's body. This scene was far too much of a test of one's endurance. Qin Yu felt his nose itch. He wondered if he was going to have a nosebleed. Otherwise, he would lose all face. As he was trying his best to divert his attention, Tsang-Zhu suddenly looked up at him. "Brother Qin, my consciousness isn't clear right now. It is likely that I will destroy the clam pearl. So, please don't touch me, I beg you." For such a proud woman to say such words on her own initiative, the shame and embarrassment in her heart must have already reached the breaking point. Tsang-Zhu bit her lips, trying not to reveal her emotions. But she didn't know that her stubborn appearance right now was even more tempting to a man. Qin Yu cursed inwardly. He kept a straight face and said, "Don't worry, I have no interest in beautiful women with long legs and breasts." How could he praise someone like this? Despite the current situation, Tsang-Zhu couldn't help but feel a little happy. Then, he couldn't help but have a thought. Since the agreement hadn't been completely fulfilled, why not take this opportunity? No, Tsang-Zhu, calm down. Men are all cheap bastards. The easier it is to get something, the more they won't cherish it. Persevere, persevere. The longer you hold on, the better he'll treat you in the future. Only then can your relationship get back on track. Otherwise, the future of a man and a woman who came together because of a deal could be imagined. He hummed and lowered his head. In truth, Tsang-Zhu was very satisfied with Qin Yu's current performance. Although this person was a little cunning and bad, He was not a person who would take advantage of others when they were down. Moreover, he had very strong self-control and restraint. Such a man was most likely not a mediocre person. 4 hours later, the influence of the infernal energy on Hidden Pearl became increasingly strong. She was tightly pressed against Qin Yu's body. She was like a snake, constantly rubbing and squirming. Her eyes were half closed, and she breathed out fragrant air from her nose and mouth. This was simply unbearable. Qin Yu could sense the shame and embarrassment in the depths of this woman's eyes. But as she struggled to maintain a clear consciousness, it was clear that she could no longer suppress the instinctive impulses in her body. Song Zhu was well aware that if Qin Yu wanted to do something at this time, whether it was physically or mentally, there was no way for her to refuse. There was even a bit of anticipation that she didn't want to admit, but it was still there. This was just too shameful. Had he already sensed it and was about to make a move? Should she pretend to have no reaction, or should she take the initiative to cooperate? Would this be difficult to bear? She had asked the big sisters in the clan several times, but all of them had strange expressions. Qin Yu closed his eyes and then opened them again. He suddenly reached out and placed his hand on Sangju's pink neck. The moment he touched her, she let out a soft moan, but that was all. His 5 fingers tightened around her neck, and then his arm pushed outwards, as if he were grabbing onto a naughty little rabbit and lifting her into the air. If you're not conscious, then sleep for a while. It's good for your body. Hearing these words, Hidden Pearl's forehead was slapped. Her vision darkened and she instantly fainted. She was finally quiet. Qin Yu let out a long breath. He couldn't help but grit his teeth. Bringing this woman along with him was definitely a mistake. It wasn't that there was no way to fix it. If he left her here to fend for herself, he would be free. But to go back on his word like this was far too tasteless. Moreover, Qin Yu still hadn't asked Song Zhu about the secret. It wasn't that he had forgotten, but that Song Zhu was very smart. She knew that only by holding back could she ensure her own safety to the greatest degree. Qin Yu could understand this. He originally wanted to wait and find a chance to ask her, but who knew that this woman would be so useless? She couldn't resist the temptation of the infernal energy, and almost even led him astray. He took a deep breath. Because Qin Yu suddenly felt that he should use his own personal experience as an example to argue for men. In truth, when they made a mistake, they really shouldn't bear all the responsibility. It was just that the little fae outside were far too bewitching. If he wasn't careful, he would fall into a trance. Luckily, Qin Yu, was able to keep his composure. Qin Yu swept his eyes around. Song Zhu's disheveled appearance and the soft and smooth feeling he felt when he rubbed against her just now, causing his heartbeat to speed up. No, he had to hurry and stop. Why did you ask me what I was looking up for? I suddenly want to study the lines of the cracks in the ground above my head. Why did I have to block my nose with my hand? Haha, in such a deep crack, there isn't any air to circulate all year round. If I feel uncomfortable, can't I just block my nose? What a busybody! After adjusting his condition with great difficulty, Qin Yu thought for a moment and rummaged through his storage treasure. He found some clothes and stuffed Song Zhu inside. He wrapped several layers of clothing around his head, leaving only a small hole to breathe through. This was much better. I won't feel guilty. After all, I'm just keeping my promise to you. But, you woman, you are far too fickle. Not too long ago, you even begged me not to touch you. What you did just now could be considered throwing yourself into my arms. Humph humph, women really can't be trusted. Reaching out his hand, he seemed to be satisfied with the feeling. Qin Yu nodded. Then, as if he were carrying a large birdcage, he walked deeper into the fog. It was already so deep into the night, and they should have reached their destination. Did she really want him to stay here for the New Year's? Perhaps sensing Qin Yu's ridicule, half a day later, he passed through the crack in the ground and an incomparably massive cave suddenly appeared in front of him. It was very sudden. A moment ago, the fog was as thick as the night and it was hard to see your fingers in front of you. But as soon as he took a step forward, it was like he had crossed over some barrier. Like this, a brand new world appeared in front of him without warning. The mountain was very large, so the cave within the mountain was also very large. There was nothing wrong with this simple and direct logic. And in fact, it was very, very large. It was so large that it was like an endless mountain plain. Without the pungent fog, the air became incomparably fresh. There was light shining in front of them. There were lush green trees, endless grasslands, and all sorts of living beings. In fact, Qin Yu even saw some farmers in the fields. At this time, they were all staring at them with wide eyes. There were no accidents nor were there any conflict. All of the living beings here were friendly and harmonious to the point that they were extremely enthusiastic. Even for someone like Qin Yu who was carrying a beautiful unconscious girl in his hands, besides the initial surprise, they were all smiles. Under the warm invitation of the village chief, Qin Yu came to his home as a guest. The mistress of the house was a charming middle-aged woman, and there were also 3 beautiful daughters in the house. Although they all wore coarse clothes, it was hard to hide their beauty. Their eyes were large and their eyelashes fluttered about. They were beautiful to look at. When the dishes were served, she kept sneaking glances at Qin Yu. Then, as she looked, her face blushed red. She didn't even dare to say a single word as she turned her head and ran away. That youthful and lively aura, as well as that youthful and full curves that didn't seem to match, was extremely alluring. The village chief was all smiles. A country girl has been disrespectful. I hope that honored guest doesn't mind. She hesitated for a moment and then pointed at the cloth bag at Qin Yu's feet. If possible, have the honored guest inside come out as well. My wife and little miss can accompany the female guest to freshen up a bit before coming to eat. Qin Yu observed the other party's expression. He couldn't find anything wrong with the other party's face. It was filled with sincerity and sincerity. But he definitely couldn't agree. Even if he didn't use his knees to think, he could guess that there was definitely a problem with this place. Cough. My little sister's body isn't too good and she can't stand too much light, so it's fine to have her stay inside. Oh, if that's the case, then this old man has spoken too much. I hope honored guest doesn't take offense. Please, please, please. This is just some simple food from the countryside. I hope honored guest doesn't mind. The village chief's smile was brilliant. Qin Yu whispered to himself. In his current state, he probably wouldn't die from poison. He immediately raised his chopsticks and raised his cup. After eating and drinking for some time, with the physique of a cultivator, the village chief certainly didn't fear alcohol. Soon, his face flushed red and his eyes blurred. Qin Yu faintly smiled as he saw this. He pulled him over to drink another cup and said, "Village chief, why is our village here? Is there no connection to the outside world?" The village chief hiccuped. He first had an apologetic look on his face and then said, "Our village has been here for many years. No one has left for many years. This is the rule of the village. In the past, there were some disobedient juniors who relied on their strength and fierceness to run away. In the end, they never came back." Qin Yu's eyes flashed. "I won't hide it from the village chief. Me and my little sister ran out from home. We wanted to learn from a great master, but I don't know how we ended up here. I would like to ask the village chief to tell me if there are any legendary great masters here." The village chief waved his hand again and again. "Where did any great masters come from? They are just some tricks to train one's strength. Honored guest, please do not believe them. You two were lucky this time and ran in from the outside, but you don't dare to go out again. As long as we are a bit more diligent, we should be able to make a living with our harvest." As he spoke, his words were relatively clear. But just as he finished speaking, there was a loud thud as he slumped onto the table and began to snore loudly. The mistress clearly understood her man's alcohol tolerance. Perhaps she had been waiting outside the entire time and had walked in when she heard the commotion. She said with an apologetic expression, "Honored guest, I've let you see a joke. He is old but refuses to accept his old age. Where is his alcohol tolerance from the past? I will bring him to a place to settle down first. Honored guest, please wait here for a moment. When I return, I will arrange a place for you and the mistress to stay." She bent down to help the drunken village chief up. She pulled up her clothes, revealing a mature woman's plump and white waist. Although it was a fleeting moment, it was a lingering aftertaste. She stood up and apologetically smiled at Chinyu. Then, she supported the village chief and left. Soon, before Chinyu could process any more thoughts, the mistress returned. Perhaps it was because she had used up some of her strength, but her face was flushed red and her breathing was a bit uneven. "Honored guest, have you eaten?" Seeing Chinyu nod, her smile widened. "Everything to wash up has been prepared. Honored guest, please follow me. We will meet at your residence." The village chief's residence occupied a considerable amount of land. Although the construction wasn't too gorgeous, it inexplicably made one feel comfortable, as if everything should be like this. He pushed open the door to the east room. There was a living room and a living room. Right now, steam was rising from behind the bamboo curtains, as if a bath had already been prepared. The mistress smiled. "The mistress is still asleep. Honored guest, you might as well wash up first and then place her on the bed to continue resting." Chinyu thought for a moment and said, "That's fine too." He untied the cloth bag wrapped in clothes and placed the hidden beads on the bed. He also wanted to see just what the hell was going on right now. If he used her as bait, he might be able to draw out something. This could be considered a last resort. The mistress took a deep breath, her face blushing red. "Honored guest, please follow me to wash up." Chinyu glanced at her and nodded. Now, he would act according to her wishes. He wanted to see just what sort of tricks she could play. Chinyu took off his clothes. When only his white clothes remained, he stepped into the bathtub. "Let's do this." The hostess nodded. With a blushing face, she brought him a cup of water. After washing up a bit, Chinyu thought that this was just so. Suddenly, there was the sound of clothes being undone behind him. She turned her head to look and immediately turned back. How could it be so fierce? The development of this plot was really fast. "Wait a moment, what is the meaning of this, madam?" The mistress was stunned. She mumbled, "I am going in to help the honored guest wash up." Her tone was matter-of-fact, and there was a bit of confusion in her eyes, as if she didn't understand why she was saying this now. This almost made Chinyu think that he was abnormal. There was no way to continue. As Chinyu was considering whether or not to turn hostile, the mistress put on her clothes again. There was a trace of bitterness in her eyes. She looked at Chinyu and said in a soft voice, "I am a broken and withered willow. I am not fit to serve the honored guest. Let my 3 daughters do it. Although they are rough, they are still pretty." Chinyu thought that those 3 young girls were only considered pretty. Her definition of beauty wasn't low at all. Suddenly, he heard a sound outside. He waved his hand. "No need. Our family doesn't have this kind of custom. Madam, you can go by yourself." The mistress nodded and turned to leave. Chinyu stood up from the bathtub. With a thought, his clothes dried. With a thought, his robes automatically appeared and he walked out. "If you're awake, then get up. You can't even pretend to be asleep." Sangju opened her eyes. She stared at him and quietly said, "I was afraid that my words would ruin Brother Qin's plans." Her tone was full of twists and turns. Chinyu rubbed his temples. "Don't think too much about it. Let me briefly explain the current situation to you." After Sangju heard this, she revealed a dignified expression. "There is definitely a problem here." Chinyu was left speechless. He thought that even if she said it, his knees would understand. He looked at Sangju and decisively gave up. What kind of constructive suggestions could she give him? There was no problem. At the very least, from the moment he entered until now, Qin Yu hadn't sensed anything wrong. Besides being startled by the mistress taking off her clothes, it could even be said that this was a nearly perfect example of hospitality. But there was no problem. This was the greatest problem. Qin Yu felt that this village was strange everywhere. Perhaps he should go out and take a look. That's right, as long as it was a trap, there would definitely be a flaw. If he looked for it, he would surely have a harvest. Qin Yu stood up and said, "I want to go out for a walk. Do you want to come?" Song Zhu quickly nodded. In the courtyard, Qin Yu bid farewell to the mistress. Then, under the bitter gazes of his 3 daughters, he brought Song Zhu out. Just as he stepped out the door, he heard her voice behind him. "How beautiful! Is Brother Qin really not tempted at all?" Qin Yu was disinclined to reply. If he couldn't figure out the situation, why would he be tempted at all? Moreover, this little girl seemed to be underestimating him too much. He could even hold his ground against her, so why would he be afraid of these 3 girls? He couldn't say this. Women were magical creatures. It was best to occasionally praise them, but if he said it too often, it wouldn't have any effect. Chapter 1280. The village wasn't too large. It didn't take much time for Qin Yu and Song Zhu to walk around. The people they met were all incomparably warm and enthusiastic. They answered their questions without any hesitation, and their answers were mostly the same. To summarize, it was roughly as follows: many years ago, an earth-shattering event occurred. In order to take refuge, the ancestors of the village moved their entire family here. Moreover, they strictly ordered their descendants not to take a single step out of the village in order to ensure the continuation of the village. Besides that, it was basically the appearance of an ordinary village. There wasn't anything strange about it. He asked the old turtle and the stone pagoda, and they also received the same answers. This was terrifying. They clearly knew there was a problem, but everything seemed normal, as if besides shedding all pretense of cordiality, there was no other choice. In truth, this wasn't the first time Qin Yu had this thought. But, as long as he thought of this, he would feel restless, as if something horrifying would happen if he really did this. He asked Song Zhu, and she actually had a similar premonition. This left Qin Yu secretly cold, and he didn't dare to act rashly. In fact, he couldn't help but imagine that this village was set up by the ancient ancestors to protect their descendants after they sensed the abnormalities of ancient life forms. But if this was true, then why were the people in this village all ordinary people? Why didn't they have the strength of a cultivator? With an excuse that he wasn't feeling well, he politely declined the hostess's warm invitation to dinner. Then, Qin Yu and Song Zhu locked themselves in their room. Finally, they made a decision, or tomorrow, they would use returning home as an excuse to leave this strange village in this cave. Perhaps it was because they had already made their decision, but after relaxing a little, they actually felt particularly tired. Song Zhu fell asleep first. Qin Yu persisted for a bit longer but still couldn't resist the exhaustion that washed over him like a tide. He closed his eyes and fell asleep on the table. After a dark and dreamless sleep, it was like all the pressure on his body had been washed away. The moment he woke up, he felt an unprecedented sense of relaxation. Qin Yu opened his eyes. He turned around and looked at the still sleeping Song Zhu. It had been a peaceful night and nothing had happened at all. But, why hadn't she been vigilant at all and had directly fallen asleep? This clearly wasn't normal. Qin Yu took a deep breath and stood up to wake up Song Zhu. No matter what this place was, he couldn't stay here any longer. He had to leave immediately. But the moment Qin Yu stood up, his complexion changed. Perhaps it was because he had slept on the table for an entire night, but his legs were sore and numb. He stumbled and grabbed onto the table to prevent himself from falling to the ground. The sound of his fall startled Song Zhu awake. She turned around and asked, "What's wrong?" But at this time, Qin Yu didn't have time to answer her question. His eyes widened in disbelief. Numbness in one's legs after a night of sitting was indeed a normal thing, but this corresponded to the standards of ordinary people. For cultivators there was no pressure at all. But this happened to Qin Yu's body. His first thought was that this wasn't good. He immediately wanted to investigate the situation within his body, and then he froze. Because at this moment, Qin Yu discovered that he had become an ordinary person. All of his strength had completely disappeared. Normally, he could use his spiritual will as he wished, but now, he could not sense it at all. Was it an illusion or a dream? Within his chest, his heart began to beat wildly. An intense restlessness and fear shrouded Qin Yu's mind. What nonsense! Just a day ago, he was a lofty and aloof cultivator who could summon clouds and rain with a wave of his hand. But now, after a night of inexplicable sleep, he had lost all of his martial arts and one of his attributes had been erased. Who would be able to accept the result of switching attributes to a blank account? In particular, after suddenly losing all of his strength, he felt a deep panic and helplessness. It wasn't easy for Qin Yu to be able to calmly think about this. "Brother Qin, what's wrong?" Song Zhu cautiously asked. Qin Yu's complexion was so ugly that he looked like he wanted to eat someone. His face was so gloomy that it seemed as if it could drip water. Unless she was blind, she wouldn't be able to see it. Awakened by her voice, Qin Yu regained his composure. Ignoring the numbness in his feet, he quickly walked over to the bed and grabbed Song Zhu. "Can you sense whether or not your cultivation is still there?" Song Zhu was startled. She was worried that Qin Yu was about to go berserk so early in the morning, but after a moment of disappointment, her complexion paled. Looking at this, there was no need to ask any more questions. Qin Yu rubbed his temples, unable to figure out why things were like this. Song Zhu nearly cried. Her voice trembled as she said, "Brother Qin?" She carefully looked out the window. Qin Yu understood her meaning. In fact, after he forced himself to calm down, he had already thought about what would happen next. After a night, when he faced these two people who had lost their cultivation, what sort of attitude would the people outside have? At this time, there was a knock on the door. It was followed by the gentle voice of the mistress. "Honored guests, are you awake? It's time to eat breakfast." If it was a blessing, it wasn't a curse. If it was a curse, he couldn't avoid it. Qin Yu took a deep breath and turned to open the door. Song Zhu grabbed him and subconsciously shook her head. "We will have to face it sooner or later. There is no way to avoid it." Qin Yu pulled away Song Zhu's hand and arrived at the door. He paused for a moment and then reached out to open the door. Outside, the mistress of the village chief's house seemed to be startled by his solemn expression. "I'm sorry, I have disturbed the honored guest's rest. If it isn't convenient now, you can eat breakfast later." It seemed as if nothing had changed. Qin Yu's heart relaxed a little, but he still didn't dare to be careless. He squeezed out a smile and said, "No, I didn't rest well last night. Madam, please go first. We will be there soon." Time was tight. After the mistress left, Qin Yu quickly returned. "Pretend that nothing happened. Let's take things one step at a time. Perhaps things aren't as bad as you and I think." Reality proved that Qin Yu was right. When he brought Song Zhu to the table, he immediately received an apology from the village chief. He said that he drank too much yesterday and lost face in front of the honored guests, so he asked him not to laugh at him. As for the three daughters, they buried their heads in their food. They would occasionally glance at Qin Yu and then immediately lower their heads, their pink and tender ears blushing red. Soon, they said that they had finished eating. After bowing to Qin Yu and Song Zhu, they turned and hurried out with their farm tools. After the meal, the village chief said that he would be busy with farm work and that the two honored guests could rest at home. After tidying up, he also stood up and left. In the blink of an eye, all that was left was the charming mistress. Qin Yu and Song Zhu sat in the courtyard, both of them feeling a bit relieved. It seemed that there really wasn't a problem. It seemed that the village chief and the others hadn't realized that they had lost their cultivations. What should they do next? Songju looked at Qin Yu. After losing her strength, a woman's heart was even more fragile. She unconsciously regarded him as the only one she could rely on. But Qin Yu wasn't in the mood to enjoy the refreshing feeling of a beautiful woman supporting him. He was constantly trying to communicate with the old turtle and the stone pagoda. But in the end, all his attempts ended in failure. Qin Yu took a deep breath and stood up. I want to try and see whether or not I can leave this place. Songju blurted out, I'll go with you. It was impossible for her to stay behind by herself. Qin Yu nodded, not speaking. The two of them left together. Outside, there was an old man basking in the sun. As he saw the new face, the old man revealed a smile and vaguely greeted him. After nodding in return, Qin Yu turned and walked out of the village. The air was fresh and the wilderness was beautiful. There was no sun overhead, but it was unknown where the light came from. Butterflies spread their wings and several rabbits ran out from the grass, their ears twitching. They vigilantly glanced at Qin Yu and then turned around and jumped back into the grass, vanishing from sight. This scene was tranquil, one that Qin Yu hadn't felt for a long time. But at this time, he wasn't in the mood to pay attention to it. He just kept walking. His heartbeat quickened, his breathing quickened, and his legs grew sore. This was a feeling he hadn't felt for a long time. Qin Yu bitterly smiled. He never thought that there would be a day when he would experience the hardships of being a mortal on the road again. The village was located in a valley. If they wanted to leave, they had to climb up the mountain. When they came down, it was incomparably easy, but when they left, it would be so difficult. The fields were scattered and scattered. They were cut into small flat areas in the mountains. As the farmers saw Qin Yu and Songju walking towards them, they stopped what they were doing and greeted them with smiles on their faces. No one asked them where they were going and no accidents appeared to stop them from leaving the village. It seemed as if this place wasn't guarded at all. They could enter and leave if they wanted. Qin Yu felt that he could still persist for a bit longer, but Songju's footsteps behind him had become much quieter. He looked back and saw that the woman had already fallen over a dozen meters away. Her face was pale and her hair was wet with sweat, sticking to her forehead. She clenched her teeth and didn't speak. He looked up and saw that there was at least half of the road left. Then, he found a stone and sat down. Songju walked over. Before she could say a single word, she leaned against the stone and gasped for breath. This woman was strong on one hand, but she was also worried that Qin Yu would become impatient and leave her behind. After all, in the current situation, who would care about others? Qin Yu could sense this, but he wasn't in the mood to say anything. He closed his eyes and rested. A moment later, he opened his eyes. Let's go. Songju clearly hadn't rested well yet. She didn't say anything, only clenching her teeth and nodding. As they continued to climb the mountain, the wind became a bit stronger. As it blew against their faces, the sweat evaporated and brought with it a cool feeling. But at this time, Qin Yu suddenly stopped. This was because the cool mountain wind now carried a bit more of a fishy smell. After all attributes had been erased, and he had become a whiteboard account, the abilities of this body had actually been preserved. For instance, Qin Yu's 5 senses were far sharper than the average person's. He could sense that there was something wrong with the wind as well as the faint sound of footsteps. Perhaps they sensed that their prey had discovered them. As the dense grass was parted, 2 wild wolves darted out from within. Looking at their sizes, one was male and one was female. Their green eyes fell on the 2 of them. Saliva dripped down their tongues and onto the ground, revealing a cruel and callous expression. Without hesitation, with a low roar, the 2 wild wolves rushed out. The division of labor was clear. The male wolf rushed straight towards Qin Yu, opening his mouth to reveal sharp fangs that shined with a cold light. Chapter 1281. Surprisingly, the village chief had superb archery skills. 2 arrows pierced through the eyes of the 2 wolves. They screamed as they were nailed to the ground, becoming wolf corpses. Song Zhu was in a better condition. Other than being bitten on her arm, she was protected behind her back. However, Qin Yu's robe was soaked in blood. I was almost bitten to death by 2 wolves. Qin Yu laughed at himself. He turned around and fell into Song Zhu's arms. When he woke up again, it was already 3 days later. In the village chief's words, he was really bold. He was about to get married, but he secretly took his wife to the mountains to play. If he didn't pass by, the 2 of them would have been eaten by the wolves. Song Zhu cried tears of joy. After repeatedly thanking the village chief and the others, she nervously looked at Qin Yu, as if she was afraid he would faint again. Perhaps it was because of the high fever that hadn't subsided for 3 days. Although Qin Yu had woken up, he had a splitting headache. His brain felt like it was filled with paste. He could only feel the shadows of people overlapping in front of him. It was so uncomfortable that he wanted to vomit. The village chief stood up and said, "Since you're awake, there won't be any big problems. However, the wounds on your body still need to rest for a while. Chuanfu, don't mess around anymore. When you're better, I'll immediately arrange for you to get married. That way you can control your wild nature." His head was dizzy and uncomfortable, but he heard this sentence clearly. Qin Yu's eyes suddenly brightened. He felt countless memories exploding in his mind, drowning his still weak consciousness. "My name is Zhao Chuanfu, an orphan in the village. My parents died in an accident when I was young. I was raised by the elders in the village. I had a fiancée called Zhu. She was an orphan like me. After we got close, the villagers brought us together. I was very happy because I was finally going to have a family. I was finally not alone. But not long before we got married, probably because I was too happy, I did something stupid. I actually brought Zhu up the mountain. I wanted to help her pick some wild flowers to make her wedding dress. We encountered a wild wolf. Fortunately, the village head saved us. As for me, I acted like a man and used my own life to protect Zhu. This made some of the bastards in the village, who didn't want Zhu to marry me, finally shut their mouth. It was a pleasant surprise. Of course, what made me even happier was that my wounds were finally healed. The wedding date was set. Although there was a scar on my face, Zhu said it was a symbol of a man's courage. Every time I saw this scar, I would remember when I tried to protect her. Zhu was a good woman. I swore I would be good to her for the rest of my life. But the only thing that I don't understand is that after I woke up from my coma, I often dream at night, but I can't remember what happened in my dreams. The wedding process wasn't ostentatious or complicated. Because the newlyweds on both sides were orphans, the village chief was elected by everyone to sit on the elder's seat. He received a big bow from the newlyweds, and his old face beamed like a flower. He said that their parents could rest in peace if they knew. On their wedding night, Zhao Chuanfu had a dream again. He clenched his teeth and clenched his fists. His whole body was drenched in sweat and his whole body was trembling. "Ah!" With a loud shout, he sat up abruptly. Zhu, who had been awakened for a while, hurriedly reached out to hug him and comforted him. "Quan Ji, it's all right, it's just a dream." Quan, he gradually, in his of, and Qin Yu? Who is Qin Yu? Why should I remember this name? Also, what's with the woman's face in the dream? The dream was still vague, but there was something more. In the blink of an eye, 3 months passed. The new family became stable. Everyone in the village praised them as a loving couple. Zhao Chuanfu was a down-to-earth person. He was proficient in farming and hunting. Zhu was also clever and deft. Her weaving skills were recognized by the old women. Their daily lives were quite prosperous. But every night, Zhao Chuanfu would wake up from his dream. Zhu tried her best to comfort him, but it was useless. Another night, Zhao Chuanfu, who was lying on the bed, hugged his head with one hand and punched his chest with the other. When he woke up, he finally told his wife the truth. There was always a voice in his dream, shouting the name Qin Yu. There was also a woman he had never seen before. He held Ah Zhu's hand tightly. His eyes were nervous. "Ah Zhu, I swear I have never done anything wrong to you. I don't have any impression of this name, or this woman. But I don't know why the voice in my dream and the woman's figure became vague. I felt very uncomfortable. It was like my chest was about to be cut open." Ah Zhu hugged him. She tried to keep calm. Her eyes were full of tenderness. "I believe you. Of course I believe you. Brother Quan, since it will make you feel uncomfortable to forget this name and that woman, then find a way not to forget. Maybe you can get rid of this nightmare." That day Zhao Chuanfu, who always worked hard, did not go out with his farm tools. Instead, he went to Old Man Wang's house at the entrance of the village to ask him for advice on carpentry. It was also from that day onwards that Zhao Chuanfu became the second person in the village to know how to carve. He studied very seriously and improved very quickly. 2 years later, before Old Man Wang passed away, he smiled and said that he had already surpassed his predecessor and could finish his apprenticeship. After finishing his work in the fields, Zhao Chuanfu ate dinner with Ah Zhu. Before the sky darkened, Zhao Chuanfu put down his bowl and chopsticks. Then, he got up and walked into the backyard. Behind him, Azu looked at his back with a complicated look in her eyes. She immediately laughed and shook her head. She was really too much. How could she be jealous of a statue? Fortunately, she did not show it in front of Brother Quan. Otherwise, it would make him feel embarrassed. If he wanted to carve, then he could carve. After all, that kind of painting wouldn't appear in this remote and secluded mountain village. She could just consider it a cure for her obsession. But at this time, Zhao Chuanfu had already picked up a piece of wood. He sat down in front of the polished table and began to work after a moment of thought. The carving tool was specifically given to him by Old Man Wang. Although he had used it for many years, it was still nimble and sharp in Zhao Chuanfu's hand. As his hands moved, wood shavings and fragments fell down. Soon a woman's face appeared. Although it was still rough and her eyebrows weren't clear, just the simple outline of her face made one feel a sense of peerless beauty. As time passed, the statue in Zhao Chuanfu's hands gradually turned into a palm-sized, lifelike beauty. The corners of her lips curled up. Her full and round lips carried a gentle smile. When combined with her black eyes, it gave off a faint feeling as if she were staring at you and smiling at you. Zhao Chuanfu was stunned for a moment. He took a deep breath and closed his eyes. When his heart calmed down, he turned and pushed open the door to the newly built wooden house in the backyard. At this time, the sun was setting in the west and the light was dim. Inside the house, there were neatly arranged wooden shelves with statues quietly placed on them. Several wooden shelves were now mostly full. Zhao Chuanfu placed the statue in his hand on top and said in a soft voice, "Qin Yu, is that your name? Although I don't know why I can hear your voice, I think you want me to help you remember this woman. Don't worry, I will make a statue every day. Even if my memory is blurry the next day, as long as I close my eyes, my instinct will tell me to make a statue that is exactly the same as her. Like this, I will never forget her. So, if this is your goal, you have already accomplished it. Can you not pester me any more?" On this night, the dream that had tormented Zhao Chuanfu for so many years finally vanished. It was also from this day onwards that Zhu thoroughly extinguished her desire to have Zhao Chuanfu stop sculpting. In the blink of an eye, the two had been married for 10 years. Their days became better and better. After the village chief passed away, some people even suggested that Zhao Chuanfu take over, but he ultimately declined. But it was this enviable family that caused many old people in the village to sigh, because they never had children of their own. Some people said that Zhao Chuanfu couldn't have a family in the end. When the two of them grew old, their bloodline would be severed and they were doomed to die without a family. Zhu cried her heart out that night. The next day, Zhao Chuanfu blushed with embarrassment in front of the villagers. From then on, no one mentioned these matters again. Another 5 years passed. A Zhu said that she was willing to divorce. With Zhao Chuanfu's reputation, there would be other girls willing to marry him and carry on the family line. For the first time, Zhao Chuanfu lost his temper. He said that she was the only woman he would ever have in his life, and that there would never be a second one. A Zhu was moved to tears in his arms. Zhao Chuanfu, who had always been honest and kind, suddenly stiffened. Guilt appeared in his eyes, because he felt that he had lied to his wife, even though he hadn't done anything wrong to her. But he probably really did fall in love with the statue he made. Sometimes, he even had the urge to lock himself up in that wooden house that was several times larger than before, not wanting to go out. But in the end, he held himself back. Zhao Chuanfu tried to stop making statues, but as if it was an instinct that had been branded into his bones, he found that he couldn't do it. 10 years, another 10 years passed. Batch after batch of old people left the village. Looking at his reflection in the water basin, Zhao Chuanfu discovered that he had also become an old man with a head full of white hair and a face full of wrinkles. The children born later in the village were all very willing to get close to this lonely old couple. Not only was it because their mother-in-law's candy was delicious, but the little wooden animals that Grandpa Fu made also made them scream with joy. Grandpa Fu! Grandpa Fu! Grandma! Grandma! After school, a group of monkeys pushed open the door and rushed into the courtyard. They were startled and immediately fell silent. This was because many of their fathers and grandparents were gathered in the courtyard. Zhao Chuanfu heard the commotion and came out of the house. He took out a wrapped candy and handed it to the children. His voice trembled. Grandma is sick. I don't have time to make anything for you today, but I'm sure there will be some in a few days. 2 days later, in the night, his mother-in-law's condition worsened. The only doctor in the village cupped his hands together in shame. Grandma doesn't have much time left. He was a member of the younger generation. When he was a child, he had received candy from this old couple, as well as wooden horse and sword carvings. Although they had no children, they were still incomparably loving and kind old people. He had a heartfelt respect for them. Zhao Chuanfu was silent for a moment. Then, he softly said, "That's good." She always said that she didn't want to be the last to leave. She wanted to save face and didn't want others to say it. In fact, she was afraid of the dark. In the early nights, she was always woken up, so she must have suffered a lot. As he spoke, his voice began to tremble. He endured it and cupped his hands together. There are no juniors at home, so I'm afraid I will have to trouble all of you to help me tomorrow. Before I leave, there are some words that I would like to say to this old woman alone. Please wait outside. Everyone stood up and silently left. Zhao Chuanfu came to the bed and reached out to hold his wife's hand. You were always afraid that the two of us would be alone. What would we do if we got sick when we grew old? Now, there's no need to be afraid. You can leave so quickly, so you will suffer less. Moreover, I will accompany you, so there's no need to be afraid. Perhaps hearing his voice, his granny slowly opened her eyes after several breaths of time. I'm not afraid of myself, but I'm worried about what will happen to you. You can accompany me today, but who will accompany you in the future? As she spoke, tears began to fall. Zhao Chuanfu smiled. My body is in good health. I'm afraid I still have several more years to live. The future can be considered in the future, so don't think too much about it. He saw his granny's face turn rosy at a speed visible to the naked eye. Although he was smiling, the rims of his eyes turned red. Don't cry, I'm not crying. It's just that my eyes are uncomfortable from staying up all night. Everyone has this day. You can leave first, but sooner or later, I will come down and reunite with you. Zhao Chuanfu hesitated for a moment. He softly said, There is something that I have felt guilty about for half my life. If I don't tell you, I won't feel at ease. He looked into his granny's eyes. I fell in love with the statue that I made a long time ago. Although it was a dead object, I still felt that something was wrong. I was afraid that you wouldn't let me continue, so I never dared to say it. Can you forgive me? His granny nodded. I already knew that the way you looked at the statue couldn't lie to me, but she is a statue. I am the woman who has accompanied you your entire life. I am magnanimous and won't compete with her for your heart. Zhao Chuanfu's body trembled. His eyes revealed a trace of fear and shame. He never thought that his deepest thoughts would be discovered. Azu, I'm sorry. His granny smiled. I said I don't blame you. I don't regret being able to spend a lifetime with you, but, just who was this woman? I didn't even get to see her before I died. I still feel a bit of regret. Old man, my time is up. Don't be sad. Take care of yourself. His granny left. There were tears in her eyes, but her expression was serene. Zhao Chuanfu held her hand until dawn. Then, he went out to invite her in so that he could take care of his funeral. After his funeral, the days of living alone were dry and boring. Luckily, the children of the village would come to ask for puppets from time to time, allowing Zhao Chuanfu to gradually adapt. He no longer needed to farm or hunt. The villagers were willing to support him until he died. Zhao Chuanfu was finally able to lock himself up in his room every day, spending time with the statues he had made his entire life. Azu said she felt regret before she died. In truth, I also feel regret. Just who are you? And where are you? In this life, I fear I won't have a chance to see you again. In truth, I don't have any other thoughts. I just want to ask, who is that person called Qin Yu? The scale expanded once more. In the wooden house that occupied the entire backyard, there was only the sound of the old man muttering to himself. Finally, there was a boy in the village who was willing to learn carpentry. He was an 8-year-old child named Mu Sheng. He respectfully kowtowed to Zhao Chuanfu, taking him as his disciple. Mu Sheng seemed to be born with this skill. He learned at an astonishing speed. In just 2 months, he was able to use the carving knife that Zhao Chuanfu had passed down to him. But the astonishingly large wooden house in the backyard was still his forbidden zone. Zhao Chuanfu never allowed him to enter. Children were always curious and mischievous. After enduring for a long time, Mu Xing finally found a chance. He pushed open the door of the wooden house and saw countless statues of women. They were all of the same person, and they were all beautiful and moving. Because of this, Zhao Chuanfu, who had always liked him, became angry for the first time. He slapped his palm, but even though it hurt so much that he cried, he still looked up and asked, "Grandpa Fu, who is that beautiful fairy sister?" This question was met with several more slaps. Zhao Chuanfu waved his hand to drive Mu Xing away. He looked up at the wooden house. Because he didn't know the answer to this question. Mu Xing was very obedient. He didn't say anything about the statues in the wooden house. This became a secret between the two of them. Spring came and autumn came. In the blink of an eye, another 3 years passed. This winter was particularly cold. Zhao Fuchuan gently coughed. He frowned as he looked at the endless white snow outside. Suddenly, a trace of enlightenment appeared in his mind. His time had arrived. There was no fear, no unwillingness. In fact, at this moment, there was an inexplicable sense of relief in his heart. After a series of steps on the snow, Mu Xing pushed open the door and came in. "Grandpa Fu, I've come to bring you food. My mother's dumplings are delicious. I rushed over as soon as they came out. Eat them while they're hot." Zhao Fuchuan smiled and nodded. "Thank you. It's snowing and cold, and it's getting late. Hurry home and eat." Mu Xing glanced at him. "Grandpa Fu, I'll come back after eating. I'll stay here to accompany you tonight." Zhao Fuchuan waved his hand, his attitude firm. Mu Xing hesitated again and again. He said that if there was anything, he could ring the bell. His ears were good, and he would definitely hear it. After receiving a reply, he bid farewell and left. Zhao Fuchuan glanced at the string tied to the doorway to ring the bell. He got up and pulled open the thick cotton cloth. Steaming hot dumplings appeared in front of him. They were indeed delicious. Unfortunately, his appetite was bad with age. When there were only 5 dumplings left, Zhao Fuchuan rubbed his stomach and put down his bowl and chopstick. It was good enough that he had eaten his fill. As for the remaining 5, he would just keep them as a memento. Zhao Fuchuan returned to his bed and lay down. His mind flashed with all the memories of his life. Then, with a single thought in his mind, he fell into a dark and sweet dream. That girl who had lived in his mind for an entire lifetime, that girl who was incomparably painful to forget. Just who was Qin Yu? I'm about to die. Can't I get an answer? In the dark night, the wind howled and snow howled. The old man on the bed gradually stopped breathing as he carried this thought that had plagued him for the rest of his life. Who am I? Where am I? Why is it so dark in front of me? Kacha, where did that sound come from? There's light, it's blinding. He subconsciously raised his hand to block in front of him. His dazed consciousness finally returned. My name is Zhao Fuchuan, and I'm already dead. Even before I die, I still have a question. That question is, his hand suddenly stopped. After a long time, there was a sigh. So, I am Qin Yu. Chapter 1282. Who, suddenly, a great wind rose up. Like the autumn wind sweeping away fallen leaves, the fog that filled one's field of vision was instantly torn apart. Hidden deep within the mountain was an incomparably massive cave. Within this cave, there were 13 stone statues of giant beasts carrying stone pillars on their back. They were covered in dark black scales and had large horns on their heads. They were fierce-looking dragons. Their wings were spread out and their claws and beaks were like hooks. Their limbs were thick and strong and their shells were cracked like abysses. They seemed like turtles that could support the heavens. Their bodies were pitch black and their 1,000 eyes were angry. 13 stone statues, each one carrying a giant stone pillar on their back. They were vivid and lifelike. Looking at them, one would feel a sense of oppression as if they could wake up at any moment. They stood scattered, as if they were one with the stone pillars above their heads. It was like they were working together to prop up this cave. Their feet sank into the ground. The mountain stone couldn't withstand the weight of tens of thousands of pounds, thus countless cracks appeared. Each crack was like a horrifying maw. Around these 13 stone statues, there were also countless stone statues that were either lying or standing. There were beasts, birds, variation species, and even human cultivators. And originally, Qin Yu was also one of the most unremarkable of these stone statues. But now, the solidified layer of stone around him had shattered, allowing him to see the light and obtain a new life. Congratulations, Master, for crossing the heart-tempering tribulation. From now on, your Tao heart will be eternally firm, and you will no longer be disturbed by external evils. Your great Tao is destined to be unimpeded. The stone pagoda's voice revealed a rare excitement, filled with praise and joy. Even though the stone pagoda had been by Qin Yu's side for a long time and had seen his extraordinary luck, it still filled its heart with despair not too long ago. This was because what Qin Yu experienced was a heart-tempering tribulation that no one could interfere with. He could only rely on his own will to resist it. This tribulation tempered a cultivator's heart towards the Tao. If one didn't have great willpower and obsession, it was impossible to withstand it. Once one's heart towards the Tao was destroyed, they would lose their beliefs and completely forget their own mark. Then, they would forever fall into the heart-tempering tribulation and perish. Perhaps it was difficult to truly feel how terrifying it was with a simple description, but clear evidence was often more powerful. For hundreds of millions of years, the heart-tempering tribulation of the Lost Garden Mountain had welcomed countless trial challengers, all of whom had become one of the stone statues here. Qin Yu was the first and only person to awaken. The others were all here. And at this time, as his consciousness returned to normal, he was already aware of what had happened to his body. As he heard these words, his expression remained calm. He flicked his sleeves and removed the stone fragments from his body. Then, he turned around and looked at Sangju, who was still in a stone statue state. A complicated look appeared in his eyes, but it was quickly concealed. It was just a tribulation of tempering one's heart. Now that the tribulation had passed, everything that he had experienced during the tribulation would disappear forever like a bubble. He took a deep breath and let out a breath. Then, he lifted a finger and touched Sangju's forehead. "Wake up!" He exhaled and shouted. Just as his voice fell, "Kacha, Kacha!" sounds of shattering rang out. The layer of stone outside the hidden pearl's body shattered. This heart-tempering tribulation was a tribulation the two of them had to cross together. If Qin could survive, she could also survive. It was just that she wouldn't be able to obtain any harvests from the heart tribulation. "Ah!" Sangju cried out. She lifted a hand in front of her eyes. After several breaths of time, she saw Qin standing in front of her. His eyes widened in pleasant surprise. "Big Brother Quan!" He pounced forward. But in the next moment, just a few feet away from Qin, he froze where he was. He looked at his face, his eyes frozen. Qin lightly said, "It was nothing more than a dream. Now that you have awoken from your dream, Miss Sangju shouldn't care too much about it." Sangju was stunned. She took a step back. "Brother Qin is right. The heart tribulation is like a dream has already passed, so there's no need to mention it again." Qin nodded and changed the topic. "I think we've arrived at the deepest part of this mountain." "These 13 stone statues," Qin said, "they are stone statues. But not too long ago, you and I nearly became one of these stone statues. So, many years ago, there were 13 incomparably powerful ancient life forms in front of us. In fact, I can't help but think that they might have been one of the existences that created the Lost Garden." Sangju's eyes brightened. Then, she frowned. After a moment of hesitation, she took a deep breath and said, "Before, I said that I would tell Brother Qin a secret. Now I can tell you." She looked at Qin and took a deep breath. "Before, the fragments that I gave to Brother Qin were likely fragments of some powerful life form after it broke out of its shell." Qin pupils shrank. "Eggshell speak?" In truth, this was indeed unexpected. And what left him even more incredulous was the terrifying strength contained within this eggshell. Even the body of a true saint puppet was as fragile as an ant, easily destroyed with a single strike. If this really was only an eggshell, then just how terrifying was the life form bred within it? Faintly, he seemed to think of something, but he couldn't grasp what it was. Sangju continued to say, "I came from the East Sea, so it is highly likely that the old ancestor of my clan came from the Lost Garden, from this towering mountain." Qin subconsciously rejected this. Impossible. The life forms within the Lost Garden are all restricted by the rules of the world. It is absolutely impossible for them to leave this place. Sangju said, "Although this is the truth, there are exceptions to everything in this world. I don't know the specifics, but it is highly likely that my clan's old ancestor escaped the Lost Garden through a great calamity that occurred in the early years of the world." She bit her lips. "This time, the old ancestor wished to take my brother and me's lives in order to extend his own lifespan. I was willing to die, but how innocent is my younger brother. Thus, he came to the Lost Garden in an attempt to find other ways to help the old ancestor extend his life." Qin said, "What else do you know?" Sangju took a deep breath. "Brother Qin, in the future, if there is a chance that we can find something to extend our lifespan, I hope that you can give me a portion. I don't need too much. All lucky chances and good fortune will belong to Brother Qin, and Sangju will not take any more than that." Her eyes were filled with pleading. Qin said, "All right." Sangju bowed. "Thank you, Brother Qin." With just a single word, she believed him. She didn't believe this Qin, but she was willing to believe in the man who had once shared a mortal life with her in her heart tribulation. Sangju stood up. Before coming to the Lost Garden, I secretly looked through the old ancestor's note. There seems to be a terrifying life form suppressed within this mountain. And in the past, the reason that ancient life forms were able to resist the great calamity of the world and forcefully construct the Lost Garden was because they had the corpse of this terrifying life form as their foundation. What you and I see now is that the true function of these 13 ancient life forms' stone statues is likely to suppress the corpse of that terrifying life form and use its strength to maintain the existence of the Lost Garden. As for the stone pillars above their heads, they are the channels through which energy is transmitted. Deep within Qin Yu's mind, a brilliant light exploded. He had finally grasped the thought that had been wavering in his mind before. It was just a piece of eggshell, yet it possessed such terrifying power that it could easily wipe out the puppet body of a true sage. What Sangju had said was that the ancient life forms had used the energy from the corpse of that terrifying life form to construct the Lost Garden that defied the will of the world. It had to be known that the only one that could defy the will of the world was the world itself, or an existence that possessed the ability to communicate with the world. That was a pre-celestial spirit, because looking at the vast world, only a pre-celestial spirit could accomplish this. Qin Yu thought back to the underground lake of magma and the spirit snake he had killed and refined. Could it be that buried within this mountain were its parents? No, that couldn't be right. A pre-celestial spirit was born from the world, so it was impossible for it to reproduce. Moreover, when Qin Yu heard the words "Do you need protection?" where did they come from? Why couldn't Sangju hear them? Could it be because he had refined and absorbed over half of the strength of the spirit snake? Qin Yu's thoughts were like the sea, but he didn't reveal any of it on his face. As the saying went, if one's chest was struck by thunder, one's face would be as still as a lake. The heart-tempering tribulation tempered one's heart towards the Tao. At the same time, it also tempered one's will and obsession. It was enough to temper one's nerves to an incomparably tough state. Stone Pagoda! He shouted out in his heart. The Stone Pagoda said, "Master, I am listening." It was silent for several breaths of time. The information is fragmented and I cannot make an accurate judgment. But I can only tell Master that this isn't impossible. The corpse of a pre-celestial spirit, a complete pre-celestial spirit in its peak state. If this is true, then the ancient life forms of the past must have done something far greater than anyone can imagine. But this isn't right. For a mature pre-celestial spirit, unless its fate has come to an end and it naturally dissipates from the world, becoming a part of the world once more, there is no one that has the qualifications to kill it, because it is nearly the world itself. The old turtle suddenly said, "You forgot something. The spirit snake that you and I joined forces to kill was also a pre-celestial spirit. It is also an innate spirit that has been imprisoned by the rules of the Lost Garden. For countless years, it has remained in an infant state." The Stone Pagoda blurted out, "Nirvanic rebirth. Rebirth." Its voice trembled. If the legends are true, then there really is a possibility. Qin Yu furrowed his eyebrows. What is it? The Stone Pagoda rapidly spoke. In the legends, every epoch that passes by, a pre-celestial spirit will approach the end of its life. It can choose to dissipate and return to the world once more. Or, through some marvelous method, it can give birth to a new version of itself. Then, it can grow and awaken, starting a new life. This process is called nirvanic rebirth. The shadow of the abyss reminded me that the spirit snake that Master killed before was likely a pre-celestial spirit that underwent nirvanic rebirth, or, it could be said that it was an incomplete and newly born pre-celestial spirit. Thus, it was restricted by the rules of the Lost Garden and was trapped in a juvenile state. That's right, this is a very likely possibility. Before this, I suspected that even if ancient lifeforms were able to open up a lost garden in defiance of the heavens, it would be absolutely impossible for them to restrict the growth of a pre-celestial spirit. This is because that is the same as a self-perfecting process of a small world. But if it is incomplete, then there is a possibility. Moreover, this can also explain why those incomparably powerful ancient era's organisms would suddenly vanish a long time ago. It was as if they were directly erased from the river of time by an invisible hand, and not a trace of them was left behind. The old turtle indicated that he didn't understand what the stone pagoda was saying. But this wasn't important. What was important was that he had interfered. Now, the stone pagoda was no longer the only person in the limelight. Qin Yu also didn't understand. But he didn't urge the stone pagoda. It was like he was organizing his thoughts. After several breaths of time, the stone pagoda took a deep breath and said, "Master, I will tell you a story. It might be true, or it might just be a wrong imagination that we came up with based on the current information. A long, long time ago, there was a powerful pre-celestial spirit that lived to the end of an era. It didn't want to die, so it chose to undergo nirvanic rebirth. But, for some unknown reason, this secret was leaked out. Or perhaps it was a group of desperate thugs that just happened to find the best opportunity. And this group of desperate thugs were the ancient lifeforms that once ruled over the vast Yang world. After undergoing nirvanic rebirth, the pre-celestial spirit was in an unprecedentedly weak state. This gave the ancient lifeforms a chance. They gathered their most powerful existences and joined forces to launch an attack against the pre-celestial spirit. The result of this battle was that nearly all of the ancient lifeforms' powerhouses perished. As for the pre-celestial spirit, it was also killed. Its corpse became the foundation that the ancient lifeforms relied on to construct the lost garden. But before it died, the pre-celestial spirit split off and created an incomplete version of itself. That version just happened to be sealed away by the lost garden. In other words, it was the spirit snake that Master killed. The story wasn't complex and it was soon finished. But, whether it was Qin Yu, the stone tower, or the old turtle, none of them spoke again. Because if this was the truth of history, then not only did it prove how powerful and crazy the ancient lifeforms of the past were, but it also meant that there was a high chance that they were in the grave of a mature pre-celestial spirit. And this dead pre-celestial spirit, even if it was only the remnant strength of its corpse, was able to contend with the will of the world and maintain the existence of the lost garden to this day. If this was all, then perhaps they would sigh in amazement and feel their hearts surge with excitement. But Qin Yu was different because not too long ago, he had killed a spirit snake and plundered its strength. Qin Yu, the old turtle, the stone tower, and even the robed purple-back blue-wing ants, all of them had a part in this. There were two possibilities. The first was that they had been instinctively erased by the pre-celestial spirit. Based on what they knew, in the blink of an eye, all of them would be crushed into dregs. But up until now, they had entered the mountain and hadn't encountered any terrifying strength that they couldn't resist. In other words, this possibility could be ignored. Then, there was only the second possibility. Qin Yu could hear a voice that Song Zhu couldn't hear. That voice had asked him if he needed protection. Could this be considered a sign that it had obtained a preliminary approval? In fact, that voice might even be the remnant instincts left behind by the pre-celestial spirit's mortal body after it died. It had already approved of Qin Yu. Or, to be more precise, it had approved of the spirit snake's strength that had been refined and absorbed within Qin Yu's body. But this wasn't important. What was important was that at this moment, Qin Yu, the stone tower, and the old turtle had discovered the possibility of a golden mountain once more. Or, to put it more accurately, it was a terrifying dining table so large that it could cover the heavens and earth. This table was filled with a sumptuous feast that had been prepared for them, the already dead adult pre-celestial spirit. Chapter 1283. Of course, the premise of all of this was that the story told by the stone pagoda was correct. Otherwise, it would just be a beautiful daydream. So, even though it was tempting to the point of bursting with temptation, Qin Yu quickly wiped away the drool in his mouth and calmed himself down. He took a deep breath and said, "I've made Miss Tsangzhu laugh at me." Or, it could be said that she had a clear understanding of the secret she had just revealed. Thus, she remained silent and waited for Qin Yu to respond. In truth, Tsangzhu was a bit surprised that Qin Yu was able to restore his composure so quickly. No, Brother Qin's reaction was much better than I imagined. Qin Yu wasn't in the mood to say anything else, even if he was being praised by a beautiful woman. He said, "Miss Tsangzhu, can you give me a guarantee?" Tsangzhu shook her head. "I cannot. As I said before, these things are things that I learned after secretly looking through the old ancestors' record. But, at least for now, the contents are basically trustworthy." Qin Yu nodded to express his understanding. His heart was filled with even more excitement. Tsangzhu's current attitude was correct. If she had given him a firm guarantee, then Qin Yu would have had a question mark in his heart. Then, the most important thing now was to verify whether or not the story told by the stone pagoda was correct. What do we do next? Tsangzhu looked at the 13 ancient creature statues in front of her. She slowly said, "According to the old ancestors' records, in order to find it, one must go to the deepest depths. The vast white is endless, the land where all life is buried." She paused for a moment and then continued, "But this place clearly isn't the deepest." Qin Yu frowned. His eyes fell on the massive cracks beneath the 13 stone statues. Since this place wasn't the deepest, he could only continue downward. Ever since he stepped into the cracks in the Illusion World Spider Cave, he had gone through countless trials and tribulations to reach this point. If he continued downwards, just how deep was it? After all, this mountain was far too large from the outside, so large that it left one feeling despair. But since he had come this far and heard the story of the stone pagoda, there was no reason for him to give up halfway. "Let's go." Qin Yu reached out and grabbed Tsangzhu's hand. The two of them passed through the stone statues and walked towards the closest crack. But as they looked down, they both froze, disbelief on their faces. Because with just a glance, they saw the scene of endless whiteness that Tsangzhu had just described. They finally understood why ancestor Tsangzhu's records said that all life was buried. White bones, an endless amount of white bones. Looking through the crack, it was impossible to see the edge. They were so thick and densely packed together that it seemed like they covered the entire earth. It was hard to imagine just how many creatures had to be killed for the white bones of their rotting corpses to accumulate into such a terrifying pile. Suddenly, a shriek rang in his ears. It was as if a vengeful spirit that had been sleeping for countless years had been awakened by the prying eyes of the two. The sharp cry pierced through his eardrums and instantly caused his ears to ring. His chest felt heavy to the point of wanting to vomit blood. Because this cry seemed to be a single cry at first, but when it entered his ears, he would notice that it was countless sharp cries that fused together. It was filled with indescribable resentment and ruthlessness that almost condensed into substance, and it seemed as if it wanted to drag everything in the world into destruction. Pa, two white bone claws suddenly drilled out from the crack, grabbing onto Qin Yu and Tsangzhu's ankles and pulling them towards the crack. The moment Tsangzhu was grabbed by the bone claws, her body stiffened. Her exposed skin was instantly covered in a layer of ash white. If one looked carefully, they would discover that her skin was pale white. Beneath it, there seemed to be air currents surging around, constantly eroding away at her body. I was too careless. Qin Yu paled. When he faced the 13 ancient creature statues, he had to face the tribulation of tempering his heart. Since this crack in the ground led straight to the land of white bones, how could it not have some killing method? But this time, what he encountered with Tsangzhu was an extremely terrifying curse strength. It instantly sealed away his soul, and then corroded his flesh and blood. If he couldn't resist it, his body would soon rot away and he would become one of the countless bones that fell from the crack in the ground. The only consolation was that although the curse that came from the endless bones was terrifying, Qin Yu wasn't completely defenseless. The moment that the bone claws grabbed him, a purple mark lit up between Qin Yu's eyebrows. In the next moment, the phantom of a boundless blood sea appeared with Qin Yu at the center. Countless sea monster phantoms appeared, all of them rearing their heads back and roaring at the heavens. In the endless sea, Qin Yu had slaughtered all the sea beasts there to forcefully break the sea spirit's curse and smoothly condense the curse mark. At this time, the curse mark began to take effect. It resisted and even backlashed against the curse that came from the endless bones. As if they were stung by pain, countless roars suddenly echoed from the land where billions of bones were buried. Then, cracking sounds rang out, as if hailstones were raining down from the sky and entering everyone's ears. The countless piles of bones began to shiver, as if they were about to awaken from their deep slumber. Qin Yu's ears buzzed and his consciousness was instantly lifted up. With a strong sense of weightlessness, he crossed through the layers of fog. Suddenly, his field of vision brightened. The blazing hot sun above his head caused him to subconsciously narrow his eyes. Then, he was stunned by the countless pained and desperate roars coming from the ground. On the ground, countless lives were crazily fleeing like animals. But they had been blocked off in all directions by incomparably powerful ancient life forms. They were like powerless waves crashing into a sturdy shore, powerlessly smashing into it. Fresh blood. Countless drops of fresh blood splattered through the air. The ancient era's organisms were crazily slaughtering without the slightest scruple. The earth had already been dyed red. Under the illumination of the blazing and bright sunlight, even the sky was dyed red. Suddenly, a roar exploded between the heavens and earth. Qin Yu's eyes widened because he could understand the will contained within this voice. Although it was only a single roar, it released a terrifying curse strength. In that instant, death arrived upon all the struggling, fleeing, and roaring lives. They cried out in despair or begged for mercy, but none of this was able to affect their final fate. Death arrived as expected. Like grass being crushed by a strong gust of wind, they fell to the ground and died. Their flesh and blood rapidly decayed, fusing into the earth. All that was left over were white bones that piled up together in a miserable and terrifying manner. Qin Yu's eyes widened. His intuition told him that what he was seeing now was something that truly happened in the distant past. Because of some unknown reason, the ancient life forms launched a massacre, creating the terrifying scene of white bones that he and Songzhu saw through the crack in the earth. Just who was that roar just now? How could it possess such a terrifying might that it was able to curse and kill trillions of lives? Qin Yu looked towards the source of the voice. Then, he saw a terrifying 100,000-foot tall body surrounded by countless ancient life forms, as if it were supporting the entire world. There were 10,000 eyes densely packed on its terrifying body. At this time, it seemed as if it had consumed too much of its strength. Their eyes were half-closed, incomparably dim. Right before Qin Yu's eyes. The moment his gaze fell on the 10,000-eyed giant beast, it seemed to sense something. With a deep roar, all its eyes opened. An intense sense of crisis instantly flooded his mind. A feeling of rapidly sinking came over him. Qin Yu stuffily coughed and his consciousness returned to his body. A stabbing pain spread through his body. He looked down at his hands and saw that the flesh and blood of one of his fingers had completely decayed, revealing white bone. This was the power of the curse that erupted from the 10,000-eyed giant beast just now? But it was clearly just an illusion. At most, it was something that happened in the distant past, but it actually possessed true killing intent. Moreover, Qin Yu's consciousness had returned to his body the moment he was discovered. It was highly likely that he had only been slightly contaminated by the power of the curse. Just like this, the flesh and blood of one of his fingers had decayed, and this was on top of the fact that there was a curse mark on it. If it were any other cultivator who had been contaminated by a bit more of the power of the curse, they would likely have turned into a pile of bones in the blink of an eye. Terrifying and inconceivable! Qin Yu's heart raced like thunder. It wasn't just because he had inexplicably brushed shoulders with death just now, but because he had a premonition that something incomparably terrifying was about to happen. Bang, bang, the earth violently shook. Loud rumbling sounds echoed out from the cracks in the earth, as if countless hands were trying to tear them apart. Crash, crash, in the cave, the stone statues shattered into countless pieces along with the tremors. Some of them had completely turned into stone, while some of them still had a few white bones left. The moment these bones fell down, they flew into the cracks, as if they could feel some intense summoning. Qin Yu discovered that the bone claw grabbing onto his ankle had already disappeared. There was no time to think. He turned and grabbed the hidden bead. Then, he rapidly drew backwards. The moment he left, an incomparably massive stone fell where the two of them were. As Qin Yu retreated, he looked up and his pupils shrank. He saw that the 13 ancient life-form stone statues had cracks all over them. The large stone that had fallen down was a stone that had fallen off from one of them. As Qin Yu's eyes fell on this stone statue, a pair of crimson eyes suddenly opened. A roar seemed to cross the endless years, filled with the tyrannical aura of ancient times. The 13 stone statues that had been transformed into ancient life forms for an unknown number of years were now resurrected. Bang, bang, there was a heaven-shaking explosion. The stone covering their bodies fell to the ground. They roared out, their gazes piercing through the cracks in the ground and looking at the endless white bones. It was as if their sole purpose for existing here was to suppress this land of white bones so that they would never be able to escape. Beneath the cracks in the earth, the roars and shaking of the land of white bones gradually subsided, as if they feared the 13 ancient life forms that had just been resurrected. But at this time, no one discovered that where Qin Yu had been struck by the giant stone, there was a common-looking patch of blood on the ground that was rapidly being absorbed by the earth. This was when he had been swept by the 10,000-eyed great beast's curse power. The flesh and blood on one of his fingers had decayed and dripped down. In the next moment, the resistance from the land of white bones that was about to subside erupted once more with a shrill roar. It was like a terrifying volcano that had awakened, it could no longer be suppressed. Chapter 1284. The cracks in the ground shattered and a giant bone hand reached out. It pressed down on the ground and pulled out its body. It was like an awakened bone giant. If one looked carefully, they would discover that this giant was formed from countless bones intertwining with each other. Bang, bang, the earth shattered and bone giants rose up one after another. There were exactly the same number of ancient life forms that were being revived outside. They opened their mouths and roared. 13 pairs of empty eye sockets locked onto Qin Yu. Even though he had passed the heart-tempering tribulation, the hairs on his back still stood up. His first thought was that these bone giants were coming for him. His complexion paled. But reality was different from what he thought. The bone giants didn't have any good intentions towards him. Qin Yu was sure that his senses weren't wrong, but it just so happened that they were helping him. The world above his head darkened. With a loud explosion, a sharp claw that smashed towards Qin Yu was blocked by a white bone arm. The ancient life form shaped like a giant turtle angrily roared. But before it could attack again, it was entangled by a bone giant. Like a fuse that ignited the entire war, the slaughter between the ancient life form and the bone giants erupted. The interior of the giant cave was immediately covered by a terrifying shockwave of strength, recklessly destroying everything. The ancient life form wanted to kill him and the bone giants wanted to save him. But whether they wanted to kill him or save him, Qin Yu didn't know the reason. He only knew that he had to leave this place. Otherwise, if he was sucked into the battle between the two sides, the consequences wouldn't be good. Kill him! A low and deep voice suddenly sounded out. It was actually human language that he could understand. Qin Yu's complexion changed. He turned his head and looked at the thousand-eyed evil monster that had spoken. If its body was slightly larger and its 1,000 eyes increased to 10,000, it would be exactly the same as the 10,000-eyed behemoth that had cursed and killed billions of living beings with a single roar. Could it be that it was a descendant of its bloodline? A loud sound suddenly exploded above their heads. The stone pillars that had landed on the bodies of the 13 ancient beasts all shattered and fell to the ground, revealing the energy transmission channel that Zhang Zhu had said was hidden inside countless silver tree branches. There were no leaves, and the densely packed branches were like dried bones intertwined with each other. The moment Qin Yu saw these silver branches, his heart shrank. He immediately thought back to the silver roots he had encountered not too long ago. Could this be the root system of the silver tree in front of him? If that was really the case, Qin Yu's complexion changed. He stomped his feet and rapidly drew backwards. In the next moment, the ground where he stood rumbled loudly. Countless silver branches condensed into long whips and smashed the ground. Space law. Sure enough, his guess was right. The silver roots came from this kind of silver tree. As the bone giant awoke and the silver tree joined in the encirclement of Qin Yu, the strength blocking the mountain suddenly vanished. The many cultivators that were blocked outside and couldn't find a way to enter even after racking their brains for a long time immediately revealed looks of joy. There was no time to think about why the barrier had suddenly disappeared. Whistling sounds rang out as figures charged into the mountain. The longer he observed, the more certain he was that there was a great secret hidden in this mountain, a great fortuitous encounter. There might be risks, but there was no such thing as a pie that fell from the heavens. If you wanted to obtain something, you had to pay the price. Towards this, cultivators often calmly considered it. Was there a need to hesitate now? Perhaps there was a need, but in these days, everyone was competing to be first. Cultivation was also a struggle to be first on a single log bridge. If one fell a step behind today, then tomorrow they would fall a step behind. If they fell behind step by step, then how could they ever stand out one day? No one retreated, and no one was willing to retreat. The elder senior apprentice brother sighed. Let's go in. In all fairness, he didn't want to take any risks, and the mountain in front of him didn't give him a good feeling. But life was like this. How could everything go according to one's will? There were always some things that you didn't want to do, but you still had to do them. Lei Xiaoyu quietly licked her lip. She could smell some incomparably wondrous flavor in the mountain in front of her. If she was lucky enough to find it, she might be able to obtain relief. Whoosh, whoosh, the two people from the peach garden howled out. Nystalker, who had been vaguely locking onto Qin Yu and Qin Yu this entire time, suddenly grinned, revealing an icy cold grin. Danger was good. Only a sufficiently terrifying place would be able to smoothly swallow up a character like the Peach Garden's elder senior apprentice brother. He, Netherworld Nystalker, was never someone who would remember a loss in his heart. As long as there was a chance he wouldn't miss it. Let's go. With a loud shout, he howled out. The Heavenly Palace's crown prince revealed a hesitant look. He was on good terms with his elder senior apprentice brother, but the Netherworld Holy Lands were powerful and also not to be provoked. After a moment of hesitation, he sighed, "Let's go too." He chose to watch from the sidelines and allow both sides to rely on their own method. Some people noticed the undercurrents surging between the cultivators of the Peak Holy Lands. Some people didn't care about this and only wanted to obtain some harvests as soon as possible. But whether it was those who were paying attention, those who were secretly anticipating, or those who were wholeheartedly searching for lucky chances, they soon discovered that they should be more concerned about their own safety. Before they could take a single step into the mountain, a massive shadow soared into the skies. This shadow was mixed with countless crimson motes of light. As they approached, they discovered that it was actually an incomparably massive swarm of mosquitoes. Each mosquito was the size of an adult's arm. Their black mouthparts flashed with an icy luster that left one's heart racing. In an instant, they wrapped around the cultivators that flew into the mountain. Ah! Screw off! Be careful of their mouthparts. I've been stabbed. It's poisonous. Save me, save me! Those that were able to overcome all sorts of dangers to arrive at the mountain were all outstanding figures amongst the cultivators of the Lost Garden. And those that had the qualifications to enter the Lost Garden, besides having a strong background, were also amongst the peak existences of the St. Tao Circle. Everyone present could be said to be the cream of the crop. But such a group of cultivators had suffered a bloody lesson as soon as they entered the mountain. Screams, roars, howls of despair as the swarm of mosquitoes flapped their wings and flew away, over a dozen withered corpses scattered about. Everyone's pupils shrank and their faces paled. Although they had already expected that this mountain would be extremely terrifying, the degree of terror far surpassed their expectations. A mere swarm of mosquitoes that could be casually exterminated had actually forcefully taken away the lives of over a dozen powerful cultivators in a short period of time. Eldest senior apprentice brother looked up at the endless mountains. He slowly said, "This place is extremely ominous." Lei Xiaoyu's pupils shrank. She didn't doubt her eldest senior apprentice brother's judgment at all, but the words extremely ominous still exceeded her expectations. She had followed her master and passed through countless mystic realms and danger zones of the vast Yang world. If even her eldest senior apprentice brother judged this mountain to be extremely ominous, just how dangerous could it be? Lei Xiaoyu didn't dare to be certain, but she knew that of those that entered the mountain, there wouldn't be many that would ultimately walk out alive. Her eyes flashed and fear appeared on her face. She carefully shrunk her neck. "Eldest senior apprentice brother, I'm afraid. Let's go first." Eldest senior apprentice brother greatly admired his junior apprentice sister's acting skills. At least in his opinion, it was flawless and flawless. With his understanding of his junior apprentice sister, putting in so much effort to put on an act meant that she already had a plan in mind. If anyone believed her, they would surely suffer a great loss. With so many people gathered together, we are indeed too big of a target. Let's go. Eldest senior apprentice brother turned and left. The two people in the peach garden quickly left. Yixing stared in the direction they left, his eyes dark and uncertain. In the end, he suppressed his greed and killing intent that lingered in his heart. He could kill people at any time, but lucky chances didn't come often. In particular, this mountain in front of him. When he was outside the mountain, he had already sensed it. But once he truly entered the mountain, he discovered just how alluring its aura was. Although he didn't have a clear sense of it, Yixing could confirm that if he could obtain what was hidden within this mountain, killing the eldest senior apprentice brother of the peach garden would be as easy as turning his hand. Which was more important was obvious with a single glance. "Let's go." With a loud shout, Yixing turned and sped away. He temporarily put aside his personal grudges. He wanted to find out the true secrets hidden within this mountain. Everyone quickly dispersed, like fish swimming in the deep sea, and disappeared without a trace in the blink of an eye. Not even a ripple was made. Most of them had the same thoughts as Netherworld Yixing, to seek out lucky chances within the mountain and increase their cultivation boundaries. But what they didn't know was that the mountain today was far more dangerous than it had been in the past. It was like a horrifying maw filled with fangs. As long as it gently chewed, it could easily chew them into a pile of broken bones and rotting meat. This was because someone had already touched upon the most sensitive nerve of the ancient life forms. They would inevitably erupt with a backlash that could destroy all. And this person was Qin Yu, who was currently hiding deep underground in the furnace. Facing the silver tree that grasped the space laws, wanting to escape was impossible. Moreover, the space within the mountain was locked down by an invisible strength. Even if Qin Yu clenched his teeth and took the risk, he still wouldn't be able to use the space laws to tear through space and escape. If he couldn't escape, then if he fought, if he could resolve the hidden dangers of his body of rules and thoroughly digest the spirit snake's strength, then perhaps he could. But in this situation, he could only hide until the wind blew over. Bang, bang, deep thumping sounds accompanied the trembling of the furnace. Countless silver branches wildly lashed out at it. Fortunately, the furnace's defenses were sufficiently tyrannical. For a short period of time, it didn't show any signs of breaking. It could be considered as having fallen into a stalemate. But Qin Yu knew that this stalemate wouldn't last for long. Moreover, the bone giant was clearly at a disadvantage in its battle with the ancient life forms. It was only by relying on its body of bones that it was able to repair itself that it was barely able to delay them. Even the furnace would eventually exhaust its strength. He had to think of a way to escape from here. But before Qin Yu could think of a way, the thousand-eyed evil beast roared once more. There was a loud explosion from the ceiling of the cave and countless cracks appeared. Then, giant rocks came crashing down with the force of tens of thousands of kilograms. Then, a dense mass of silver roots drilled out from the cracks in the rocks and rushed towards the furnace without hesitation. Unlike the silver branches that wildly lashed out, the silver roots directly wrapped around the furnace. Then, they wrapped around it in layers and tightened like chains, crazily squeezing inward. This could clearly cause an even greater degree of damage. The furnace emitted loud cracking sounds and tiny cracks began to appear on its surface. The thousand-eyed evil beast roared even louder. Then, in the next moment, all of the silver roots that wrapped around the furnace began to burn. These flames were a blazing silvery white, and seemed to contain an incomparably terrifying corrosive power. In the blink of an eye, countless lines were carved onto the surface of the furnace. Then, they grew deeper and deeper, as if they wanted to forcefully melt the entire furnace. Qin Yu's heart violently shrank. He took a deep breath and turned. Song Zhu, did your family's old ancestor record where that terrifying life form's corpse is? If he couldn't obtain an answer, his only choice was to run away. He was unwilling, but no matter what, preserving his life was number one. Luckily, this sort of melodramatic plot didn't occur. The old ancestor that Song Zhu spoke of was someone who would finish what he started. There were no gaps in his record. Facing Qin Yu's question, Song Zhu knew that the situation was dangerous and time was of the essence. She nodded. From the land of white bones as the starting point, past the great beast and the silver sea, you will eventually arrive at the black altar. There, you will see. She lifted a hand and pointed upwards. So, if I'm not wrong, it is there. The great beast was right in front of him. Was the silver sea referring to the silver tree in front of him? Qin Yu didn't know the answer and he didn't have time to confirm it. He turned his hand and took out the fragment. A calm and familiar voice echoed in his ears. Do you need protection? He needed it. He needed it far too much. Without hesitation, Qin Yu chose to confirm it. But this time, he made some changes. Since it could speak, although it was just a mechanical sentence, he should be able to recognize some simple thoughts, right? He really hoped that it was possible. Qin Yu didn't have full confidence. He could only desperately think. Attack above his head, and then, he glanced at Song Zhu and pointed upwards with all his strength. As if he needed time to digest and consider the meaning that Qin Yu wanted to express, the burning fragment in his palm paused for a breath of time before it quietly disintegrated. Then, a column of fire suddenly appeared. It was like a volcano erupting with magma, like a flaming arrow shooting into the heavens, instantly shooting far away. The temperature in the air didn't rise at all because of the column of fire. It seemed as if all of its strength was concentrated within itself. Because it was focused, it was terrifying. Wherever the column of fire went, everything it touched would instantly turn to ashes. Whether it was rock, silver roots, or silver branches, everything in front of it was as fragile as an ant. None of them could resist the might that it released in the slightest. It was truly unstoppable, truly crushing all. Sangju stiffened. She looked at Qin Yu in a daze. From the very start, she was sure that Qin Yu still had cards in his hands. It wasn't just because he was calm and composed in this dangerous situation, but also because she had spent 100 years together in her heart tribulation. She suddenly felt an inexplicable sense of trust and understanding towards this man beside her. But now, when Qin Yu truly revealed his cards, she still couldn't help but be stunned. Her entire mind shivered, and along with it, there was even a trace of inexplicable pride that existed within her. She lifted a hand and pointed in a direction. He lifted his hand and the column of fire shot into the heavens. Looking at Qin Yu's red face reflected in the flames, Sangju unconsciously fell into a daze. But what Sangju didn't know was that in her eyes, the calm and cold Qin Yu with his straight eyebrows were actually tumbling in the depths of his heart. Although he already had the experience of activating the fragment once, the terrifying might it erupted with this time still left him dumbfounded. Luckily, tempering the heart was effective in the end. Qin Yu quickly suppressed the shaking in his heart. His first thought was that he could put away the furnace with just a thought, otherwise it might have been ruined by now. Then, he grabbed the hidden bead and shot into the skies. Without any hesitation, he followed the path that the column of fire blasted out, flying straight upwards. The angry roar of the thousand-eyed evil monster echoed out from behind him. Its twisted silver roots and branches tried to block Qin Yu once more, but just as they drilled into the path that the column of fire blasted out, they began to burn once more. It seemed as if wherever the column of fire passed, there would still be remnants of its might. Anyone that tried to provoke it would be destroyed. Just how tyrannical was this? Eggshell. If this fragment was really just an eggshell, then it absolutely came from a pre-celestial spirit. Because besides this, Qin Yu found it hard to imagine what other life form in this world could contain such a terrifying strength in even a tiny eggshell fragment. In other words, the story that the stone pagoda told him before was likely true, and he was now on his way to the altar. The corpse of an adult pre-celestial spirit. It was also the turning point for Qin Yu to repair his flaws and complete his transformation. If he could obtain it, he would be able to ascend to the heavens in a single bound. His heart raced like thunder and a burning heat burned in his chest. But Qin Yu's eyes became increasingly calm, like ice in the cold wind. This was because he knew just what he was thinking. If everything was true, then the corpse of the pre-celestial spirit was the foundation that maintained the existence of the lost garden. It was the final effort of the ancient lifeforms to maintain their bloodline. If he took away this corpse, the lost garden would no longer exist. This also meant that the plans of the ancient lifeforms would completely vanish. How could they be willing? The resurrected 13 formidable ancient lifeforms, as well as the existence of the silver tree, proved that even after the endless years, the ancient lifeforms still possessed a formidable strength. Qin Yu's intuition told him that this strength wasn't just what he saw. If he wanted more, he would have to bear more. Although it seemed that he was close to success, the process wouldn't be smooth. In fact, if he was careless or if his luck was bad, he would completely bury himself. But now, he wouldn't retreat. He had nowhere to retreat to. Accelerate, and continue to accelerate. Qin Yu didn't know how long the eggshell's strength could be maintained for. He could only do everything he could to rush higher and further. He no longer cared about avoiding suspicion. He hugged the hidden pearl tightly to his chest, and all the power in his body exploded. On the surface of his body, there were light crackling sounds as wounds appeared, but they immediately healed and disappeared in the next moment. The ultra-high-intensity eruption had destroyed the thick clothes that Qin Yu had put on his body. The hidden dangers of his body of rules had appeared. But his eyes remained calm, without a single ripple in them. This was because at this moment, besides sensing the dangers ahead, there was also a vague thought that gradually appeared in his heart, As long as he could reach that corpse, there would be nothing that could kill him. Chapter 1285. So, this was the Silver Sea. Qin Yu could see countless silver roots weaving together. There were far too many of them, so many that when they gathered together, they formed a silver sea. As he looked down, he couldn't see the end. The pillar of fire shot into the skies, instantly smashing into it. The silver roots that formed the silver sea were instantly turned to ashes by the flames. It was like these flames represented the most terrifying destructive strength in the world, something that nothing could stop. Even the silver sea would be pierced through. But at this time, Qin Yu came to a sudden stop. He looked up at the silver sea and his pupils violently shrank. In the next moment, a deep roar exploded in the silver sea. Countless silver roots were torn apart and a terrifying giant arm stretched out, grabbing onto the towering pillar of fire. The roar of pain rose like billowing thunderclap. The entire silver sea began to boil, and the terrifying giant arm was dripping with blood. But at this time, the pillar of fire vanished from sight. It hadn't been scattered, but its strength had been nearly exhausted to begin with. And this giant arm that drilled out from the silver sea seemed to possess some sort of ability that could contend with its destructive strength. Of course, it was only at the initial stage. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been burned to such a miserable state by the pillar of fire that was about to run out of energy. Bang! The silver sea exploded, and an extremely terrifying figure walked out from within. It was tens of thousands of meters tall, and it had 3 heads and 6 arms. Currently, only one of its arms was injured. As it stepped out of the silver sea, its 6 eyes instantly locked onto Qin Yu. It opened its mouth and emitted a cruel roar. This was likely the other strength of ancient life forms that he had speculated about before. Qin Yu felt that his speculations were far too accurate. Everything he said was true. He sighed inwardly and revealed a helpless expression. Indeed, in the end, he had fallen to the point where he had to risk his life naked. It was just that this step was far too challenging. Once he took it, there was no turning back. Either he succeeded or he died. Sangju. She stared blankly at the giant that stepped out from the silver sea. Her eyes widened with fear. She subconsciously nodded and turned to look at Qin Yu. Reflected in her eyes was his calm face and his even calmer eyes. But from this calmness, Sangju could feel a ruthless decisiveness and ruthlessness. At this moment, the feeling Qin Yu gave her was that of a trapped beast that was about to go all out. Hugging him tightly, Sangju subconsciously shook her head. Her mouth moved, but before she could say anything, Qin Yu interrupted her. If something happens to me and you can leave here alive, I hope that you can make a trip to the Peach Blossom Garden and give this jade pendant to the garden master. He passed the jade pendant to her and faintly smiled. I am Brother Qin, I am Qin Yu. I hope we can meet again. In the end, they had only known each other for 100 years in a dream. He felt that he needed to tell her his name. Pushing away the hidden pearl, Qin Yu looked up at the giant in the silver sea and stepped forwards. Ever since he had entered the lost garden, he had been constantly being hunted down and forced to flee. His life was truly miserable. Likely, the living beings in this world created by ancient era's organisms did not know exactly what sort of person they had provoked. The Saint Tao wasn't cool. Of course, it was the type that was so cool that it was about to explode. But I've killed before, and I've killed more than one. Including the true sage puppet body from before, there are 3 divine Daos who have fallen in my hands. So what if you are a giant in the silver sea? Your master no longer obeys the will of the heavens and has been eliminated by the vast Yang world. Leaving you here is useless. Today, allow me to send you on your way. I will sweep all of these eliminated wastes into the garbage heap. Bang! A terrifying aura erupted from Qin Yu's body. His figure wildly rose. 1,000 feet, 10,000 feet, 50,000 feet, 80,000 feet, 100,000 feet in the blink of an eye. he transformed into a giant that supported the heavens. This was called the Abyssal Titan. It was the most ancient and most terrifying hunter from the Abyss world. Compared to the history of the vast young world and the Abyss world, the vanished Abyssal Titan could be compared to the ancient era's organisms. Both sides could be considered equal in status. With Qin Yu's own strength, it was impossible for him to transform into a 100,000-foot-tall Abyssal Titan. What he relied on now was the eruption of his body of laws. As was said before, an incomplete body of laws was still a body of laws. Although there were hidden dangers of collapse, if one completely let go of this, it was enough to allow one to erupt with strength that was far more tyrannical and terrifying than when one was in a perfect state. Of course, the price one had to pay was so heavy that it was hard to bear. A complete eruption was the same as the body of laws opening up an irreversible self-disintegration, similar to the self-detonation of a cultivator. However, a body of laws was far too strong. So strong that even in an incomplete state, the entire self-detonation process could still be controlled to a certain degree. Although it would still end in destruction in the end, before he completely destroyed himself, it was enough to help Qin Yu release a terrifying might that could destroy the heavens and earth. It had to be known that an Abyssal Titan's body was 100,000 feet tall, and they were existences on the level of the Titan Sovereign. When the Abyss was in its initial stages of formation, they were the most terrifying hunters in the entire Abyss, capable of easily exterminating any life. The 100,000-foot-tall Abyssal Titan that Qin Yu transformed into, although it was impossible for him to truly possess strength comparable to the Titan Sovereign, it still gave him the qualifications to fight with the giant in the Silver Sea. With a loud roar, the 100,000-foot-tall Abyssal Titan plunged into the Silver Sea without hesitation and collided with the three-headed, six-armed giant. The two 100,000-foot-tall Abyssal Titans fought. Although their fists and feet seemed rough, every movement they made was able to erupt with a terrifying strength that left one in despair. Although the Silver Sea was the home field of the three-headed, six-armed giant, the Silver Roots didn't have the qualifications to interfere in the battle between the two Abyssal Titans. This was because even the space laws had been thoroughly destroyed by the terrifying strength that burst forth from the battle. Although the Silver Roots themselves were tough enough, they weren't enough at all. Just being touched by them in the slightest would cause them to instantly disintegrate. Hidden Pearl was pushed far away to avoid being sucked into the Silver Sea. Her eyes widened as she watched the fierce battle erupt above her head, her face filled with shock and disbelief. Peach Garden. Qin Yu, although she hadn't left the East Sea for a long time, as someone who had risen like a comet in the Holy Tao Circle, she had certainly heard of this name. So he was Qin Yu, the one who was feared and envied by countless people, the one who had obtained the heart of Peach Garden's Peach Girl. Peach Girl, this was Peach Garden. Looking at the entire vast young world, just how many women could compare with her? Hidden Pearl. There was no comparison between the two of them. One was a proud daughter of heaven who was doted upon by countless people, and the other was a pitiful woman who had lived in schemes and plots since the day she was born. But at the very least, there was one point, and that was that the two of them had similar gazes. They could both see the most outstanding men, and if one thought about it carefully, it seemed that she held a slight advantage. She had already spent 100 years with this man as a mortal. Although this was only the heart-tempering tribulation, and Qin Yu had told her that the past was in the past, everything that had happened was still in his mind, and it was impossible for him to truly erase it. Thinking back to when they were in the East Sea, Tanhai had also said some disgruntled words. The general idea was that even if Qin Yu managed to slay a saint, he still wouldn't have the qualifications to be matched with Peach Garden's Peach Girl. She didn't know about other places, but there were many echoes of these words in the East Sea. It was said that some of the youths of the East Sea Dragon Palace were dissatisfied with Qin Yu becoming Peach Garden's son-in-law. If they could see what was happening in front of them right now, would they tactfully shut their mouths? Hidden Pearl clenched her fist. She looked at Qin Yu, who had transformed into a 100,000-foot tall giant. If she hadn't seen it with her own eyes, who would have thought that he was still hiding such terrifying methods? At this time, with the strength that Qin Yu erupted with, he could slaughter a saint with just a flip of his hand. He might even be able to fight someone on the level of a true Permitha saint. So this was Qin Yu's greatest strength. Even though his reputation had risen and his fame had spread through the heavens, no one knew of his true strength. But to Qin Yu, this must have been a tremendous burden, otherwise it would have been impossible for him to erupt with power at the last moment when he was in a desperate situation. At this moment, a heavy burden of responsibility surged in Hidden Pearl's heart. Her eyes revealed a firm look. No matter what, she had to ensure his safety after he fell into a weakened state. First, it was struck by the pillar of fire, nearly piercing through it. Now, it had to withstand the terrifying rampage of the 100,000-foot tall giant. The Silver Sea had been severely wounded, and with the land of white bones rioting and the 13 ancient life forms reviving, the suppressive system of the entire mountain nearly collapsed. Thus, as if an earthquake had erupted deep underground, the entire heaven-supporting mountain began to violently shake. Loud cracking sounds filled the ears as the earth crazily broke apart, creating massive fissures. The living beings in the mountain were shrouded in fear. They fled in panic, as if they expected that something horrifying was about to erupt. A formidable swallowing strength erupted from the fissures in the earth. This swallowing strength targeted flesh and blood beings. Once they were sucked in, they could forget about escaping. Countless living beings in the mountain, as well as cultivators that had rushed into the mountain, roared in anger as they were pulled in. Then, countless silver lights exploded in front of them. The Silver Sea that had been repeatedly wounded split apart into massive silver roots that rushed forwards. It needed to absorb enough flesh and blood strength in order to restore the damage it had suffered. This was because the greatest terror wasn't the battle between the two 100,000-foot tall giants, but the existence that was suppressed above them. As the Silver Sea was wounded, it began to gradually show signs of awakening. Roar with a pained roar, an incomparably formidable ancient creature's massive body was instantly covered by silver roots. It wasn't even able to resist. With the sound of chewing and swallowing, it completely vanished from sight, not even a bone left behind. Without pausing, the silver roots completed their hunt and swallowed. Then, they howled out and rushed towards their next prey. And now, it wasn't just the ancient creatures that were being attacked and killed. Compared to them, the cultivators that were slightly better off were also suffering massive casualties. Eldest senior apprentice brother punched out a fist. Space violently twisted, as if an invisible wave swept out. All of the silver roots that rushed towards him were instantly sucked in and torn to pieces. Lei Xiaoyu stood behind him, her complexion pale. But there was a kind of morbid excitement in her eyes. A grand scene, a truly grand scene, the space laws, a root that has grasped the space laws. Suddenly, she looked up. In front of her, there was an even deeper silver field, and her eyes widened. Eldest senior apprentice brother, there is something inside. It is a truly big fellow, and it seems to be fighting each other. These fluctuations are so strong that they leave one in despair. Her voice trembled and her body shivered. But, on her pale face, 2 red clouds appeared. It was as if the more thrilling and terrifying the situation, the more excited she became. Eldest senior apprentice brother revealed a helpless look. He really couldn't understand his junior apprentice sister's strange mentality. No one knew what was happening in this situation, so why did she have to act like this? But now clearly wasn't a good time to discuss this question. Eldest senior apprentice brother looked deep into the Silver Sea. He could also feel the fluctuations erupting from there. It was indeed terrifying, so terrifying that but he didn't want to, not at all. He didn't want to risk his life if he could. He grabbed Lei Xiaoyu and turned to leave. Let's hide a little further away. Who cared what they were fighting against? Joining in on the fun was a stupid choice. As for what to do next, in truth he had no idea. He could only act according to the situation. Eldest senior apprentice brother, there is no room for discussion. As the two people in the peach garden retreated, Yuming Yeshing made the complete opposite choice. There was no other reason. The phrase, "the fisherman reaping the benefits," was enough to explain why he made this choice. As the saying went, when two tigers fought, one was bound to be wounded. And more importantly, if there weren't sufficient benefits to drive them, would terrifying existences of this level fight with their lives on the line? This was clearly impossible. Although intelligence and strength weren't completely proportional, an existence that possessed absolutely terrifying strength wouldn't be stupid. Everyone here was intelligent, so there were many cultivators that made the same choice as Yeshing. They slowly approached. It was true that they had greed in their hearts, but no one dared to recklessly barge in. After repelling the encirclement of the silver roots many times, they finally saw the scene of two 100,000-foot giants fighting in the distance. Deep in their hearts they already had some expectations. A battle that could cause the entire Silver Sea to tremble was bound to be astonishing. But the scene in front of them still caused everyone to subconsciously widen their eyes in shock and disbelief. One had 3 heads and 6 arms, like an ancient demon god. The other was covered in black scale armor, like a guardian of hell. Where the two sides fiercely fought, space twisted between their fists and feet. All rules were destroyed, leaving behind only absolute strength. No one tried to approach, because they could clearly see the fate of being sucked into the silver roots. Without the slightest ability to resist, they were directly smashed to pieces. As for those who had already fought against the silver roots many times, they had a clear understanding of its quality and defensive abilities. Thus, their hearts trembled even more, and their gazes towards the 200,000-foot tall giants became even more respectful. But beneath this awe was unconcealable greed and heat. The more terrifying the two sides were, the more precious the object they were fighting for was. If both sides died together, or if one was dead and the other was injured, then in truth they still had a chance. At this time, the black-scaled giant suddenly roared out loud. He raised his fist and punched out. A wild strength erupted from this punch. Like a boulder falling into the sea, it set off raging waves that destroyed everything. The silver roots wildly shattered and instinctively fled in all directions. The hidden cultivators subconsciously shrunk their neck. But in the next moment, the awe on their faces froze. Then, it turned into endless excitement and heat. This was because as the giant punched out, the Silver Sea was temporarily broken apart. They could vaguely see an incomparably massive black shadow. It was like a lonely island floating on the Silver Sea. Although it was only a blurry phantom, the aura it released was like a hungry and thirsty person finally finding a distant oasis in the desert. This was a kind of attraction that came from the soul and marrow. Without any evidence, it was enough for them to unhesitatingly believe that there was something above that black shadow that could change their lives. And it was because of this thing that the two terrifying 100,000-foot giants in front of them were crazily slaughtering each other. They needed to wait for the fishermen to reap the benefit. Moreover, looking at the current situation, the result might not be what they wanted to see. There might even be an accident. After all, this was the principle of delay is the fear of change. Moreover, they had already seen that black shadow. Perhaps this was their chance. So why not take advantage of the two 100,000-foot giants' battle and rush in first? This was a question, but there was no need to consider it any further. This was because Night Walker had already used his actions to give them the answer. Bang 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 in the Silver Sea, as the two 100,000-foot giants fought, a cultivator from the outside cut through the sea. Chapter 1286. The elder senior apprentice brother, who had pulled Lei Xiaoyu away without any reluctance, changed his mind without hesitation when he saw the shadow above the Silver Sea. He bitterly smiled. Then, He took a deep breath and a cold light appeared in his eyes. Since we can't hide, let's go over. Lei Xiaoyu curled her lips. Elder senior apprentice brother's fickle speed is quite fast. This shadow isn't normal. The peach garden cannot miss it. Without further explanation, the elder senior apprentice brother grabbed Lei Xiaoyu and stepped forwards. He raised his hand and slashed upwards. Bang! His fingers formed a sword and the silver sea was split in half. In front of the elder senior apprentice brother, those terrifying and powerful silver roots were nothing more than chickens and dogs, unable to withstand a single blow. Lei Xiaoyu was pulled upwards. As she looked at the elder senior apprentice brother's back, warmth filled her eyes. Although she was ranked 7th in the Peach Garden, the truth was that she should have known the head disciple of the Peach Garden even earlier than her second senior apprentice brother. Although knowing him for a long time didn't mean that one could understand him, her elder senior apprentice brother wasn't a complicated person. Thus, after so many years, she had a rough understanding of him. The so-called Peach Garden cannot miss it. These words might be able to fool outsiders, but she didn't believe a single one of them. Her elder senior apprentice brother was like this. Even if he treated others well, he was afraid that others would find out so they wouldn't feel pressured. The reason he had cut open the silver sea was likely to save her. Regardless of whether or not he succeeded, just this attitude was enough to make one cherish him. Lei Xiaoyu narrowed her eyes. A thought appeared in her mind. Perhaps after the Lost Garden ended, she would find a chance to leave. After hiding in the Peach Garden for so many years, there were some things she had to do. This was her destiny that she couldn't change. Roar! The three-headed six-armed giant angrily roared. It had clearly discovered the cultivators that were cutting open the sea. Killing intent boiled deep in its eyes. As an ancient life form, it was a guardian raised by the silver sea. It could clearly sense everything occurring within the altar. It absolutely could not be allowed to wake up, otherwise the Lost Garden would cease to exist and it would fall into the abyss of destruction along with it. 6 arms stretched out above its head, and its 3 heads roared together. A terrifying imprisoning strength descended, locking down the entire silver sea and forming a spatial prison. The silver tree was born to control the law of space, and the giant was born in the silver sea, so it naturally inherited this powerful ability. All the cultivators who slashed through the sea were instantly imprisoned within. A giant arm smashed out, aiming straight for the two in the Peach Garden. As a terrifying existence that was born from the silver sea, it could naturally sense who was the greatest threat right now. At the very least, in the eyes of the three-headed, six-armed giant, this person was the strongest. Eldest senior brother frowned slightly and looked at the incoming giant arm. His eyes shone brightly as if there were countless tiny lightning bolts splashing everywhere. But at this moment, before eldest senior brother could attack, a thunderous roar echoed through the silver sea. "Your opponent is me." Bang! Abyssal Muay Thai punched out and collided with the giant arm. A terrifying shockwave swept out in an instant, tearing a large number of silver roots into pieces. Currently, the silver sea had become much dimmer, and there were large patches of bald spots in its interior, all caused by the impact of the battle between the two giants. After blocking the three-headed, six-armed giant's attack, the Abyssal Titan glanced at its eldest senior brother and Lei Xiaoyu. Suddenly, it raised its foot and stomped heavily on the ground. This stomp was like a meteor crashing into the earth, accompanied by a terrifying mushroom cloud that rose into the air. Terrifying shockwaves visible to the naked eye wildly swept out in all directions. Kacha, kacha, the sound of shattering rang out. With this stomp, the spatial shackles were forcefully broken. Eldest senior brother flicked his sleeves and blocked the shockwaves. He looked up at the Abyssal Titan in front of him and hesitated for a moment. Then, he pulled Lei Xiaoyu, bowed slightly, and turned to soar into the sky. Besides the yard master, he hadn't bowed to anyone in many years. But since eldest senior brother was pulling him, Lei Xiaoyu didn't resist at all. After flying for some distance, she turned her head and looked back. Eldest senior brother, do you know this giant? Eldest senior brother shook his head. This is the first time I've seen it, but this giant gives me a familiar feeling. It seems to be related to my peach garden. He paused and continued, in the early years, the yard master traveled all over vast Sun City. Although she made many powerful enemies, she also befriended many powerhouses. You know the yard master's temperament. Besides making friends that suit her taste, one cannot be too weak. Perhaps this is a friend that the yard master made in the early years. That is why he bowed to her. In today's situation, you and I will not be at a disadvantage. Lei Xiaoyu nodded in understanding. She hadn't noticed it before, but after hearing eldest senior brother's words, she felt a sense of familiarity and closeness when she looked at the giant again. Since both of them were like this, there was a high chance that it wasn't a coincidence. Perhaps they really were the yard master's friends. Her eyes brightened. Lei Xiaoyu suddenly felt that although today was dangerous, their chances of obtaining a harvest were far higher than other cultivators. At the very least, one of the giants had tacitly agreed to it. Although it wouldn't help them too much, it was enough as long as it didn't target them. The silver sea went berserk. Or to be more precise, the silver roots that made up the silver sea erupted with all they had. In order to prevent the cultivators from approaching the altar, they disregarded everything and bombarded them like raging waves, wanting to overwhelm them. But the more they did this, the more it showed that they were nearing the crucial moment. The cultivators clenched their teeth and held on, throwing out all sorts of trump cards as if they were worthless. Although treasures were precious, opportunities were even rarer. If they didn't use them at this critical moment, when would they be able to? For a moment, the berserk silver sea didn't stop them. Instead, they moved forward even faster. This was due to their origins. If it was an ordinary cultivator, without a powerful trump card bestowed by the divine path, it would be good if they could stay alive, let alone continue. Finally, someone passed through the endless sea and was the first to break through its obstruction. He saw the huge shadow on the sea clearly. Netherworld Nightwalker, the most famous genius cultivator in the Netherworld Holy Land, revealed his extremely powerful cultivation and was the first to break through the sea. In the next moment, his entire body stiffened. Then, his eyes widened. One could clearly see that the blood vessels on the surface of his eyeballs instantly swelled and turned red. Heat, greed, and a strong desire to occupy filled his entire mind. An altar. It looked very strange. It was different from the current form. It was built very, very big, like a giant pyramid. The body of the tower was pitch black, without a single crack. It was as if the huge altar in front of them had been refined as a whole. If it were anyone else, they might not be able to see anything. But Netherworld Nightwalker just happened to be someone who could. The Lost Garden was considered a forbidden land by the sacred Tao Circle. It was the best choice to cultivate future generations of cultivators. With Netherworld Nightwalker's status, he was destined to obtain a spot to enter once the Lost Garden opened. So, Nightwalker had done a detailed understanding of this place and the ancient life forms that once ruled the world that had long since disappeared into the endless river of history. It just so happened that he had read a few words about this altar in front of him. The ruler of the heavens and earth, ruling over trillions of lives. Towards the heavens and earth, they still held enough reverence and reverence. They built an altar that resonated with the heavens and earth, offering the most devout offerings in exchange for the love of the ruler's race. Although its appearance wasn't exactly the same as the altar phantom in the records, the feeling it gave off was exactly the same. And at this time, Nightwalker could sense that an incomparably powerful attractive force was coming from the altar in front of him. This attractive force was so strong that he had to use all of his strength to barely suppress it, otherwise he would have lost control and rushed up. The altar of the ancient life forms was built in this mountain and was guarded by the giant and the silver sea. There was definitely a great secret here. But this secret was clearly not something that could be easily unraveled by others. For example, this black altar in front of him. Although it seemed incomparably calm, there were definitely countless horrors hidden within. As Nightwalker's heart was tormented and he was enduring the temptation, a conversation he had with his father suddenly flashed through his mind. He could no longer remember the specifics, but the Netherworld Saint's words became particularly clear. The ancient life forms have already been abandoned by the vast sun world. They are destined to have their bloodlines severed and fall into the abyss of destruction. So, the existence of the Lost Garden itself goes against the will of the world. In this world, there is nothing that can go against the will of the world and exist. Whether it is living or dead, even if it can exist for a time, it will ultimately be destroyed. However, the Lost Garden cannot be considered something that can only exist for a time. So, I have determined that there must be a place in the Lost Garden that continuously releases energy to maintain the continuation of the Lost Garden. And to a certain degree, it is immune to the will of the world. His heart pounded like thunder. Nightwalker licked his lips. At this time, a voice crazily roared in the depths of his heart. It's here, it's here. Because of the problems with the Great Tao, the Netherworld Saint's temperament had become increasingly strange in recent years. But a true Permethau Saint was still a true Permethau Saint. His judgment was trustworthy. If there really was a place in the Lost Garden that could continue the Lost Garden and resist the will of the world, then it must be here. Just what was sealed in this altar? Even the ancient life forms that were destined to be abandoned and perish still had their last breath left. There was no answer. But there was one thing without a doubt, and that was that what was sealed in this altar would inevitably be precious to an unimaginable degree. If he could obtain it, he had to take a deep breath. Nightwalker clutched his chest. If he continued to think like this, he feared that his heart would break from beating too fast. It was his, he could not miss out on this treasure. He would kill anyone that dared to compete for it. Bang! With a loud explosion, someone else arrived. Nightwalker fiercely turned around. At this time, his eyes were blood red and his breathing heavy, as if he were a demon from hell. The eldest senior apprentice brother furrowed his eyebrows, a dignified look on his face. It seemed that Nightwalker had discovered something, otherwise he wouldn't be in such a state. Looking up, his eyes fell on the altar and his complexion changed. Behind him, Lei Xiaoyu, who had been pretending to be afraid, began to shiver. Perhaps in Nightwalker's eyes, the little girl from the Peach Blossom Garden felt fear beneath his gaze. But the elder senior apprentice brother knew that this wasn't the case. She was just too excited. For her junior apprentice sister to reveal such an uncontrollable expression, whatever was hidden in this altar was absolutely extraordinary. Bang! The Silver Sea was broken apart once more. The third to arrive was the Heavenly Palace's crown prince. The cultivators of the Peak Holy Lands erupted with a formidable strength. He swept his eyes over the two opposing sides. He took a deep breath and said, "You two, the current situation is unclear. Let's temporarily put down our personal grudges." Nightwalker took a deep breath. He coldly coughed and closed his eyes. When he opened them again, the blood-red color in his eyes rapidly faded away. That's right, he was deliberately making everyone think that he was acting like this because of a personal grudge. He absolutely could not let them discover that it was because of the altar in front of him, otherwise things would become even more troublesome. "Look!" Lei Xiaoyu suddenly stretched out a hand, her face filled with shock. These silver roots seemed to have drilled out from here. The complexions of the elder senior apprentice brother, Nightwalker, and the Heavenly Palace's crown prince all changed. As they thought, they could see silver roots coming in and out from beneath the altar. Could it be that this was the source of the Silver Sea? At this time, a tremor spread out from within the altar. It gave off a feeling as if some colossal being in a deep slumber had gently turned over. The entire silver sea and the trillions of silver roots that formed it suddenly froze. Then, an enraged roar erupted from within. The 100,000-foot abyssal titan was forced backwards by a terrifying strength. Its chest was torn open, revealing a terrifying wound so deep that bone could be seen. And across from it, the three-headed six-armed giant paid the price. One of its arms was forcefully torn off and blood gushed out like fountains. It didn't continue its pursuit. Instead, countless silver roots howled forwards, lifting up the three-headed six-armed giant and bringing it straight towards the altar. Several breaths of time later, with a roar of unwillingness, the 100,000-foot abyssal titan's body burst apart like a bubble. He had to persist. He couldn't faint. He absolutely couldn't faint. Otherwise he would never wake up again. Qin Yu crazily roared out in his heart. But, the final collapse of his body of rules, the pain and emptiness within him, all of this crazily battered at his fragile consciousness. The three-headed six-armed giant had left and the silver roots had followed it. The plan had succeeded. Now, there were no more obstacles in front of him. As long as he rushed forwards he could reach the altar. But to Qin Yu this road was like a heavenly moat. He didn't even have the strength to control his body, so how could he possibly cross it? Was it going to end like this? No, I can't accept this. Before his thoughts fell, Qin Yu felt himself fall into a soft embrace. He mustered all his strength to open his eyes, but he could still smell Songzhu's scent. It was a fragrance that he had never heard of before, a fragrance that made one feel at ease. It was the same fragrance that Songzhu had given him 100 years ago during his heart tribulation. Holding on to her hand, Qin Yu couldn't speak. His eyes stubbornly stared upwards. Up there, without the obstruction of the silver sea, he could see the massive shadow of the altar. Songzhu said in a soft voice, "Don't worry. No matter what happens, I will send you up." At this time, her voice was calm. Her hands that held on to Qin Yu were actually trembling. This was because his entire body was breaking apart and his blood had dyed her red. His life aura was rapidly fading. Qin Yu was about to die. And now, the only possibility that could save him was that black altar above their heads. Thus, she would bring Qin Yu there, no matter what price she had to pay. Chapter 1287. The silver sea shattered, and the giant leaped out. Its three heads roared at the sky, and its 6 arms were fully grown. Gathered in front of the altar, the expressions of the eldest senior brother, Yi Xing, and the crown prince of the heavenly palace changed slightly. Damn it! Where did the other giant go? Yi Xing cursed in a low voice, his face dark and gloomy. The sudden appearance of the giant had ruined his plan. With the strength the giant had displayed, it would be good enough if it could leave alive, let alone obtain the item sealed in the altar. Just as everyone was secretly shocked, the three-headed and 6-armed giant that had leapt out of the sea suddenly let out a painful howl. The flesh and blood on the surface of its body festered, and filthy blood flowed freely. It was like a giant snowman that had suddenly been exposed to the scorching sun. The sudden scene shocked everyone. Could it be that the giant was restricted and couldn't leave the Silver Sea? But they soon discovered that it wasn't the case. The giant's eyes fell on the black altar, full of fear and struggle. It was the power of the altar. Although they didn't know why this scene was happening, the opportunity was right in front of them, and they couldn't miss it. Take advantage of its weakness. If they didn't kill the giant, no one could get the item in the altar. Yi Xing's eyes flashed with ferocity. What are you waiting for? No matter who gets the item in the end, joining hands to kill this giant is the best choice for you and me. The eldest senior brother was expressionless. He raised his hand and punched. The crown prince of the heavenly palace followed closely behind, because they both knew that Yi Xing was right. They didn't need to say anything else. While it was being suppressed by the altar, they would first join hands to kill the giant. The cultivators of the top holy lands erupted with unimaginably terrifying strength. The giant roared again and again, but in its current state, it could only take the blows passively. Flesh and blood splattered everywhere. Lei Xiaoyu retreated far away. She glanced at the cultivators who had rushed out after the giant was lifted by the silver roots. Their eyes wandered between the altar and the battlefield, their expressions uncertain. No one interfered. Instead, they silently retreated and changed their direction. Lei Xiaoyu sneered inwardly and shook her head. Although it was a good plan to take advantage of the situation, it depended on whether one had the strength and qualifications to do so. The three people in front of her, including the eldest senior brother, weren't easy to scheme against. If one tried to do anything to them, the most likely outcome would be death. Song Zhu raised his head to look above. The battle between the giant and the cultivators had already erupted. The terrifying shockwaves were like a great tide, crashing down from above. If she were in her perfect state, this wouldn't be much at all. But her strength had been sealed away by the old ancestor in the East Sea. Currently, only a tenth or 20 of them could use it. This caused Song Zhu to face the impact. She was like a little girl stumbling in a raging storm. If she buried her head forward, she would be flipped over if she was the slightest bit careless. And this sort of thing had already happened several times. Every time, she would tightly hold onto Qin Yu, desperately trying to stabilize herself. She would look up and then continue upward. Qin Yu's condition was even worse. His consciousness had fallen into a semi-conscious state, and as he held him in his arms, he could clearly hear the sounds of his flesh and blood breaking apart. Peepa, 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 each sound meant that he was closer to death. Her hands were warm and sticky. This was Qin Yu's blood. Her nose and mouth filled with the smell of blood. This caused Song Zhu's originally pale face to lose all color. Qin Yu couldn't die. He absolutely couldn't die. I can save you, I can. Song Zhu held on to Qin Yu and tumbled downwards once more. Most of her previous efforts had been wasted. She desperately tried to stop herself, but she couldn't help but frown. As the silver root carried the giant far away, the surviving cultivators took this chance to rush out. But now, there was a cultivator standing in front of the two of them. His calm eyes hid a trace of caution. Song Zhu said, "What do you want to do?" The cultivator cupped his hands together. "Miss, if you can hand him over to me, I guarantee I won't do anything to harm you." Song Zhu lowered her head. "Why?" After a moment of hesitation, the cultivator said, "After the giant suddenly disappeared, he appeared. So, I have stayed here and observed him all this time. I can confirm that Miss and this person are both in an extremely weak state." Before he finished speaking, he was interrupted. "Then why don't you directly attack?" The cultivator shook his head. "I don't know. I just feel that Miss is hiding something on your body that makes me feel dread." Song Zhu looked up. "Your feeling is correct, but he can be considered my man, so I naturally cannot hand him over to you." Gotcha. A light sound spread out from Song Zhu's body. On the surface of her body, the phantom of chains appeared and then loudly exploded. In truth, there was something that Song Zhu had lied to Qin Yu about. The clam girls accompanying Clam Pearl had more than one effect. She could also use it herself, but the result would be very bad. If the clam girl destroyed her Clam Pearl, she would be able to remove all negative attributes from her body and erupt with strength that surpassed her limit. But once the strength of the Clam Pearl was exhausted, she would be swallowed up by a backlash. "You!" The cultivator's face was filled with anger. But before he could say anything else, Song Zhu lifted a hand and thrust it forward. With a loud bang, blood gushed out from every orifice of the cultivator's head, and he was sent flying away like a boulder. Before he even fell to the ground, he exploded into pieces. Song Zhu frowned for a moment before composing herself. She looked down at Qin Yu. "In truth, I am also very strong. It's just that I never had a chance to reveal it in front of you. Don't worry. Since I have already promised you, I will definitely do it." As she spoke, she stepped forwards. Tyrannical fluctuations of strength wove together around her, completely shattering the impact. At the same time, she leaned close to Qin Yu's ear and whispered, "Unless I have no other choice, the truth is that I don't want to take this step. This is because it is likely that I will fall into a horrifying situation. So, if you can survive this, remember to go to the East Sea to save me. Otherwise, I really will die a miserable death." He's coming. The moment her voice fell, an angry roar echoed in Song Zhu's mind, like billowing thunder. She coughed and spat out a mouthful of blood, but her complexion remained calm. She said, "Old ancestor, if you don't want to kill me, then please restrain your strength a little." After a brief pause, a gloomy voice echoed in her mind. Little Song Zhu, it seems I have underestimated you. You actually dared to do such a thing. Shatter your own clam pearl. Immediately return to the East Sea, otherwise I won't mind using the cruelest methods to kill everyone around you. Song Zhu lightly said, "I shattered my clam pearl because I had no other choice. If I want to continue living, then of course I must return to the East Sea. After all, in this world, only the old ancestor can save me. But before that, there are some things I need to do. I fear I will need the old ancestor to provide me with some strength so that I don't die midway." "How insolent! Song Zhu, I am warning you one last time. Immediately return to the East Sea, otherwise—" Song Zhu interrupted him. "Old ancestor, you should be well aware of where I am right now. So, no matter what, you cannot descend here. So, all the old ancestor can do now is roar and roar. Agree to my conditions and I will keep my promise to return to the East Sea. Otherwise, I would rather die here." After several breaths of silence, the voice in her mind calmed down. "Very well, I agree to your conditions. But remember, this is the last time. Otherwise, I will let you hear with your own ears the sound of Tsang Hua being torn to pieces." Song Zhu subconsciously tightened her arms around the unconscious Qin Yu. She bit her lips and her speed suddenly rose. After several breaths of time, she rushed out of the area that was originally covered by the Silver Sea and finally saw the Black Altar. Without paying attention to the fierce battle that was erupting, Song Zhu swept her eyes around and walked towards the altar. Her sudden appearance and actions instantly attracted the attention of countless people. After a brief moment of surprise, everyone revealed cold sneers. The cultivators of the Three-Peak Holy Lands were fighting the giant. Everyone was watching from the sidelines, their thoughts clear. But thinking was just thinking. Without a suitable opportunity, they wouldn't dare to act rashly. Did they really think that these three people would stare on helplessly as they obtained benefits? That was simply a dream. Now, Song Zhu walking towards the altar seemed to everyone like she was seeking death. She was holding a cultivator in her arms who seemed to be in a terrible state. Could it be that her husband had died and she had lost all reason? This was also a good opportunity to take a look at the methods of the cultivators of the Peach Garden, Netherworld, and Heavenly Palace so that they could make preparations early. Lei Xiaoyu frowned. She didn't know who Song Zhu was, but she could feel that she wasn't in a normal state right now. The feeling she gave off was like a blazing torch. Although it was blazing and exuberant, it would soon burn her to ashes. Then, the person this woman was holding actually gave her a familiar and intimate feeling. Just like that giant from just now. Lei Xiaoyu's eyes widened. She didn't think this was an illusion. After all, this was the truth. The giant had suddenly vanished from sight. But if this was true, then just what had happened? Not too long ago, that 100,000-foot-tall giant was in existence that made her feel as if she was hugging his thigh. But now, he had become a half-dead soft-footed shrimp in the arms of a woman. Her eldest senior apprentice brother's voice echoed in her ears. Help them. There was no specific direction, but it was enough to understand what he meant. It seemed that her eldest senior apprentice brother had also sensed the aura of the person being hugged. Strange, if there was a chance, she had to investigate this matter. Lei Xiaoyu's eyes flashed. She suddenly walked towards the altar. This action immediately diverted most of the attention that was gathered on Songzhu. The expressions of all the cultivators that had been silently watching changed. The actions of the Peach Garden disciples were naturally more startling than that of this strange woman. What did Lei Xiaoyu want to do? Could it be that the Peach Garden disciples wanted to take this chance to enter the altar first? Did they think that they were just decorations? Humph humph, everyone knew how powerful the Peach Garden's eldest senior apprentice brother was. They indeed didn't dare to provoke him, but they didn't care about a mere Lei Xiaoyu. Moreover, besides them, there were likely others who were even more enraged by this. What does the Peach Garden want to do? Are they preparing to destroy our current alliance? Yeshing roared, his face ashen. The Heavenly Palace's crown prince dodged the giant's strike. He turned to look at his eldest senior apprentice brother, his brows furrowed, revealing some confusion and doubt. Facing their gazes, his eldest senior apprentice brother lightly asked, "Do you think that this altar can be casually opened just because junior apprentice sister walks a few steps closer?" This was the truth. Netherworld Yeshing and the Heavenly Palace's crown prince were both well aware that although the altar in front of them seemed ordinary, it absolutely contained a terrifying danger. Otherwise, if Yeshing had been the first to break out of the sea, he would have already rushed up. But even so, Lei Xiaoyu was still a disciple of the Peach Garden. As for the Peach Garden master, besides being selfish and protective of her own people, her style of doing things had always been extreme. Who knew whether or not she had made any preparations before entering the Lost Garden? Yeshing roared, "Before I kill the giant, no one is allowed to take even half a step closer to the altar. Otherwise, don't blame me for being ruthless." Killing people to establish dominance was certainly the best method to deter those who came later. But Lei Xiaoyu clearly wasn't the first choice. That left only Zhang Zhu and Qin Yu. As Lei Xiaoyu heard this sound, she cursed inwardly. Her original intention was to divert attention and even stir up other cultivators to muddy the waters. But she never imagined that she would end up harming these two people instead. Seeing that Yeshing was about to attack, Lei Xiaoyu cursed inwardly. She had hidden herself for so long, but she never imagined that she would be forced to reveal her true form. Didn't this mean that all her efforts had been in vain? At this time, before Lei Xiaoyu could take off her mask and walk towards the altar, Zhang Zhu suddenly turned and punched out. For a woman who was holding an unconscious man in her arms, it was hard to imagine that she would dare to take the initiative to attack Netherworld Yeshing. As everyone saw this, they only had a single thought in their minds: she really was crazy. But what happened next completely crushed this thought of his into the ground until it was crushed into pieces. There was a heaven-shaking explosion, followed by Yeshing's roar. He felt as if he had been struck by a sledgehammer. His arms crossed in front of him as he rapidly drew backwards. Crack! Crack! The robes on his body couldn't withstand the terrifying invasion of strength and began to tear apart. Yeshing's eyes widened as he stubbornly stared at Zhang Zhu. His eyes were filled with hate and shock. He never imagined that this woman would be able to erupt with such a terrifying strength. This fist had nearly pierced through his defenses. Ignoring the countless shocked gazes that gathered on her, Zhang Zhu drew back her fist and continued forwards. Her calm voice spread outwards. "I will not take half a step into the altar. Anyone who tries to stop me will be my life or death enemy." This was probably the most hardcore explanation. Her voice was calm, so calm that there wasn't a single ripple in it. But this was the case, causing fear to rise in the depths of everyone's hearts. It was as if she said she would do it. If anyone dared to stop her, this woman would definitely go crazy. No one wanted to provoke a woman who wasn't in a normal state, especially when this woman had a shockingly strong strength. Not taking half a step into the altar, if she could really do what she said and only take a few steps closer, then it wasn't impossible to consider. Of course, the reason this idea appeared was because everyone knew that it was just as the Peach Blossom Garden's first disciple had said. This altar couldn't be opened so casually. Even if this woman went back on her words, there was still enough opportunity for everyone to stop her. At that time, if she angered everyone, then no matter how strong she was, it would be difficult for her to escape the fate of being surrounded and killed. For a time, there were many cultivators who secretly hoped that Song Zhu would go back on her word. Although they might not be able to take advantage of the situation, they could at least eliminate a terrifyingly strong opponent ahead of time. There was only one altar and everyone wanted what was inside. So, although everyone seemed to be temporarily at peace with each other, the truth was that they were destined to be competitors. If there was a chance, they wouldn't mind taking action and sending the other party to their eternal rest underground. Lei Xiaoyu revealed a look of surprise. She never thought that Song Zhu would give such a cold and ruthless response. Could it be that she had misjudged her? The Lost Garden was truly a mystical place. It always gave people pleasant surprises. As long as this woman didn't want to seek death, she absolutely wouldn't recklessly touch the altar. So, why did she approach it? Moreover, she was holding on to a half-dead man. With her intelligence, she could certainly understand why. Song Zhu was tyrannically strong and no one was willing to provoke her. This was the key reason why she was able to approach the altar. But at the same time, everyone hoped that by approaching her, they would be able to examine the altar and obtain some harvest. Perhaps it could be described as throwing a stone to test the road. That wasn't appropriate, but it was fine to understand the general meaning. The qinyu that Song Zhu was holding was naturally the stone that was thrown. Chapter 1288. Song Zhu could clearly feel that Qinyu's condition was gradually stabilizing, and as he approached the altar, his speed became faster and faster. Thus, when she had forced Nightwalker back with that extremely hard punch, she had been overjoyed because Qinyu would be able to survive. Although she didn't know what the reason was, it was undoubtedly related to the black pyramid-like altar in front of her. According to the old ancestors' records, that formidable existence's corpse should be here. In other words, Qinyu was likely related to this corpse in some way. Song Zhu had never been a stupid woman. So, in truth, there were many things that she saw and remembered. For instance, the fragment she gave to Qinyu. When Qinyu received it, although he tried his best to remain calm, she could still clearly see the excitement in his eyes. Moreover, when the pillar of fire descended, the fragment he took out had also been crushed. Originally, Song Zhu didn't think too much about it. But now that she thought about it, she came up with a general possibility. The eggshell might be related to the corpse on the altar. As for the rest, there was no need to say anything else. Sensing the hidden coldness and eagerness in the gaze behind him, Song Zhu hesitated for a moment before finally stopping. Although there was still some distance from the altar, Qinyu's aura had already stabilized and he was constantly recovering. With the mysterious relationship between him and this altar, it should be safe to leave him here. It was better not to take risk. It was better to be safe. Old ancestor, I need your strength to lay down an enchantment. Little Song Zhu, one last thing. After I complete it, I will return to the East Sea. Okay. The enchantment was like a deep blue wave that wrapped around Qinyu. Song Zhu leaned over and gently kissed his face. Forget it. I take back what I said before. Don't come to the East Sea. I hope you can live well. She placed Qinyu on the ground and turned to leave. Without any hesitation, she soon vanished from everyone's sight. Everyone who had been filled with anticipation was immediately disappointed. Just what was going on? Did she provoke Nightwalker in order to place this half-dead man outside the altar so he could die in peace? They couldn't figure it out. As for whether or not this unconscious man was plotting something, perhaps some people had this thought, but they soon threw it to the back of their minds. There were so many people here, and none of them were blind. They could clearly see if he was seriously injured or not. To be honest, the fact that the man lying outside the altar was still alive was already beyond their expectations. How could a severely injured and dying person, who was lying motionless on the ground, be able to come up with such a scheme? Stop joking. If they could succeed even with this, they might as well just commit suicide. That would be more straightforward and straightforward. After all, they would only be making a fool of themselves if they lived. If they wanted to lie down, then so be it. The most important thing now was the battle between the head disciple of the Peach Garden, Netherworld Nocturnal Walker, and the Crown Prince of the Heavenly Palace and the three-headed, six-armed giant. Of course, the best outcome would be for them to die together, but the probability was almost negligible. Furthermore, there was a faint sense of unease in everyone's hearts. These three people had clearly long since sensed their arrival, as well as their current intentions. He didn't do anything. Was he confident in his own strength, or did he have other plans? For a time, everyone's gazes turned back to the place where the battle had taken place. Only Lei Xiaoyu was still staring at the man lying on the ground, not far from the altar. Her intuition told her that there was a problem here. There was definitely a problem. But this person seemed to have some connection with the Peach Garden. After a moment of hesitation, she suppressed her desire to act and decided to temporarily wait and see. In fact, Lei Xiaoyu's perception was correct. What everyone thought was absurd was actually possible. No, to be exact, it wasn't possible. Rather, it had already happened. Qin Yu had woken up long ago. Of course, this wasn't accurate, because even though his consciousness was awake, his body was still asleep. The reason was that his body of rules had disintegrated, causing him to lose control of his body. Thus, Qin Yu was well aware of Zhang Zhu's kiss before she left, as well as the words she said. This could be considered a stolen kiss. In a more serious way, it could be considered harassment. After committing such a grave mistake, he actually wanted to walk away. Keep dreaming. The old turtle sneered again and again. Master is right. We must go to the East Sea and drag that old thing out to beat him. He actually dared to threaten Miss Zhang Zhu. He must be tired of living. The Abyssal Shadow's eavesdropping abilities were top-notch. In addition, they were close enough that Qin Yu had been tightly held in Zhang Zhu's arms. Thus, Qin Yu also heard the entire conversation between Zhang Zhu and the old ancestor. This woman, before she left, she had actually changed her mind. Did she think he didn't have the strength to rush into the East Sea? Cough cough, that's right, from what he saw, he indeed didn't have the strength. Although he had erupted with a great battle with the three-headed and six-armed giant just now, in the blink of an eye he had become like this. But that didn't matter. Although he didn't have the strength before, it was hard to say what would happen soon. This was because Qin Yu had already established a connection with the altar in front of him and obtained the support of its strength. Otherwise, his body of rules would have completely collapsed and he would be deader than dead. How could he still be here, thinking about all sorts of random thoughts? That's right, in front of everyone's eyes, Qin Yu was obtaining the strength from the altar. Reality had already proven that what the stone pagoda told him wasn't a story, but a true event that occurred in the distant past. Sealed within this altar in front of him was the corpse of a pre-celestial spirit. Perhaps this wasn't completely correct, and there might be other details to it. But to Qin Yu, it didn't matter. He was still alive, and that was the key. Moreover, if nothing unexpected happened, it seemed he would soon become the greatest winner in the Lost Garden. He would personally bury that ancient creature and linger on its last breath. However, the only thing that Qin Yu felt wasn't right was that this entire process had gone far too smoothly. It didn't mean that Qin Yu had placed his life on the line in a hopeless situation and had risked his life with Zhang Zhu. That was the only reason he was able to arrive in front of the altar. The difficulty was so high that it left one in despair. What he meant was that he had obtained the approval of the altar. Or, to be more precise, he had obtained the approval of the pre-celestial spirit corpse. There was no accident at all. As soon as he appeared in front of the altar, He immediately established a connection with it and obtained a steady flow of strength, repairing his wounds and suppressing the collapse of his body of rules. It was like everything had already been prepared and was just waiting for Qin Yu to deliver himself to its doorstep. If others were to know of his thoughts, they would surely curse him out loud. "You brat, you don't know what's good for you. You've already obtained a great advantage, and yet you're still trying to show off." This was a pre-celestial spirit. A complete pre-celestial spirit corpse could maintain the continuity of the lost garden and even resist the will of the world. Just thinking about how much strength was contained within it was enough to make one drool over it. Yet, he still dared to have such thoughts? Why don't you just die? But this was indeed what Qin Yu was thinking right now. After a moment of hesitation, he asked the old turtle and the stone pagoda about this. But most of his thoughts fell on the stone pagoda. This was because of its recent near-encyclopedic performance, so it was only natural that it would receive such attention. Without any surprise, the excited old turtle suddenly fell silent. It was clear he hadn't realized this at all. Luckily, the stone pagoda's performance didn't disappoint. After several breaths of time, it said in a low voice, "Master's thoughts are thorough and thorough. I didn't have time to consider this before, but now that I think about it, what Master said is correct. The process has indeed gone far too smoothly," the old turtle grimaced. He wanted to retort, "Isn't it good that things have gone smoothly? How many times has it been along the way and we've almost died? Did the two of you suffer some sort of illness that makes you feel uncomfortable as long as you don't fall into a trap?" But he only dared to think about this in his heart. Without any evidence, if he said anything else, he might lose even more face. Qin Yu said, "What did you think of?" He keenly sensed the hesitation and pause in the stone pagoda's voice. The stone pagoda's voice was a bit hoarse, as if it were slowly squeezed out from its throat. "Master, I wonder if you've heard of matters related to corpse spirits? If that's really the case, I fear we've already come too late." Qin Yu's complexion changed. "Corpse spirits. The stone pagoda took a deep breath. Its voice stabilized a little, but it became even more bitter. "There are some formidable life forms whose strength surpasses certain limit. Even if they die and their souls are annihilated, their mortal bodies will not decay and even maintain a formidable vitality. After a long period of time, the spiritual sense that is bred from the corpse is called a corpse spirit. I originally thought that it was nearly impossible for something as rare as a corpse spirit to appear, but I didn't realize that with the corpse of a pre-celestial spirit, it isn't impossible for a corpse spirit to be bred." The old turtle's voice trembled. "Are you saying that the corpse in the altar has already bred a new will? Master, we have to run, we have to run." If it were anything else, in order to maintain its shaky status, it might be able to summon the courage to fight. But this was a pre-celestial spirit. Even if it was only a resurrected corpse, the strength it could erupt with was enough to easily tear them to shreds. And when Qin Yu said that things had gone smoothly just now, there was an explanation. The corpse spirit had taken the initiative to cooperate. The old turtle didn't know why it was doing this, nor did he care. But there was definitely a plot behind all of this. In other words, there was a high chance that Qin Yu had been locked onto by the corpse spirit. Thinking of this, it was so horrifying that he wanted to cry. The old turtle thought that Qin Yu's luck was far too heaven-defying. He was able to encounter all sorts of strange and bizarre things. Although he had survived everything he encountered before, and not only did he not die, but he was even more lively than before. But who knew what the result would be the next time something like this happened? Death was right in front of them. They could clearly smell its aura. If they didn't leave at this time, were they going to wait for death? The stone pagoda said in a low voice, "Master, perhaps we really came too late. Leaving now is indeed the best choice." There was silence. Even the first old turtle, who suggested running away, looked at the black altar in front of him and felt his heart drip blood. This was the corpse of a pre-celestial spirit. It was clearly theirs and within easy reach, but now they had to abandon it on their own initiative and flee. This sort of torment and suffering was 10 times, 100 times more painful than taking a knife and cutting away at their own flesh, and he wasn't a particularly broad-minded person. Qin Yu broke the silence. The corpse of the pre-celestial spirit has successfully bred a corpse spirit, so why does the lost garden allow it to continue drawing out its strength? Moreover, there is a very important point. If even the pre-celestial spirit can be found and killed by the ancient life forms, does Fei not know anything about the corpse spirit? The ancient life forms are already prepared to deal with the corpse spirit. The stone pagoda blurted out, his voice filled with excitement. That's right, Master's considerations are correct. The corpse spirit's silence in itself is the greatest doubt. The old turtle felt like his head was about to explode. He had a foreboding premonition and hurriedly said, Master, perhaps your considerations aren't wrong, but the corpse spirit is taking the initiative to help you transmit its strength. There must be a plot behind this. Perhaps, the more anxious he was, the more his mind turned to mush. Qin Yu didn't continue making things difficult for him. He finished the sentence for the old turtle. Perhaps the corpse spirit is helping me on its own initiative because it wants to find someone to block its blade for itself. Yes, that's right. Master is wise, this must be the case. The old turtle nodded again and again, flattering Qin Yu. But as he finished speaking, he discovered that the situation wasn't quite right. Qin Yu and the stone pagoda fell silent once more. But this silence was different from before. The old turtle could swear that he could feel excitement and eagerness from the two of them. It was over. These two madmen, even in such a situation, they still wanted to fight. Did they not know how the word death was written? Chapter 1289. The stone pagoda clearly understood Qin Yu's meaning. He spoke quickly. Let me think for a moment. Let's temporarily assume that when the ancient life forms built this altar, they anticipated the birth of the corpse spirit, so they made arrangements specifically for it. Let's not discuss what these arrangements are for now. But there is one thing that can be confirmed, and that is that they are capable of dealing a devastating blow to the corpse spirit. Even now, the corpse spirit that has been born for countless years has remained silent and pretended to be dead. Master killed the spirit snake and refined its strength to form a body of rules. Master is from the same origin as the pre-celestial spirit in the altar. Thus, the corpse spirit might have discovered Master's existence a long time ago. It clearly knows that Master also has the qualifications to obtain the approval of the pre-celestial spirit's corpse. The reason it hasn't attacked you is because it is restricted by the ancient life forms. But, since it has taken the initiative to transmit its strength to help you, that means it must have other thoughts. Block the blade, block the blade. I understand. Master is truly unparalleled in wisdom. You have already seen through the thoughts of the corpse spirit. The reason it transmitted its strength to you and allowed Master to continuously obtain the strength of the pre-celestial spirit was because it hoped to see you withstand the terrifying methods prepared by the ancient life forms and thus protect yourself. So, as long as we can withstand the methods of the ancient life forms, the corpse spirit will only be shooting itself in the foot. This is because the strength of the pre-celestial spirit has already been eaten into our stomachs. Qin Yu lightly said, That's right. So, the only question is whether or not we can withstand the methods prepared by the ancient life forms. He paused for a moment, his tone becoming increasingly calm. Do you think that the methods prepared by the ancient life forms will be able to completely destroy the pre-celestial spirit's corpse? They won't. The stone pagoda rushed to answer. He seemed to think of something and his voice became incomparably excited. The lost garden is the final breath of the ancient life forms. Once the pre-celestial spirit's corpse is destroyed, it will also collapse with it. So, the methods of the ancient life forms are aimed at the soul and consciousness? Qin Yu nodded. The old turtle suddenly shivered. He felt as if he were being stared at by a terrifying predator in the darkness. His eyes were filled with burning anticipation, as if he were saying that he could do it, that he could definitely do it, even if he couldn't. He had to create the conditions to do it, that is, if he wanted to live comfortably and continue living. At first, Old Tortoise did not react. In his fear state, his brain worked slower. But now, Qin Yu and Shurta had clearly analyzed the entire matter and placed it in front of him. It was impossible for him to play dumb even if he wanted to. The old turtle was suddenly filled with resentment. He thought that Qin Yu was doing this on purpose, and that he had already thought of everything. The stone guiding pagoda, that idiot who pretended to be smart, had cooperated with him and played along with him, placing the entire matter in front of him. Could he refuse? Not to mention what kind of torture he would have to go through in the future if he really lost the corpse of the innate spirit because of him. He feared that if he really opened his mouth to refuse, Qin Yu wouldn't even listen to him. Qin Yu would simply sneer and continue doing whatever he wanted. Then, when the ancient era's organisms' preparations were unleashed, would he be able to watch with folded arms? He clearly couldn't. Otherwise, if Qin Yu died, he would die with him. Master, speculations. These are all speculations. What if it's not the case? What if this is a trap set up by the zombie spirits? The future is limitless, but we need to live. The old tortoise pleaded as it made its last effort. He was rejected without hesitation. Qin Yu's voice was calm. These are indeed speculations. But there are times when a story is told that the truth can be told. The stone tower has already experienced this once, so I believe in his judgment. The old turtle cried. If it weren't for the fact that he was being controlled by others, if it weren't for the fact that Qin Yu would die, he would have already cursed out loud. You brat, you are too evil. Like hell I'll believe you. What do you mean, it's the stone tower's judgment? This is clearly your idea. That stupid stone tower. He thought he was smart, but he was unknowingly schemed against by you and risked his life for you. Why do I have such a master? Difficult, this is just too difficult for me. If you remain silent, then I'll take it as you agreeing. Very good. Then, us three masters and servants will go out to fight for riches and honor. If we succeed, then in the vast Yang world, you and I will be the #1 characters. Qin Yu's words sealed the coffin. The old turtle, what else could he say? He was prepared to go all out. Strength, I need enough, more strength. Every word he spat out was filled with gnashing teeth. Qin Yu relaxed a little. Sure, I can give you as much as you want. With the old turtle's personality, although he was forced to lower his head, since he dared to agree, that meant he had some degree of confidence in himself. That was enough. In this world, how could one have complete confidence in everything? For instance, his previous speculations were indeed only speculations. But according to the current situation, the chances of this being the truth weren't low. There was at least a 30% chance of this happening, so it was worth risking everything he had. Otherwise, did he really think that the strength of a pre-celestial spirit was easy to take? If he wanted to leave, the corpse spirit in the altar would be the first to refuse. Thus, Qin Yu chose to gamble with his life. He was betting on this. As for the old turtle, needing enough strength, that really wasn't a problem at all. The corpse spirit in the altar was constantly supplying him. Before he activated the killing move prepared by the ancient creature, Qin Yu could have as much as he wanted. Moreover, absorbing as much strength from the pre-celestial spirit as possible was the key to Qin Yu's plan. Only by grasping the vast majority of the strength could he force the corpse spirit to swallow the bitter fruit he had sown after blocking the saber. He wouldn't be able to counterattack even if he wanted to, and he wouldn't be so stupid as to block the saber for someone else. The self-destruction of the body of laws had already been suppressed by the powerful strength. Moreover, as strength continued to pour into his body, the completely broken body of laws began to slowly mend and repair itself. The strength that belonged to the pre-celestial spirit was naturally the highest quality and peak existence in this world, otherwise it would have been impossible to accomplish this. Moreover, it was a body of laws that had been broken to such a degree. You couldn't imagine just what sort of terrifying strength it would possess once it was perfected. Moreover, this wasn't all. The pre-celestial spirit was born along with the world. It could even be seen as a part of the world. What Yu was doing now was the same as refining a miniature version of the world. And it just so happened that he walked the path of the true divinity path. The more he comprehended the world's rules, the stronger his divine seal would be and the more terrifying his strength would be. Simple, straightforward, and crude. So now, as he absorbed the strength of the pre-celestial spirit, countless comprehensions of the world's rules began to explode in his mind. They were like countless brilliant fireworks that illuminated the pitch-black night sky. Then, in this vault of heaven, stars began to appear. They were dazzling and brilliant, gradually turning into a boundless galaxy. In the pitch-black world of nothingness, the stone pagoda that was covered in scars shivered with excitement. Although it remembered everything that happened in the past, it never imagined that there would be a day when it would be able to help them take revenge. After all, those people were far too strong. They were so strong that even the once prosperous world was destroyed in a single strike, sinking into eternal darkness. But now, the stone pagoda could feel Yu's crazy rise in strength, and it could see hope in him. As long as he could live past today, the future of the vast young world was destined to be rewritten. You bunch of unlucky fools, if you aren't willing to die unjustly, then pray with me that you can live on. This boy seems cold and callous, but the truth is that he is a sentimental person. The more I do by his side, the more difficult it will be for him to escape. Although this sounds a bit sinister and calculating, Yu already knew that there was a problem with me to begin with. So, since he accepted my help, he is likely prepared to pay the price. So, pray with me. Yu must live on. He must live on after today. The entire vast young world will hear his voice. Faintly, the old turtle could sense some of the fluctuations of the stone pagoda's thoughts. He couldn't help but grit his teeth. You idiot, if you have the time to think about all sorts of nonsense, then you might as well pray to me. If I can't block it, then Yu will instantly be finished and everyone will die. Thinking of this, the old turtle, who felt that he was stuffed to the point where he couldn't eat any more, suddenly found his capacity. I can't die, I absolutely cannot die. But now, every bit more he ate meant that there was a higher chance he could block it. I'm stuffed to death, but as long as I don't die, I can still eat. I can do it, I can definitely do it. After all, I am the solemn shadow of the abyss, an existence that death can never touch. The slaughter continued. Even though the three-headed six-armed giant was suppressed by the altar and couldn't erupt with its full strength, it was still terrifying. Even if the cultivators of the three-peak Holy Lands joined forces and suppressed it, it would still be difficult for them to kill it. The more time passed, the more restless people became. This was because there was a limit to how much one could endure. Once they consumed too much, they would become impulsive and reckless. Therefore, the gazes of some people that looked at the altar became more and more fervent, and their breathing became hurried. Lei Xiaoyu wasn't one of them. Instead, she quietly drew back some distance. Of course, it wasn't that she wasn't interested in the altar, but that she didn't want to be implicated by a group of idiots. Of course, to say that these people were idiots wouldn't be too accurate. But, sometimes, the smarter a person was, the more difficult it was to suppress their ambitions. Because of this, they would often overlook their true position. Casting a stone to test the road. Before, Sangju, who was holding on to Qinyu, was a stone used to test the altar in everyone's eyes. And now, these people had become stones in the eyes of their eldest senior apprentice brother, Netherworld Yocker, and the Heavenly Palace's crown prince. It was just that they didn't realize it. Lei Xiaoyu sighed. Indeed, her eldest senior apprentice brother was only good to his own people. He didn't care about anything else. But this was good. If he really was a good person, how could he have become the illustrious eldest senior apprentice brother of Peach Garden? This judgment wasn't because of what her eldest senior apprentice brother had said, but because Lei Xiaoyu had come to this conclusion based on her own knowledge. Although she wasn't clear on the strength of Netherworld Yocker and the Heavenly Palace's crown prince, she had some understanding of how terrifying her eldest senior apprentice brother was. The three-headed six-armed giant was strong, but in its weakened state, if her eldest senior apprentice brother erupted with his full strength, it wouldn't be difficult for him to fight it. Netherworld Yocker and the Heavenly Palace's crown prince were as famous as her senior apprentice brother. Even if they were weaker, there was still a limit. After all, her eldest senior apprentice brother was a very prideful person, and he had also been infected with some of the yard master's bad habits. Whether it was a friend or an opponent, they had to be pleasing to his eyes first. Thus, these three people hadn't even tried their best. They just didn't have full confidence that they could defeat their opponents and take down the altar. As for the others, they were nothing more than a pile of stones. They weren't even worthy of their attention. As her thoughts raced, she sneered inwardly. Lei Xiaoyu's gaze fell once more on the person lying on the ground, not too far away from the altar. What was going on? His condition seemed to be much better than before. She wanted to sense him more carefully, but it was blurry and indistinct, as if he was being blocked by some sort of strength. Lei Xiaoyu's eyes brightened. There was a problem, there really was a problem. Chapter 1290. In terms of perception, even eldest senior apprentice brother couldn't compare with Lei Xiaoyu. This had nothing to do with cultivation or realm. Rather, it was the strength of her bloodline that she had awakened during her near-death experience. So, she should be the only one who could sense the change in Qin Yu's aura. This caused Lei Xiaoyu to hesitate. The reason for this had already been mentioned before. And more importantly, as this person's aura stabilized, that strange sense of closeness and familiarity became increasingly intense. But, if she wanted to go a step further, it would be difficult to determine this person's identity. A strange yet familiar person. But in truth, Lei Xiaoyu's hesitation was meaningless. Because even if she revealed this, she wouldn't be able to harm Qin Yu. The corpse spirit needed Qin Yu to live and grow stronger so that it could block the blades of the ancient lifeforms. Before that happened, it wouldn't allow anyone to harm Qin Yu. Although it was restricted by the altar and unable to free itself, it was still a corpse spirit born from the corpse of an innate spirit. It would be a joke to say that it didn't have the ability to interfere with the outside world. Slaughtering everyone here might be a bit difficult, but protecting Qin Yu's safety shouldn't be too difficult. Within the black pyramid-shaped altar there was in truth light. The source came from the scales on its body. It lay on the altar, as if it had fallen into a deep slumber. Its abdomen gently rose and fell, and it was even breathing. It had experienced a tragic battle in the past where it had slaughtered nearly all the powerhouses of the ancient lifeforms and was finally killed, but just from the surface, it seemed to be in perfect condition. Or perhaps, the terrifying injuries it had suffered had completely healed in the endless years after its death. If this was the case, then the strength and methods of an innate spirit far surpassed the imagination. Suddenly, it opened its eyes, revealing a pair of tranquil eyes. They contained the vicissitudes of endless years, as if they could contain all things. This was a pair of eyes that were hard to find words to describe. It seemed to reflect the entire world. But the only thing that was out of place was that even though it had opened its eyes, it didn't give off the feeling that it had truly woken up. It was as if opening one's eyes was no different from opening a hole in a rock. It was still a dead object without any signs of life. The reason for this was that the one controlling the innate spirit to open its eyes was the corpse spirit born from the corpse. Although it had a spirit, it came from the corpse and could be considered a type of lifeless object. It wasn't a normal soul body. It suddenly said, "We should have been discovered." He paused for a moment, then said, "So what if they find out? If he doesn't want to die, he can only follow the path we set." He is very calm. Maybe he wants to take a gamble, but I don't think it's a good idea. He paused for a moment before continuing, "After this person suffers a calamity, I want his body." Thought for a moment and nodded. "Okay." The altar returned to silence. Qin Yu and the Stone Tower's speculations were correct. The dead pre-celestial spirit had indeed given birth to a corpse spirit, but there were two of them. Now they had reached an agreement. His body and that of the pre-celestial spirit would become a medium for them to parasitize, each sharing half of their strength. Perfect. The old turtle stopped. He felt like he was a balloon that had been inflated to the limit. One touch and he would explode into pieces. Now, he had already made all the preparations and was just waiting to fight with his life on the line. To fight with his life on the line, or to fight with his life on the line. The stone pagoda also stopped absorbing strength. The only source of light scattered down from the darkness. Its body was still covered in scars, but it gave off a feeling of vitality. The majority of its interior had been restored. As for the remaining damage, it would need time to repair it bit by bit. The reason he left behind these scars was to remind him of those people from the past. Each scar corresponded to a life. Only after he paid them back could he erase them. Qin Yu continued to absorb the powerful strength that came from the altar. It wasn't that his appetite was greater than the old turtle or the stone pagodas, but that in order to repair his body of rules and complete the process of destroying and rebuilding, the amount of strength he needed was an astronomical figure. It could be said that if it weren't for the pre-celestial spirit corpse on the altar, and if it weren't for the corpse spirit's full cooperation, Qin Yu would have died without a doubt. In other words, strictly speaking, the corpse spirit could be considered to have saved Qin Yu's life, even if he had other plans. After receiving kindness from others, he always had to express his gratitude. So, Qin Yu felt that if he could have the last laugh, he might as well give it a quick death, so that it wouldn't suffer any more pain and suffering. As for repaying evil with kindness and smiling away grudges, Qin Yu couldn't be so magnanimous. He also couldn't leave behind any hidden dangers for himself. Hum, faint vibrations suddenly spread out from his limbs and bones. An invisible aura spread outwards, making him feel as if he were fusing into the world, as if he were gradually becoming a part of the world. At this time, a deep sense of weariness gushed out from his mind, wrapping around Qin Yu's consciousness. He wanted to close his eyes and fall into a deep slumber. This was an extremely comfortable feeling, one that, after being stained by it, no one wanted to rid themselves of it, no longer wanted to open their eyes. Qin Yu had a premonition that if he really closed his eyes at this time, he would truly fuse with the world and become a part of it, forever fading away from it. Becoming a part of the world. Although it sounded grand and lofty, the truth was that it represented endless terror. His consciousness would dissipate and be absorbed by the world. It was the same as vanishing like smoke, leaving no trace in the world. But what was strange was that in the face of this terrifying situation, Qin Yu was actually very calm. He didn't resist at all. Instead, he felt joy in his heart. He felt extremely tired. At this time, it was like he had thrown himself into the warm embrace of his mother. Like this, he closed his eyes and fell asleep. Lei Xiaoyu discovered that the aura of the man outside the altar had changed once more. Suddenly, he became illusory. Although he was right in front of them, he gave off a feeling as if he could disappear at any moment. He was like a shadow or a wisp of smoke. Lei Xiaoyu subconsciously widened her eyes. She felt that this man was far too interesting. He changed so much that it was hard to fathom him. Just what was he trying to do? Moreover, although changing so many times made one feel that it was very cool, this wasn't a good feeling at all. It was as if he disappeared, he would truly disappear, never to return. But as Lei Xiaoyu's eyes widened and she stared at him, the man's aura suddenly changed once more. He was like a bird soaring in the 9 heavens. Just as he was about to soar above the clouds and disappear before his eyes, he turned into a smelly and hard boulder in the blink of an eye. In a cold and direct manner, he crashed heavily into the ground with a deafening bang. Dust rose up in all directions and a monstrous infernal energy surged. Schwar, that man opened his eyes and his lips moved. His voice was so low that it was impossible to hear what he said. But it just so happened that she had studied lip language before and could be considered half an expert in this field. A mother's embrace? What nonsense are you talking about? I've never seen her before, so I don't know what it feels like. But I'm sure it's not like you. Lei Xiaoyu's thoughts were in chaos. What the hell was going on? How did he get involved with a mother's embrace? Was there something wrong with this person's brain? That was quite a pity. After all, he was truly handsome and his eyes were beautiful. Cough cough, this damned world where looks reigned supreme, as long as one was a woman, there was no way to avoid it. Fusing with the world as one, if one disregarded the terrifying attribute, could be considered as the recognition of the world itself. The world's will believed that with your current state, you had the qualifications to become a part of it. This could be considered the highest level of praise for a life form. It wasn't a requirement that just anyone could achieve. Or, it was more accurate to say that it was impossible for a Hotian life form to obtain such an honor. If Qin Yu could obtain the recognition of the world's will, refining and absorbing the strength of a pre-celestial spirit was certainly the key. But besides that, the condensation of a body of rules and the cultivation of the true divinity path also played a powerful supporting role. With these 3 factors added together, Qin Yu obtained a treatment similar to when a pre-celestial spirit chose to perish and fuse with the world itself. Unfortunately, Qin Yu didn't appreciate this, of course he wouldn't. This was because Qin Yu wasn't a pre-celestial spirit that had lived for endless years, an invincible existence beneath the heavens, someone who thought the world was far too boring. He was only a cultivator that had bitterly struggled through countless storms of blood to survive until today. He still had many wishes that he hadn't completed, so how could he be willing to fuse with the world? No matter what kind of honor it was, he would still die. He wanted to live, and he wanted to live freely and happily, to live with an indomitable spirit. Rumble rumble, at this moment, a trillion thunderclaps seemed to explode within Qin Yu's body. Every explosion was the sound of his flesh and blood and bones trembling. The body of rules broke apart and then stood up, completely condensing. Qin Yu's mortal body crazily strengthened. Every inch of his bones and flesh was constantly rising. At the same time, his mind buzzed and his consciousness fell into a blank space. This was because his flesh and blood and bones were trembling and roaring, but it was even more because after the body of rules condensed, it had a reverse effect on his soul. A flood of strength erupted. As it poured into his soul, it was instantly absorbed. Then, it began to wildly evolve and transform. Then, in Qin Yu's world of consciousness, the phantom of a divine seal appeared. The moment it appeared, a galaxy slowly unfolded. As his soul absorbed the reverse strength of the body of rules, this galaxy became increasingly clear and solid, giving off a realistic feeling. It began to slowly revolve. The change between movement and stillness was like a painting turning into a living creature. The galaxy divine seal, a single seal evolved into a galaxy. In the legends, this was the highest level of a true divinity's Tao. Once they surpassed their limits, they would transform and reach a boundary. Today, it had finally appeared in the world. The body of rules, the galaxy divine seal, the transformation of his soul. At this moment, Qin Yu's overall strength crazily rose to a horrifying degree. With every breath that passed, Qin Yu became stronger. It could be said that this was the most important moment of Qin Yu's life. He absolutely could not be disturbed in the slightest. Otherwise, if he were to leave this mysterious and perfect state, his final harvests would be affected. It was also at this moment that an incomparably terrifying aura suddenly descended. It was like a mountain pressing down on everyone's hearts. The eldest senior brother's complexion changed. He looked up and his pupils violently shrank. Shock and disbelief appeared in his eyes. In truth, it was extremely difficult to see such an expression on the face of the Peach Blossom Garden's first disciple. From this, one could see just how much of an impact this terrifying aura had on his mind. Yuming Yexing and the Heavenly Palace's crown prince also paled. They rapidly retreated and looked up with shock. Just as Lei Xiaoyu thought, they had indeed held back their strength. They had also used everyone here as stones to probe the depths of the altar. But all of this was built on the assumption that the situation was already decided and that the altar was in their hands, but now, this aura that suddenly appeared was clearly mocking them. They had thought that things were far too simple. Disregarding everything else, just the intense pressure that this aura gave them was enough to make it hard for them to withstand. Or, it was more accurate to say that if they were directly struck by this aura, they would die. The cultivators of the 3 top holy lands all felt an intense threat of death. Everyone else paled like paper, their legs shivering and their faces filled with fear. In the next moment, a heaven-shaking explosion erupted above their head. Then, countless boulders came crashing down with the force of tens of thousands of caddies. Each boulder had the power to break a city or break a river. The terrifying sound of breaking air was shrill and shrill, causing one's scalp to tingle. The 3-headed and 6-armed giant reared its head back and roared. It seemed to sense something and turned to rush towards the altar. But at this time, a boulder smashed into its body. The giant stumbled, and before it could steady itself, another boulder came crashing down, followed by a third, a fourth. In the blink of an eye, it was completely buried beneath the boulders. Shuar, the elder senior apprentice brother's figure flickered, and he appeared beside Lei Xiaoyu. With a flick of his sleeves, space shook and formed a powerful barrier around them. In the next moment there was a loud explosion. The boulder smashed into the barrier, causing space to shake and distort. It almost struck the two of them. But not everyone was like eldest senior brother and had the qualifications to resist the terrifying bombardment of the boulders. Besides a few people who were extremely lucky, there were already many cultivators that were smashed by the boulders along with shrill cries. Instantly, viscous blood gushed out from their bodies, and it seemed that they were doomed. If these were just simple boulders, even if they were several times larger, it would still be impossible for them to cause fatal injuries to powerful cultivators. But now, these boulders seemed to have some sort of terrifying will poured into them, making them nearly invincible. Dust soared into the skies and boulders tumbled about. After a series of angry roars, the smoke and dust gradually dispersed. Besides the smell of blood in the air, there were only pained groans in the ears, whose strong winds howled, stirring up endless clouds and fog. Beneath everyone's eyes, the clouds constantly surged and surged, recklessly and rapidly. It was only at this time that everyone discovered that what was blown up just now was the peak of this heaven-supporting mountain. Now they were all high up in the skies, and the terrifying aura that descended was even higher up. Therefore, everyone looked up and saw a spot of ink suddenly appear in the sky that had been washed clean by the fierce winds. Like thick ink, it immediately spread out like water. In the blink of an eye, it dyed a pupil, and then it became a complete, incomparably huge eye. It was cold and indifferent, without the least bit of fluctuation within it. Looking down, it gave off a feeling as if all things were being absorbed into it. It was terrifying and oppressive. Everyone stopped breathing. Even their thoughts became difficult and obscure. Roar, a loud roar echoed out in everyone's minds. It was like the heavens were falling and the earth was cracking apart, all things were instantly annihilated. It was hard to describe the strength contained within this roar. It was like a hurricane that swept out in all directions, destroying everything in its path. And this was only what the bystanders felt. This was because they had only withstood a portion of the shockwaves from this roar. Over 90% of the strength was concentrated in the altar area. Or, to be more precise, it was concentrated on Qin Yu's body. His guess was correct. The ancient life form had indeed laid down a method to prevent the awakening of the corpse spirit. It was the giant eye that appeared above their heads. It wanted to exterminate Qin Yu's soul. The stone pagoda roared out, "Abyss Shadow, it is time for you to display your strength. As long as you can help Master survive this calamity, there will always be a place for you by Master's side in the future." The old turtle, that was trembling in fear, suddenly widened his eyes. He clenched his teeth and cursed out loud. He had to fight. That idiot stone pagoda, his words weren't wrong. As long as he could help Qin Yu survive, then no matter how amazing the stone pagoda's performance was, he would still be the greatest merit. With this merit, no one could easily shake his position in the future. "I won't die, I absolutely won't die. You think a single eye is fierce? I still have two. Open up for me, swallow it up." Then, in the next moment, the abyss arrived. Rich darkness erupted from Qin Yu's body. It howled out like a horrifying bottomless mouth. Deep and icy cold. It was the shadow of the abyss. It instantly erupted all of its strength in exchange for a trace of the might of the abyss's will. A terrifying aura gushed out from the darkness, causing the entire lost garden to violently shake. Kacha, with a loud explosion, cracks appeared in the skies. Although the lost garden was a small world forcefully carved out by ancient life forms, it was still a part of the vast Yang world. Now, with a trace of the might of the abyss's will, the diametrically opposed world attributes caused the rules of the entire lost garden to collapse. Countless ancient life forms widened their eyes. They stared at the cracks that suddenly erupted in the skies above their heads and screamed out in panic. Because at this moment, the ancient life forms could feel the final destruction that had been foreordained by their destiny. The shadow of the abyss twisted. It was like a giant deep-sea net had caught onto some invisible object and was instantly pulled out of shape. The space at the edge of the darkness seemed unable to withstand the shaking strength. It quietly collapsed and was annihilated. The old turtle's howls were sharp and distorted. It was like a rooster being strangled by the neck, grating to the ears. Gradually, it turned from high to low until all that was left was endless weakness. "He, you dare to show off to me with just one eye, you aren't enough." Chapter 1291. In the cold and indifferent eyes in the skies, a trace of pain and unwillingness appeared. Everyone heard another roar in their ears, but this time, there was no longer any terrifying might. All that was left was despair. Like this, it vanished from sight. The world was deathly silent. Blood dripped from every orifice on those deathly pale faces, and their eyes were filled with horror. The shadow of the abyss had appeared far too quickly. In the blink of an eye, it had spread out, covering the entire altar. No one could see that its origin came from within Qin Yu's body. So now, everyone's eyes gathered on the altar. Thoughts subconsciously rose in everyone's minds. Just what was happening? But there were two eyes that were an exception. The eldest senior apprentice brother looked at Qin Yu. It wasn't because he recognized him, but because he could feel an inexplicable aura from his body. It was like he was facing the heavens and earth, like he was looking at the endless sea. And many years ago, when he followed his teacher and met with an unsurpassed ruler, he had also felt this. Of course, it was only a very, very small amount now. It couldn't be compared to the past, when his mind was completely blank and his thoughts nearly stopped. But no matter how small it was, it still existed. If the eldest senior apprentice brother was sure that what he sensed wasn't wrong, then that meant there was a difference in level. Who was this person? Could it be the work of a ruler? But his teacher had once said that because of the Great War, the ruler had hidden himself from the world and wouldn't easily interfere in the matters of the world. But, more importantly, was there some connection between him and the peach garden? The second gaze came from Lei Xiaoyu. She was the only one here who had felt the change in Qin Yu's aura. So, even though she was looking in the same direction as everyone else, her focus was different. This was because her intuition told her that although the terrifying eye that appeared and disappeared in the skies seemed to be locked onto the black altar, its true target was the man standing not too far away from the altar. A chill gushed out from the depths of her heart. Then, it turned into a bit of fear. To be able to resist the giant eye in the skies without being harmed at all, just what sort of strength did one need? Thinking about it further, the darkness that erupted just now had come from this person. If she hadn't chosen to silently watch and instead tried to do something, she feared she would have been swallowed up in a single gulp. Then, there would have been no then, right? Inside the altar, its eyes were still empty. The light released by its scales had dimmed because it had lost a great deal of strength. This is fate. A light sigh sounded from its mouth. There was unwillingness and gloominess, but it could still be considered calm. He paused for a moment before continuing. Can I fight for it? We can't compete. More than half of our power has been taken away. Even if we join forces, we will most likely lose. Are we just going to let it go like that? She continued. Of course not, just temporarily hand this power over to him and in the future just find a chance to take it back. Do you think I still have a chance? Be patient. There will always be a chance. After a moment of silence, it raised its head and looked at the altar that had imprisoned it for so long. There was a hint of sadness in its voice. It has been a long and torturous journey until today. Now that I finally have a chance to escape, all of my plans have failed and I've benefited others. How pitiful and lamentable! How unfair is this world! How cruel is this world! You win. A voice suddenly sounded out in Qin Yu's mind. He was currently in the midst of his transformation. After his mind trembled for a moment, he immediately understood who this voice was coming from. It was only fate that brought us together. It wasn't my original intention to steal away your good fortune, but since things have come to this, explanations are useless. I will give you a quick death. After a brief pause, the voice sounded out again. I originally thought that you would try to recruit me, but are you really so confident that you can completely exterminate me? After all, I was born in this world. In terms of control over its strength, I am definitely stronger than you. Qin Yu said, what you say is correct, but the greater momentum lies with me. Even though the pre-celestial spirit's corpse contained a strength as vast as mountains and seas, after completing the body of rules, and with the old turtle and stone pagoda helping him absorb it, the vast majority of the strength was already in Qin Yu's control. Even if there was some left over, it wouldn't be able to stir up any wave. This was the greater momentum. The voice sighed. You are right, so I lost. The loser naturally has to suffer the bitter consequences, much less this was personally brewed by me. I originally didn't want to do anything, but your words were far too direct. You completely disregarded my current feelings of sadness and helplessness. So, before I leave, I will leave you with a little trouble. As the voice spoke to hear, its voice suddenly became solemn. I will temporarily place this strength in your hand. In the future, I will take it back. As Qin Yu furrowed his eyebrows and tried to do something, the voice suddenly vanished from sight. Kacha or kacha, a deep cracking sound broke through the deathly stillness of the world, drawing everyone's eyes over. After a brief pause, everyone's eyes widened, revealing shock and heat. Because at this moment, the black altar that had been silently sitting in front of everyone suddenly began to break apart. It had to be the terrifying eye that had appeared in the skies just now. The reason? Could it be that the object sealed within the altar was about to emerge? The so-called treasures of the heavens and earth all had their own spiritual nature. Perhaps this was the person that had sensed its destiny. But who was this person? No matter how hard one tried to maintain their composure, they couldn't help but think, could it be me? Then their heartbeats quickened. They felt their mouths dry up and their eyes turn red without even realizing it. Black fragments fell off the altar. There was no loud sound as they fell to the ground. Rather, the moment they fell, they burst apart like bubbles, vanishing from sight. Thus, after countless years, its massive body reappeared in the world once more, appearing in front of everyone. The crimson scales were like the purest and highest quality crystal in the world, carved after meticulous polishing. They densely covered the surface of its wriggling body, exuding a smooth and natural feeling. It was as if it was supposed to look like this, or rather, no matter what it looked like, it would give off an incomparably harmonious feeling. Its chest and abdomen constantly rose and fell. It was even breathing, as if it would open its eyes in the next moment. It wasn't a dragon, because it had no feet under its abdomen and no horns on its head. Then, it should be a snake, a very, very large snake. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they would have found it hard to imagine that such a beautiful and dignified snake existed in this world. It was a snake that caused one to feel awe and reverence, an incomparably lowly and petty snake. Even if a dragon was beside it, it would be like an inconspicuous star under the illumination of the moon in the middle of the sky. It couldn't be compared to it at all. Its breathing suddenly stopped. Then, it suddenly became heavier. As its chest rose and fell rapidly, it emitted sounds like old bellows. After seeing the scene in front of them clearly, everyone quickly stopped admiring the beauty and nobility of this giant snake. This was because a thick and dazzling ribbon was currently connected to the giant snake and the unconscious man not far from the altar. It didn't appear suddenly. Instead, as the altar shattered, as if some kind of seal had been broken, it was exposed in front of everyone. In other words, it was very likely that this thick and dazzling ribbon had already appeared when he was placed in front of the altar. And they were at a loss. Like idiots, they watched everything happen in front of their eyes, but did nothing. Because what formed this thick and brilliant ribbon was a pure and powerful energy. It was so abundant that it made their hearts tremble. It wasn't excitement, it was anger, it was heartache, it was intense to the extreme, a terrifying killing intent that nearly manifested into reality. Thief! This damned audacious thief! He stole something that belonged to me. Although they didn't know that what appeared in front of them with the shattering of the altar was a legendary pre-celestial spirit, when their eyes truly fell on it, they could feel a desire erupting from the depths of their souls. There was an urge so strong that they couldn't suppress it to obtain it at all costs. As long as they succeeded, they would be able to realize all of their ambitions. So, when they first saw it, the giant snake in front of them had become something that belonged to them. Anyone who touched it would die. And now, not only had someone moved, but they had moved for a long time, right in front of their eyes. Under the double torment of anger and regret, everyone's eyes turned even redder at this moment. And Yi Xing could be said to be the one whose eyes were the reddest out of everyone here. It wasn't just because he walked the path of killing to seek the Tao, which made it easy for him to be influenced by the outside world, but it was also because he had a great, great ambition. As the most famous young genius cultivator of the Netherworld Holy Land, everyone had seen his brilliant or cruel side. But very few people knew that Yi Xing's mother was only the lowest slave prostitute of the Netherworld Holy Land. The so-called slave prostitutes were female cultivators that the Netherworld Holy Land captured during its expansion or were captured from hostile forces. After their cultivations were sealed, they would be used by the cultivators of the Netherworld Holy Land. But their fates were often tragic. No one knew what had happened. The Netherworld Holy Land had actually been tainted by one of the lowest slave prostitutes. Moreover, what was even more unimaginable was that she had become pregnant and given birth to a boy. Before the age of 10, the boy didn't have a name. He watched helplessly as his mother was tortured to death by 3 tyrannical members of the Netherworld Knight Army. Then, he went crazy. Blood. It was all blood, red and warm. It covered the earth and soaked the boy's body. When he woke up once more, he had his own name. He was Yi Xing, the son of the Netherworld Holy Land's first wife. He became an existence that everyone respected in the Holy Land. No one dared to call him a bastard again, and no one dared to beat or kick him. His cultivation talent was astonishing and he rapidly rose. In the end, his name shook the entire Holy Dao Circle, and he became the feared and respected Netherworld Yi Xing. 30 years later, Yi Xing became the commander of the Netherworld Knight Army. In a single night of chaos, he wiped out the entire Netherworld Holy Land. Over 1 million people died and their heads piled up like a mountain. It was said that 172 of the Knight Army's captains were brought into the dungeon and their miserable howls continued for an entire month. 1 month later, Yi Xing walked out of the dungeon. Even now, that place was a place that caused the expressions of everyone in the Netherworld Holy Land to change. Beneath the glamour was a twisted soul. Yi Xing swore that he would become the strongest person in the world, stronger than his so-called father. Stronger than his father. But the stronger he became, the more clearly he realized just how difficult it was to achieve this ambition. Before entering the Lost Garden, although Yi Xing had made many preparations, he never imagined that such a scene would appear in front of him. When the words pre-celestial spirit leapt into his mind, all of his scruples and restraints were torn to shreds. He fell into a frenzy. Right now there was only one thought left in his mind: as long as he could seize the corpse of this spirit snake, all of his ambitions could be realized. So, he was willing to pay any price. Bang! A thick blood-colored light suddenly burst out from Nightwalker's body. It shot up more than 100 meters into the sky, like a burning blood-colored flame. Then, a shadow emerged from the blood-colored flame. It was cold, brutal, and a terrifying aura that made people's hearts tremble. It swept out from the shadow. He turned around and faced everyone. Seeing their disbelief and anger, he roared out loud, "It is mine. Anyone who dares to take a single step forward will die." With just a few words and a phantom that released a terrifying aura, it was certainly impossible to frighten everyone away, especially in the current situation. As soon as he finished speaking, 3 people stepped forward at the same time. Nightwalker of the Netherworld, don't be too. The person who spoke first didn't get to finish his sentence before Nightwalker made his move. He raised his hand and clenched it in front of him. Bang, 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 3 heads instantly exploded. Red and white matter splashed out in all directions. Thick blood gushed out from the headless necks, as if 3 fountains of blood had suddenly burst open. Such a terrifying scene caused everyone's hearts to burn with fear. They subconsciously drew back, their complexions changing. Yi Xing's blood-red eyes slowly swept over everyone. "I said that anyone who dares to take a single step forward will die." Crazy, he was crazy. Even though Yi Xing had killed 3 people in one move, the crowd still looked at him as if he was a complete lunatic. Not to mention everyone else, just the senior apprentice brother of the Peach Garden and the Heavenly Palace Crown Prince wouldn't stare blankly on as he monopolized the snake corpse. To challenge everyone with his own strength, that was absolutely seeking death. But contrary to everyone's expectations, in the silence, the Peach Garden's senior apprentice brother and the Heavenly Palace Crown Prince both frowned, not moving at all. Their eyes seemed to fall on the 1,000-foot phantom in the blood-red flames above Yi Xing's head. This caused everyone's hearts to tremble. Was there something wrong with this phantom? Why did it make the 2 of them feel such dread? The senior apprentice brother suddenly cupped his hands together and said, "Peach Garden disciple greets the Netherworld Saint." The Heavenly Palace Crown Prince let out a deep breath. "Heavenly Palace's void soul greets the Netherworld Saint." Within the blood-red flames, the phantom opened its eyes. It swept its gaze around and lightly said, "You 2 juniors have good eyesight." These words were the same as admitting to this matter. Everyone's eyes widened. Their first thought was that this was impossible. There was no saint path in the lost garden. This wasn't just a simple statement. Countless attempts had been made over the countless years, but no one had ever succeeded. But now, in front of everyone's eyes, the Netherworld Saint's projection had descended. No wonder the Peach Garden's chief disciple and the Heavenly Palace Crown Prince had remained silent about Yi Xing's actions. How could this be? Could it be that the Netherworld Holy Land had already found a way to break through the iron law of the Lost Garden? If this was really the case, everyone's hearts sank and unwillingness appeared in their eyes. No matter how many people they had, how could they compete with Yi Xing? After all, the might of a true saint, even if it was just a projection, was not something that small cultivators like them who had yet to enter the divine path could compare with. But soon, as the Netherworld Saint spoke, they discovered that today's events weren't as they had imagined. Within the blood-red flames, the Netherworld Saint's phantom lowered his head. His gaze fell on Yi Xing. It was hard to describe what was in his eyes at this moment. There was anger, surprise, and even a trace of appreciation mixed together. After a moment of silence, he spoke again. Yi Xing, you have great courage and great methods. You are truly worthy of being my son. Yi Xing's crimson eyes had actually calmed down. But this calmness gave off an even more terrifying feeling. He was like a gambler who had placed everything on the line. There was no longer any room for retreat, so there was no need for fear or awe. He bowed slightly. Thank you, Father, for your praise. The Netherworld Saint asked, Aren't you afraid? Yi Xing stood up. If I succeed, Father cannot kill me. If I fail, I will die here and Father cannot kill me either. So, why should I be afraid? Ha ha, very good, very good. If you really succeed, you will inherit the Netherworld Holy Land in the future. If there was success, there was also the possibility of failure. He didn't say this result, but Yi Xing knew it in his heart. It was very difficult to commit suicide in front of a saint. He had said that he was free and easy before, but he might not succeed. The most likely result was, if he failed, he would die miserably. After all, the Netherworld Saint had personally killed his son and used the killing intent to temper his great path. This was not the first or second time. But now, since he had taken this step, he could no longer turn back. Yi Xing closed his eyes and opened them again. He repeated for the third time, It is mine. Whoever dares to take a step forward will die. Chapter 1292. Everyone could see with their own eyes that Qin Yu was currently stealing the strength of the spirit snake. But after confirming the snake's status as a pre-celestial spirit snake, Nightwalker wasn't worried at all. The truth was simple. An adult pre-celestial spirit corpse contained enough strength to fill the 5 lakes and 4 seas. A mere cultivator, even if he used some unknown method to activate the energy absorption ability ahead of time, how much could he obtain? How much could his strength increase? At most he would have to waste some effort and he would be able to eliminate him. Today, as long as he blocked the Peach Garden's first disciple and the Heavenly Palace Crown Prince, the outcome would be decided. That's right, in Nightwalker's opinion, the only ones present that had the qualifications to compete with him were the 2 people above him. The others weren't worth fearing. But even so, there were still hidden dangers when there were too many ants. After all, it was impossible for anyone to truly be flawless. Thus, the best method was to first send them out of the game. When he said the same thing for the 3rd time, to everyone's surprise, Yi Xing, whose eyes were bloodshot, suddenly made a brazen move. He reared his head back and roared. Above his head, Netherworld Saint's blood shadow exploded, turning into countless balls of blood light that howled outwards. As it flew, the blood light constantly stretched, becoming long and narrow. It was like a saber light that emitted a terrifying aura. Facing this blood light, one could hear the pained screams of countless lives on the verge of death. Light and shadow flickered in front of them, faintly revealing a blood-red great path that pierced into the heavens. Countless corpses were suppressed beneath it, all of them struggling miserably. Killing path. This is Half-Saint Netherworld's great Tao foundation. This is impossible. Run, run. With angry screams, cultivators began to wildly flee, their faces filled with horror and despair. But compared to the bloody light, they were clearly far too slow. The first cultivator that was caught up to had the bloody light enter his body from the back. This person's eyes widened, and before he could make a sound, he exploded into pieces with a bang. Then, like fully ripe fruits hanging on a tree branch, they all fell to the ground with a gust of wind. Popping sounds filled the air, and the air was instantly flooded with the smell of blood. The eldest senior brother had a solemn expression. He moved to protect Lei Xiaoyu. But before he could move, with a pained scream, her figure was sent flying backwards. Scarlet blood gushed out, soaking her dress. His pupils shrank, but soon they turned into confusion. The eldest senior brother raised his hand to block. In the next moment, the blood light howled down. Bang! A muffled sound rang out, giving people the impression that a heavy and sharp axe had heavily chopped into a wooden block. Eldest senior brother retreated hastily. 2 pieces of his sleeves flew off, and there seemed to be a flash of blood light within them. Then they disappeared. Along with him, the crown prince of the Heaven Palace, Su Qi, was forced to retreat. He summoned a golden light of unknown origin and used it to protect himself. Surprisingly, he managed to block the attack of a true saint's Tao connotation. Apart from him, no one else could remain standing. Even the Heavenly Palace's crown prince, Su Wei, was forced to retreat. He summoned an unknown golden light and protected himself within it, barely managing to block the strike of a true saint's Tao accumulation. Besides him, no one else could remain standing. Even if there were an extremely small number of cultivators who possessed methods similar to death substitution doppelgangers, their main bodies could not remain unscathed. At this moment, most of them only had a part of their bodies left, preserving the crucial and fragile parts. They rolled to the side, wailing miserably. It wasn't that these people were too weak and couldn't withstand a single blow, but that Yi Xing's attack was too difficult to withstand. Because at this time, although it seemed like he was the one attacking, what actually detonated was the Netherworld Saint's Tao accumulation. Tao accumulation had been mentioned before. This was the foundation of a saint and could be regarded as the most powerful and secretive thing. In the past, the old turtle had desperately fought for it and had only obtained a trace of Tao accumulation from the Scholatry sage. But what about today? The more people Yi Xing killed, the more Tao accumulation was detonated. This was also the key reason why the Netherworld Saint's projection could descend into the Lost Garden. Because of this, he was constantly consuming his own Tao accumulation to resist the crushing rules of the Lost Garden. Tao accumulation was the foundation of a saint. Once it was consumed too much, it could cause the great Tao to shatter and even cause one's own boundary to collapse. Unless it was absolutely necessary, a saint wouldn't easily use their own Tao accumulation. So, this matter wasn't the Netherworld Saint's original intention from the start. To be more accurate, he had been forcefully kidnapped by Yi Xing, by the son he had raised. The Netherworld Holy Land walked the path of killing to form the Tao. But a single great Tao could be walked by tens of thousands of people. There were countless differences. After all, everyone had different experiences, but they all belonged to the same category. There were many similarities and similarities between the same species. With this as the foundation, Yi Xing had obtained a method from who knew where and even used his own bloodline as a medium to forcefully steal a trace of the Netherworld Saint's great Tao. Thus, he was able to forcefully summon the Netherworld Saint's strength to descend in the Lost Garden, forming this projection in front of him. Then, while the Netherworld Saint was busy resisting the Lost Garden's rules, he detonated his great Tao foundation and slaughtered everyone. Using a true saint's great Tao foundation as the price, coupled with a terrifying character like the Netherworld Saint who walked the path of killing to seek the Tao, the killing power of this attack was naturally terrifying. It was understandable that he could easily kill someone with a single strike. The Heavenly Palace's crown prince paled. He looked at the blood shadow that reformed after the explosion. He said in a low voice, "May I ask the Netherworld Saint if we can help?" The Netherworld Saint said, "By killing this unfilial son, you are also helping me." His voice was calm, but his words were filled with killing intent. It was clear that Yi Xing's crazy act of detonating his Tao accumulation had caused great damage to him. As for the saying that if you succeed, you can inherit the Netherworld Holy Land, it was fine to just listen to it, but he was really stupid. "Thank you for your understanding." The Heavenly Palace's crown prince stood up. His eyes turned golden like two miniature suns. A terrifying aura erupted from his body like a volcano, causing space to shake like a tide. "Yi Xing, of those you killed today, there were 12 cultivators from my Heavenly Palace. As the Heavenly Palace's crown prince, I must avenge them and maintain the dignity of the Heavenly Palace." Yi Xing's face was expressionless. "Aren't you afraid of death?" The Heavenly Palace's crown prince said, "The true saint's Tao accumulation is indeed terrifying, but you have only stolen a trace of the great path. How many times can you use it with such violent means? You can't kill me." His calm voice was filled with strong confidence. The eldest senior brother paused for a moment and said slowly, "Since the saint is not guilty, then of course, I have to take part in today's matter." Because he had expected it, he had already noticed some of the things that had happened. Although he was a little worried, he chose to cooperate in the end. After all, she had been acting for so long. He guessed that this was the moment she had been waiting for. If she didn't get what she wanted, she wouldn't give up. So, at this moment, he stepped forward to pressure the Heavenly Palace's crown prince. The corners of Yi Xing's mouth curled up. "The Peach Garden's first disciple, the Heavenly Palace's crown prince. I really don't have much confidence in killing the two of you with my Tao accumulation. But I've always heard that the disciples of the Peach Garden love each other. Is that true?" He raised his hand and clenched his fist. A figure slowly flew up and stood in front of him. "Junior sister." The eldest senior brother's face changed. The Heavenly Palace's crown prince frowned. Lei Xiaoyu's body was cracked in many places. She was covered in blood and looked extremely miserable. She seemed to have used some secret technique to survive the Tao accumulation attack. Oh no! Because he knew the disciples of the Peach Garden well, the Heavenly Palace's crown prince turned to look at the eldest senior brother. Sure enough, his face was full of fear. It would be good if Lei Xiaoyu died. It would definitely anger the Peach Garden's first disciple, who would join forces with him to kill Yi Xing. But she was still alive. This would be very troublesome. "Yi Xing, let go of junior sister. Let's talk it out." Sure enough, the cultivators of the Peach Garden were different from those outside. Anyone who was familiar with them knew this. Sometimes it made people envious, but sometimes it also made people angry. Just like now. The Heavenly Palace's crown prince smiled bitterly but didn't try to persuade him. He knew that even if he did, it would only increase the Peach Garden's disciples' bad impression and wouldn't help the outcome. The corners of Yi Xing's mouth curled up, revealing a smile of success. "It's very simple. As long as eldest senior brother helps me stop the void capture, I guarantee that junior sister Lei Xiaoyu will be safe and sound. She will return to the Peach Garden with you safely." The eldest senior brother said, "How can I trust you?" Yi Xing said, "You have no choice." In the silence, the eldest senior brother's lips moved. "Fine. A single word." His tone was low and calm, without too many ups and downs. It was enough to make one feel the complex emotions in his heart. The Heavenly Palace's crown prince closed his eyes. Could it be that today's heaven-defying good fortune would be given to Yi Xing for such a ridiculous reason? And with the Nether Holy Land's style of doing things, If he really succeeded, would the two of us still be alive? Gao Zhuang, you disappoint me. Puff, there was a muffled sound. A sound rang out as if a blunt object had cut open his flesh. Almost at the same instant, eldest senior brother, who had a solemn expression on his face, brazenly attacked. Lei Xiaoyu, who was caught by Yi Xing, was sent flying backwards. She had been punched, and although she spat out blood from her nose and mouth, her face was flushed red with excitement. It was worth it, it was worth it. With something like this, it wasn't in vain that she had tried to cover up everything. She had put on all sorts of pretense. It wasn't all in vain. Ah! Who are you? You aren't Lei Xiaoyu. Yi Xing screamed. A terrifying hole had appeared in his chest, and blood wildly gushed out. And where his heart should have been, was now a blank space. And at this time, the eldest senior brother's fist arrived. Bang! With a heaven-shaking explosion, Yi Xing was sent flying backwards. After losing his heart, his blood vitality declined. Half of his body was nearly smashed into paste by this fist. His 5 fingers desperately grasped onto the heart that was still beating, as if it wanted to break free. Lei Xiaoyu smiled brightly. How clever! Congratulations on answering correctly. I am indeed not that little girl Xiaoyu. With a wave of his hand, it was as if he had performed a magic trick, and an enchanting beauty appeared in front of him. She looked at Nightwalker, who was vomiting blood, with a hint of timidity. Look, I've been scared to the point of revealing my true body. You have to take responsibility for this. Oh, since we are old acquaintances, I will take your heart as compensation. Don't be touched, I am just such a good person. Peach Garden 1,000 Faces. It's you. Yi Xing howled in pain. The Heavenly Palace Crown Prince. Now, his entire body was numb. The Heavenly Palace Crown Prince glanced at the eldest senior brother, who was standing still with his fists clenched. The corners of his lips twitched and his vision darkened. Thinking back to the nervousness in eldest senior brother's eyes, the helplessness and heaviness in the subtle expressions on his face, the low and repressed voice, and especially the word okay, that was said with so many twists and turns, it was simply the finishing touch, making his entire performance impeccable. Even the Heavenly Palace Crown Prince believed it completely. But who would have thought that it was fake? It was all fake. From the beginning to the end, it was all a play. Or rather, it was a pit that had been dug long ago, waiting for some unlucky person to jump into it. Then, with a plop, it would be completely buried. At this time, this unlucky person finally appeared. It was the Netherworld Nightwalker who had stolen a trace of the true divine Great Path and killed countless people with one strike. He had slaughtered the elite cultivators of the Holy Tao Circle like chickens, and he, the Heavenly Palace Crown Prince, was the only person who had personally experienced the whole thing. Gao Zhuang, so you are actually this Gao Zhuang. Have you changed, or have I been wrong from the beginning? Has the Peach Garden become like this now? After thinking for a moment, the Heavenly Palace Crown Prince subconsciously shivered, and his scalp went numb. Was Yi Xing powerful? Of course, he was extremely powerful. Not to mention his own strength. Just the fact that he had successfully stolen a trace of the true divine Great Path was already beyond imagination. His performance today could be said to be decisive. He did not hesitate to break off relations with his biological father to snatch the corpse of the giant snake in front of him. But such an incomparably powerful person had suddenly fallen at the hands of this pair of Peach Blossom Garden disciples. What if it was him? The Heavenly Palace Crown Prince's heart grew colder, because he felt that he would not be able to escape. This was simply too frightening. Yi Xing, whose body had been smashed in half and whose mouth and nose were spurting blood, suddenly burst into laughter. So he spurted blood even faster, and there were even some things that looked like pieces of internal organs mixed in. Ha 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 ha. Ridiculous, really ridiculous. I have struggled bitterly to reach this day, step by step. I thought I had seen the future, but I did not expect that at the last moment I would be defeated by such a small trick. The Peach Garden disciples are really powerful, but if I die alone, the road to hell will be really lonely. Why don't I invite everyone to come with me, so that we can be each other's companions?" The Netherworld Saint's blood shadow let out a low roar of anger. The shadow paused for a moment, and in the next moment it suddenly exploded. The eldest senior brother took a deep breath, and in a flash, he shielded the thousand-faced saint behind him. There was an unprecedented seriousness in his eyes. He really did not expect that Yi Xing could actually do this. Stealing a trace of the Great Path of the Saint Great Path was one thing, but he could actually forcibly detonate it. The Tao connotation was the foundation of the Great Path, and the Great Path was condensed from the lifetime cultivation of the Saint Great Path. It was the support of the realm and the source of power. When the true divine Great Path collapsed, even if it was only a trace, its power was still like a hurricane. It could instantly sweep in all directions and wipe out everything